After the divorce, I was driven crazy by advances from all kinds of goddesses. The eldest daughter of the Bai family went to see her first love boyfriend on her wedding night. Ye Xiuyuan, the adopted son of the Bai family, was disheartened and chose to divorce. Ye Xiuyuan used his future and reputation for the rest of his life to save the Bai family and repay the favor of adoption. But when the divorce news came out, goddesses from all walks of life heard the news and drove Ye Xiuyuan crazy. When the arrogant eldest daughter came to her senses, she found that she could no longer squeeze into Ye Xiuyuan's arms. Chapter 1: The Parting on Our Wedding Night. Their vast room was eerily silent, so quiet that they could hear each other's breath and heartbeat clearly. "Do you really have to leave now? Tonight is supposed to be our wedding night." Ye Xiuyuan asked in a bitter, low, and suppressed voice, only to receive a wordless silence in response. It felt as if there was a sharp stone lodged in his throat, every breath cutting through him like a knife. The entire villa was surrounded by vibrant red, with decorations that symbolized joy and harmony. The wedding room was arranged by Ye Xiuyuan himself. Every ornament, every piece of decor, had been carefully chosen to suit Bai Ruoxue's preferences. Yet, his efforts seemed destined to be in vain, for the woman in front of him had not even spared a glance at the decorations. Her gaze never lingered for a moment. Now, as Ye Xiuyuan looked at the setup, he only found it glaringly out of place. Facing his stunning bride, dressed in an extravagant wine-red gown, Ye Xiuyuan felt no joy in his heart. Instead, waves of bitterness surged. What should have been a warm and romantic wedding night had unexpectedly turned into this situation. Anger, helplessness, and sadness filled Ye Xiuyuan's heart, threatening to swallow him whole. Though he already knew the answer, he still couldn't help but ask again. "Ruoxue, can you not leave?" Bai Ruoxue frowned slightly, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes, followed by an air of impatience. Without hesitation, she turned and headed upstairs to change, leaving behind only one firm sentence. "Zi Feng is in critical condition. I have to go see him. If he's fine, I'll be back immediately." Bai Ruoxue, who stood nearly 170 centimeters tall with a slender, graceful figure, was wearing a wine-red evening gown. The satin fabric clung to her body like burning flames, tightly fitting her tall, exquisite form. The exquisite tailoring highlighted her curves perfectly. The waistline emphasized her slender waist, which seemed as delicate as a flower stem, as if it would break with the slightest touch. The skirt flared out slightly, like the petals of a blooming flower, gently swaying with her every step, radiating an elegance and fluidity. Ye Xiuyuan watched her, the bride who had just held his arm and accepted the blessings of their guests. Yet on this wedding night, she was changing out of her wedding gown to see another man, her first love, no less. Ye Xiuyuan couldn't bear it any longer. He shouted in anger at Bai Ruoxue's tall, graceful, and cold back. "But this is our wedding night. You're not a doctor, what difference will it make if you go? Besides, he's done this before. That time, he was really hurt." Every word he spoke trembled, as if a great force was about to burst out from within him. The figure standing on the spiral staircase paused for just a moment. Her hand, which had rested on the railing, suddenly tightened, then slowly released. This brief, almost imperceptible pause seemed unheard. She appeared to have not heard a word of what he said, leaving Ye Xiuyuan alone in the hall, consumed by fury. Without a second thought, she continued up the stairs. Devastated, Ye Xiuyuan collapsed onto the sofa. He angrily ripped off his tie, pulling it forcefully and slamming it onto the coffee table. The fury in his eyes was like a volcano erupting. Upstairs, in the master bedroom of the wedding suite, Bai Ruoxue sat quietly in front of the vanity, looking at the bright red wedding characters in the mirror. A flicker of hesitation and inner turmoil passed through her eyes. She no longer seemed as indifferent and decisive as before. In the mirror, her features were so exquisite they could have been the work of a master artist. Her delicate eyebrows, shaped like crescent moons, slightly arched with a playful and alluring look. Her large, bright eyes were like clear lakes, deep and captivating. Her long eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans, casting a faint shadow on her pale cheeks. Her high nose made her features more three-dimensional, while the slight flush on her cheeks resembled ripe apples, giving off a charming glow. Her lips were a vivid red, like a blooming rose, but the corners of her mouth, which should have carried a smile of happiness, were now drawn in a sorrowful line. Bai Ruoxue, the only daughter of the prestigious Bai family in Shanghai, the CEO of the Bai Group, the real-life rich heiress, and the epitome of grace. Her beauty was unparalleled in the city, with a figure and face that could have been plucked straight from the pages of a comic, the dream of countless men. Tonight was supposed to be her wedding night. Should it really be like this? Bai Ruoxue hesitated, torn with feelings of uncertainty and loss. Just as she wavered, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID display, Xiuyuan, Bai Ruoxue answered the call without hesitation. "Hello, President Bai. Have you left yet?" came an urgent voice on the other end of the line. It wasn't Ye Xiuyuan's voice, and Bai Ruoxue immediately calmed down a little, coldly responding, "Almost. President Bai, can you hurry up and come? Xiuyuan refuses to let the doctors treat him until he sees you. We're all frantic. The doctor said if he doesn't get treatment soon, he could be left with permanent disabilities." Xiuyuan had fallen from a height while filming and injured his leg. As a rising star actor with good looks and millions of fans, his injury had sparked a huge online stir. In fact, during the wedding ceremony earlier that day, Xiuyuan had already called Bai Ruoxue. But at that time, her phone had been taken away, and it wasn't until she returned to the wedding suite in the evening that her father, Bai Yuan, returned the phone to her. Everyone had been wary of Xiuyuan trying to disrupt the wedding, but they hadn't managed to prevent it. The person on the other end kept urging Bai Ruoxue to hurry. Hearing this, her frustration grew. Her eyes, as cold as a frozen pond, glimmered with an icy, unfeeling gaze. "What's the use of me supporting all of you worthless people? You can't even protect one person. You can't solve any problems, and yet you still expect me to rush over." Each word she spoke was like a gust of cold air from the deepest part of an ice cave, and the person on the other end was clearly frightened, hesitant to speak. After a moment, someone reprimanded the caller. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb Ruoxue? Why are you calling her again?" Xiuyuan scolded his assistant harshly, then took the phone and gently said, "Ruoxue, don't blame them. It's my fault. After hearing that you were getting married today, I couldn't focus on anything. All I could think about were our sweet memories from the past. I told them not to contact you, but they were worried about me, so they still called. I'm sorry." Xiuyuan's voice was filled with helplessness and uncertainty, like a stray kitten abandoned on a rainy street. Bai Ruoxue's anger was extinguished by his words, and she replied softly, "Xiuyuan, listen to the doctor and get treated properly. I'll be right there." Xiuyuan hesitated and said, "Ruoxue, will it make Xiuyuan angry if you come tonight? Maybe it's better if you don't. I'm planning to go to my mom's place tonight and get treated there." Xiuyuan's apparent consideration for Bai Ruoxue only strengthened her resolve to drive to see him. "Xiuyuan, don't go running around. Don't disturb Auntie. I'm leaving right now." Bai Ruoxue hung up the phone quickly, getting up in a hurry to change her clothes. She pulled the zipper down, removing her long dress to reveal her perfect figure, full breasts, slender waist, shapely hips, and long legs, each part a divine gift, stunning in its beauty, each curve exquisitely shaped. Her stomach was flat and firm, with a hint of visible abs. Her legs were long and straight, like a tall birch tree, slender ankles leading up with no extra flesh, the lines smooth and graceful, like a work of art carefully sculpted. Under the lights, her skin glowed with a soft, irresistible radiance, like sheep-fat jade, delicate and smooth. Bai Ruoxue looked every bit the goddess descended from the heavens, radiating an irresistible charm. She didn't have time to choose, so she grabbed a black dress from the wardrobe. Just as she was about to change, someone suddenly hugged her tightly from behind. "Ruoxue, please, don't leave. Please." Ye Xiuyuan's pleading voice, full of sorrow, made Bai Ruoxue tremble. The clothes she was holding slipped silently to the floor. His arms wrapped tightly around her waist, as if trying to pull her into himself. His breath, warm and urgent, brushed against her pale, smooth neck. Bai Ruoxue had never seen Ye Xiuyuan like this. In her memory, he had always been composed, as if nothing in the world could disturb his calm mind. Now, the decisive businessman, Ye Xiuyuan, seemed small and pitiful. Bai Ruoxue froze, while Ye Xiuyuan, dissatisfied with the simple embrace, pressed a domineering, urgent kiss on her shoulder, neck, and ear. Bai Ruoxue was initially stunned. Her blood rushed to her head, and she immediately began to struggle. She twisted her body, trying to break free from his grip. Her hands forcefully pried at his arms, her face showing panic and anger. "Let go of me. What are you doing?" Her voice trembled with intense dissatisfaction, and her eyes burned with fury, as if she wanted to turn him to ashes. Ye Xiuyuan, however, refused to let go. His heart was full of love and longing. He didn't want her to leave him. Don't go, please. His voice was deep and hoarse, filled with attachment and plea. Eventually, Ye Xiuyuan, fearing he might hurt Bai Ruoxue, released her. Slap. A resounding slap echoed in the room, the sound loud and clear. Ye Xiuyuan staggered back a few steps, and the two of them distanced themselves. The slap not only woke Ye Xiuyuan but also extinguished the burning passion in his heart. Chapter 2, Signed the divorce agreement, I'll let you go. The moment Bai Ruoxue raised her hand to slap, regret hit her heart. Especially when she saw the five-finger imprint suddenly appear on Ye Xiuyuan's handsome face. Her heart tightened, a dull pain in her chest. She reached out to caress Ye Xiuyuan's face, but he evaded her touch. The apology that had been on the tip of her tongue could not escape. They stood facing each other, only 2 steps apart, yet it felt like there was an insurmountable chasm between them. After a few seconds, Ye Xiuyuan gave a pale smile. Sorry, I was the one who overstepped. I thought after we got married, you wouldn't resist my closeness. Ye Xiuyuan squatted down, picked up the black dress that had fallen to the floor, and handed it to Bai Ruoxue. It was only then that Bai Ruoxue realized she was only wearing her undergarments. Her fair, smooth skin was fully exposed before Ye Xiuyuan. She hastily grabbed the dress and held it in front of her chest. Her breasts were full and firm, perfectly outlining her seductive curves. Her long, slender legs seemed to be impossible to hide, and beneath her disheveled clothes, her captivating figure was tantalizingly visible, exuding a mysterious, alluring charm. If it had been anyone else, they would have already rushed at her, but in Ye Xiuyuan's eyes, there was only coldness and almost suffocating coldness. Bai Ruoxue's breathtaking beauty seemed to have no effect on him at all. Bai Ruoxue's heart tightened, and she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She didn't understand why Ye Xiuyuan's reaction was so different. The Ye Xiuyuan who had looked at her with such hunger just moments ago seemed like he never existed. Bai Ruoxue made up her mind. She threw the dress aside and exposed herself fully to Ye Xiuyuan. You've got all these dirty thoughts in your head, don't you just want me? Come on, hurry up and finish. I need to go see Zi Feng. She strode across the room with her long, perfect legs and lay down on the bed. Her body sprawled across the sheets as if she was completing a casual task rather than participating in a sacred wedding night. Come on. Why aren't you coming? You want this body, right? I'm giving it to you. Is that all you men want? I'll give it to you. Your pathetic pride, I'm already married to you, and you're still dissatisfied. Is sleeping with me more important than a life? I'm giving you 10 minutes. Hurry up. Bai Ruoxue didn't even know why she was so angry. It seemed to be because of Ye Xiuyuan's rash actions earlier or the cold indifference in his eyes when he saw her body. Lying on the bed, Bai Ruoxue acted nonchalant, but the trembling of her eyelashes betrayed the storm raging inside her. She felt Ye Xiuyuan drawing closer to her. Her slender fingers clenched tightly into the sheets, her face tense with anxiety. But as expected, the man didn't rush at her. Instead, a soft blanket was draped over her. I don't need your pity. Sign the divorce agreement, and then leave. His words were forced out from deep within his throat, accompanied by a slight crack in his voice and labored breaths, like ice breaking in the winter, painfully piercing their hearts. Bai Ruoxue wrapped herself in the blanket, glancing at the divorce agreement in Ye Xiuyuan's hands. The words divorce agreement burned her eyes, making her gaze turn bloodshot. Her brows furrowed, and her almond eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Xiuyuan, what do you mean by this? We just got married today, and now you want a divorce. Ye Xiuyuan didn't explain. He simply repeated, if you want to see him, sign the divorce agreement. His tone grew calmer, more composed, and the sharp, decisive CEO of Ye Corporation was back. The agreement in his hands seemed as trivial as any business contract. Ye Xiuyuan, do you think I wanted to marry you? You're just a driver's son, the son of a drug dealer. You're a dog raised by my family. You don't deserve me. It's enough that I didn't make you a live-in son-in-law. What right do you have to talk to me about divorce? If it weren't for my father being seriously ill and forcing me to marry you, do you think you could have ever married me? Bai Ruoxue, losing all reason, unleashed a barrage of hurtful words. Yes, this marriage wasn't Bai Ruoxue's choice. It had been forced upon her by Bai Yuan. But Ye Xiuyuan hadn't wanted this either. He, too, had been compelled. He owed the Bai family, owed Bai Yuan for raising him. When Bai Yuan entrusted him with his dying wish, he had no choice but to agree. Ye Xiuyuan had foolishly hoped that after so many years of living together, Bai Ruoxue would develop feelings for him. But he never expected that Bai Ruoxue saw him as nothing more than an opportunist. Ye Xiuyuan's father, Ye Hao, had been Bai Yuan's driver, and also a drug addict. Ye Hao had hidden drugs in Bai Yuan's car, nearly getting him imprisoned. Years ago, when Ye Hao was caught, he died in prison. Ye Xiuyuan's childhood had been tragic, and Bai Yuan had rescued him, taking him in, feeding him, and raising him as his own son. Later, Ye Xiuyuan's business acumen became apparent, and Bai Yuan treated him as his successor. Ye Xiuyuan owed the Bai family his life, and he would pay it back with his own life if necessary. But he could not tolerate Bai Ruoxue humiliating him. Ye Xiuyuan sneered, a lowly son of a driver, a son of a drug dealer, a dog raised by the Bai family. Bai Ruoxue's words felt like peeling off Ye Xiuyuan's scabbed wounds, then brutally scraping them open and rubbing salt into them. It was unbearable. Ye Xiuyuan clenched his fists, then suddenly released them. His tall, strong body seemed to collapse under the weight of the blow, and his once proud back felt like it had been broken. In that moment, he seemed like a stray dog, defeated and lost. He slumped, his cold arrogance disappearing. His attitude toward Bai Ruoxue became distant and respectful. "Miss Bai, I know I don't deserve you. This marriage was me reaching above my station. Don't worry, I'll be careful from now on. I won't disturb you. Sign the agreement, and I won't tell Mr. Bai anything. I won't tell anyone about the divorce. Until Mr. Bai Yuan's time was running out, and Ye Xiuyuan intended to divorce secretly, keeping up appearances in front of Bai Yuan, so that Bai Yuan could leave without regret. Seeing Ye Xiuyuan's submissive attitude made Bai Ruoxue increasingly anxious. She felt a strange sense of panic. She knew she had said something wrong, but she couldn't explain why. The thought of Ye Xiuyuan wanting a divorce made her want to lose control. She knew Ye Xiuyuan wasn't playing hard to get. If he said he wanted a divorce, he truly did. But she didn't care. Even if they divorced, Ye Xiuyuan would still be a member of the Bai family. Born a Bai family member, dead a Bai family ghost. This was Ye Xiuyuan's vow, one she remembered clearly. Bai Ruoxue pushed Ye Xiuyuan aside, not even sparing a glance at the divorce agreement in his hand. But she never considered why Ye Xiuyuan had prepared the divorce agreement on their wedding day. Hastily, Bai Ruoxue put on a black dress. The tight-fitting fabric accentuated her slender figure, making her look even more noble and cold. Her long hair, black as ink, fell loosely over her shoulders. Ye Xiuyuan watched her silently as she got ready. In his memory, Bai Ruoxue had never dressed up for him like this. It was clear that love and indifference were very apparent. This time, he didn't stop her. His resolve to divorce only grew stronger. When Bai Ruoxue was ready to leave, Ye Xiuyuan once again brought up the divorce. Bai Ruoxue coldly replied, "This marriage isn't something you can just end whenever you want." She pushed past Ye Xiuyuan, who was blocking the door, and continued to walk out. Ye Xiuyuan pleaded, "Miss Bai, could you give me a little dignity as a man? Don't go out under the name of my wife. Once you sign the divorce agreement, I won't interfere with anything you do." Bai Ruoxue turned around and glared at him, her voice dripping with anger. "I'm not as despicable as you think. I'm just going to see Zi Feng, we're only friends. Why can't I see my friend? I'm married to you, but I didn't give you my freedom." Ye Xiuyuan laughed softly, "Friends? If he were just a friend, you wouldn't be going to see him right now. If he were just a friend, we wouldn't have had all those obstacles getting our marriage certificate. What woman has such a close relationship with a male friend, especially when he is her ex-boyfriend? This friend of yours is clearly far more important than your husband. I don't mind giving up my status as the Bai family's son-in-law to him. No. Not giving up returning it. I'm just a usurper, taking the identity that should have belonged to him." In fact, Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue had gotten along fairly well before. Bai Ruoxue didn't mind marrying him at first, but ever since Chu Zifeng returned to the country 6 months ago, everything changed. Not to mention how many times Bai Ruoxue had stood Ye Xiuyuan up, even the company had to make way for Chu Zifeng. The prestigious president of the Bai Group had become a mere assistant at Chu Zifeng's beck and call. Bai Ruoxue would do anything to help Chu Zifeng rise to fame. Each time they went to get their marriage certificate, one phone call from Chu Zifeng would pull Bai Ruoxue away. If it weren't for Bai Yuan's deathbed order, they wouldn't have even gotten married. Ye Xiuyuan was no fool. He'd already prepared the divorce agreement long ago. I'll let you go, but please return the identity of my wife to me. Chapter 3, I am atoning for you. Ye Xiuyuan no longer wished to linger in this emotionless relationship. He was willing to let go. And he was also willing to play along with Bai Ruoxue, pretending to be a loving couple, until Bai Yuan passed away. Their Bai family's kindness over the years was something he could never repay enough. Ye Xiuyuan decided to lay everything out clearly. Uncle Bai has at most 1 year left. He wants to see you married and have children. Now the marriage is done. But obviously, we can't have children together. I know you despise me. It's impossible for you to bear a child with someone like me, from such a lowly background. If you and Chu Zifeng want a child, I don't mind, but you'll have to sign the divorce agreement. Whatever happened between you two before the marriage, I don't care. But after marriage, I will not let you remain my wife while having unresolved feelings for another man. Ye Xiuyuan's tone was resolute. He was a traditional man. To him, marriage was not just a bond but a responsibility. He had prepared the divorce agreement precisely for situations like this. Before the marriage, they had agreed to try for a child quickly, as Bai Yuan had requested. But now, it seemed like an impossible task. However, Ye Xiuyuan was afraid that in a month, Bai Ruoxue might try to make him a father, and he couldn't bear the idea of being cuckolded. Bai Ruoxue's stance was equally firm. Slap. Another slap landed heavily on Ye Xiuyuan's face. He could have dodged, but he didn't. Bai Ruoxue was so furious that she trembled. With a face flushed with anger, she yelled, Ye Xiuyuan! How dare you humiliate me like this? I, Bai Ruoxue, am not the kind of woman who sleeps around. From start to finish, nothing happened between me and Chu Zifeng. You want a divorce just to seize the Bai family's assets, right? Don't even think about it. Don't you dare think that marrying me makes you the master of the Bai family. And don't even dream about taking a single penny from my family. Bai Ruoxue was shaking with rage, especially her hand that had slapped Ye Xiuyuan. Her fair palm turned red in an instant, and her fingers trembled uncontrollably. Ye Xiuyuan had never intended to take any of the Bai family's wealth. Even when Bai Yuan offered him 10% of the shares as part of his dowry, he had refused. Bai Ruoxue knew this well, but still, she viewed him with the utmost suspicion. There was no point in arguing further. Ye Xiuyuan could never change her ingrained perception of him. Bai Ruoxue kept insisting that there was nothing between her and Chu Zifeng, but he didn't believe her. Back in their senior year of high school, Bai Ruoxue had already been with Chu Zifeng. Ye Xiuyuan had witnessed them hugging and kissing in school, ignoring everyone around them. Later, Bai Yuan found out and forcefully broke them up, sending Chu Zifeng abroad. If it hadn't been for Bai Yuan, they would have been together long ago. Ye Xiuyuan had been heartbroken, shattered even. Now, his heart was as cold as stone. Ye Xiuyuan gently touched the corner of his split lip with his tongue. His eyes were devoid of emotion. He said calmly, Mr. Bai, I'm doing this for your own good. He's a famous star. You're the daughter of a wealthy family and the CEO of a billion-dollar group. If this gets exposed, it'll affect both of you severely. Signing the divorce agreement would at least be a way out. Ye Xiuyuan explained his reasoning, but it was clear that Bai Ruoxue was not receptive to it. To her ears, Ye Xiuyuan was trying to use her and Chu Zifeng's relationship as leverage to threaten her. My affairs are none of your business. Let me tell you, Ye Xiuyuan, don't use this to threaten me. I won't sign the divorce agreement. Since it was you who begged my father for this marriage, whatever I do, you'll have to bear it. Ye Xiuyuan, you owe me. You also owe Chu Zifeng. Everything I'm doing now is atoning for you. Bai Ruoxue glared at Ye Xiuyuan, her eyes burning with fury. Perhaps because she had wasted too much time, she couldn't wait to leave. Bang! The door of the villa slammed shut, followed by the sound of the car roaring to life. The engine's sound faded further and further away, and Ye Xiuyuan knew Bai Ruoxue had left. He let out a bitter laugh. Atoning for me? What did I do wrong? Have you found any evidence? Just like that, I've been sentenced. I'm also your savior. Why won't you believe me? Once, Bai Ruoxue had been an optimistic and cheerful girl, gentle and kind. Her smile had been as warm as a spring breeze, always bringing warmth to Ye Xiuyuan's heart. She had always brought him treats and shyly called him Xiuyuan from behind, and he could never get enough of it. But everything had changed in their senior year of high school. Bai Ruoxue had become Chu Zifeng's girlfriend. Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue had planned to attend Magic City University together, but Bai Ruoxue had filled out her application for Imperial Capital University. For 4 years, they were worlds apart. After graduation, under Bai Yuan's arrangement, Bai Ruoxue became the CEO of the Bai Group, while Ye Xiuyuan became the vice president. Ye Xiuyuan had worked tirelessly to help Bai Ruoxue secure her position as CEO, assisting her in stabilizing her leadership of the company. 3 years had passed, and Ye Xiuyuan thought he had proven his innocence with his actions, but Bai Ruoxue still didn't believe him. Perhaps it was because he was the son of a drug dealer. His bloodline carried a stain, and Bai Ruoxue looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. Outside the villa, Bai Ruoxue's car hadn't driven far. It stopped just 100 meters away. Inside the car, Bai Ruoxue gripped the steering wheel tightly, her expression full of pain. She kept glancing back at the villa, especially the pair of red lanterns at the entrance, which were strikingly visible. I gave you a chance. Why do you still want a divorce? Ye Xiuyuan, I hate you. I hate you. In fact, when Ye Xiuyuan held her and kissed her, she had also been moved. After all, it was their wedding night. Bai Ruoxue knew that leaving tonight was letting Ye Xiuyuan down. She had planned to give herself to him before leaving. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. As a result, what should have been a beautiful night now felt like a charity act towards Ye Xiuyuan. She regretted saying those hurtful words. She hadn't intended to reopen Ye Xiuyuan's old wounds. She didn't want this, but it was clear Ye Xiuyuan was in the wrong. If it hadn't been for his foolishness back then, they wouldn't have ended up like this. But why wouldn't he admit it? Why did he act like an innocent victim? Thinking about Ye Xiuyuan's disappointed and dejected expression, Bai Ruoxue felt a sharp pain in her heart. Despite all her grievances, her right hand unknowingly moved towards the gear stick. As she was about to shift into reverse, her phone rang again. It was Chu Zifeng. She answered the call, her voice seething with anger. What's the hurry? I told you I'm coming, I'm on my way. Sorry, Ruoxue, I wasn't rushing you. I'm just worried about your safety on the road. It's such a long way from Magic City to Hangcheng. Chu Zifeng was taken aback, never having seen Bai Ruoxue so angry. Bai Ruoxue suppressed her irritation. I know, I got it. She glanced back again. Ye Xiuyuan hadn't come after her. Bai Ruoxue gritted her teeth in frustration. Impatient and restless, Bai Ruoxue hung up the phone. She shifted the gear to drive, and with a press of the accelerator, the white Bentley shot off like an arrow. In the wedding room, Ye Xiuyuan walked into the master bedroom. His gaze was empty, devoid of any emotion, as if 2 bottomless black holes absorbed all light and hope. Looking at the room full of festive decorations, he gave a bitter smile and casually tossed the divorce agreement onto the vanity. He couldn't stay in this room alone on their wedding night. Staying here any longer, he feared he might do something foolish. He wanted to drink heavily, and fantasized that a drunken stupor could erase his sorrow. Ye Xiuyuan took off the wedding ring he had just put on, placed it on the divorce agreement, changed into a new outfit, and left the wedding room. The diamond on the wedding ring shone brightly in the dark, but unfortunately, it was resting on the divorce agreement. If Bai Ruoxue had taken the time to look, she would have noticed that on the divorce agreement, Ye Xiuyuan had voluntarily given up everything. All that the Bai family had given him over the years was returned. Everything was given back to Bai Ruoxue. Chapter 4 I'll call the Oiran to you. In the supreme private room of my Yi Club. There were many wine bottles in front of Ye Xiuyuan, and he had already drunk 2 of them. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a tall and straight figure rushed in quickly. The man snatched the wine glass from Ye Xiuyuan's hand and asked in surprise, Boss Yi, what are you doing? Tonight is your wedding night. Why are you here to drink alone? Ye Xiuyuan, who was already a little tipsy, looked up and saw that it was He Mingxian. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. What was he fantasizing about? At this moment, Bai Ruoxue might have gone to Chu Zifeng to ask about his well-being. She probably wouldn't even frown even if she knew he drank himself to death in the club. Ye Xiuyuan didn't ask He Mingxian how he knew he was here, because this most famous club in Magic City belonged to the He family. As a friend of the eldest son of the He family, someone must have reported Ye Xiuyuan's whereabouts to He Mingxian. Ye Xiuyuan regretted coming here to drink. He should have found an unfamiliar club earlier. When He Mingxian saw the 5-finger marks on Ye Xiuyuan's face, he smiled strangely and said teasingly, "What's wrong with your face? Did your sister-in-law hit you? Did you hurt her and she kicked you out of bed? Har har har. I've told you a long time ago not to be so rigid. You need to accumulate more experience in this kind of thing. You won't be like this if you date a few more girlfriends. If you get straight to the point right away and act so impatiently, girls will definitely not be able to accept it. Don't drink anymore. I'll take you home. You should apologize to your sister-in-law. Let's get the business done tonight." He Mingxian had been living a dissolute life since college. As a rich second generation, he was handsome and surrounded by beautiful women. He had many girlfriends, but he would only last 3 months at most. Ye Xiuyuan remained single until he married Bai Ruoxue. Ye Xiuyuan just felt that He Mingxian's words were particularly noisy. "Shut up. She's not your sister-in-law, and she's not at home right now." He Mingxian instantly stopped his wanton smile and asked seriously, "What do you mean? Brother Yuan, what happened between you and Bai Ruoxue? Where did she go? They just got married and he was one of the best men. How could such a fuss occur after just a few hours of not seeing each other?" Ye Xiuyuan said nonchalantly, "Go find Chu Zifeng." He Mingxian was furious when he heard this. Fuck. She was called away by Chu Zifeng again. Where are these two bastards? Let's kill them now. I'll get someone to kill Chu Zifeng. He Mingxian stood up angrily and pulled Ye Xiuyuan to walk out. Ye Xiuyuan broke free from He Mingxian's hand and said in a deep voice, "Xian Zi, don't get excited. If you kill him, Bai Ruoxue will not let you go, nor will she let the He family go." Ye Xiuyuan knew that He Mingxian was not joking. Previously, a rich young man called Ye Xiuyuan a dog raised by the Bai family, and He Mingxian directly took people to break the man's legs. The He family lost a lot of money because of this, and He Mingxian was also severely punished. Ye Xiuyuan never doubted the brotherhood between them, which was why he dared to confess his embarrassing moments, because he knew He Mingxian would not laugh at him. Ye Xiuyuan felt very sad when he thought about it. He Mingxian, his brother, would fight with others just because someone insulted him as a dog of the Bai family. However, Bai Ruoxue, the person he risked his life to protect, insulted him bluntly and repeatedly called him her own dog. Ye Xiuyuan felt like he was living a joke. But Ye Xiuyuan couldn't let He Mingxian act impulsively. The Bai family is a top family in Magic City, with assets worth hundreds of billions. Although the He family is a famous family in Magic City, it is still far behind the Bai family. If Bai Ruoxue goes crazy, the He family might really be buried with Chu Zifeng. He Mingxian calmed down and sat on the sofa. He picked up the bottle and took a big gulp of wine. Bang! He Mingxian smashed the wine bottle onto the display screen opposite the coffee table. The display screen exploded instantly and the wine bottle shattered and scattered all over the floor. "Brother Yuan, are we just going to let this matter go and just watch this pair of bitches live together? MD. I thought Bai Ruoxue would be more restrained after marriage, but I didn't expect her to humiliate you like this. This is the first day of marriage, their wedding night. I really can't swallow this. I'll find someone to kill Chu Zifeng secretly. I guarantee that no one will know." He Mingxian knew the relationship between Bai Ruoxue and Chu Zifeng. They went to the same high school. It's useless. Uncle Bai attacked Chu Zifeng before, and Bai Ruoxue sent people to protect him. And even if you succeed, she will blame it on me. Forget it, it's not worth it for such a person. At most 1 year, when Uncle Bai is gone, I will be free. In this way, I have repaid the Bai family for their kindness to me. Ye Xiuyuan drank and spoke, his eyes filled with endless loneliness and sadness. His identity meant that he had no right to demand dignity in front of Bai Ruoxue. Even for a secret divorce, Bai Ruoxue would not agree to it and was determined to cuckold him. He Mingxian spoke up for Ye Xiuyuan. "Brother Yuan, you have paid a lot for the Bai family over the years. You don't owe them anything. If it weren't for you, the Bai family would have fallen into disgrace long ago. It was you who helped Bai Ruoxue secure her position as president. If it weren't for you, she would have been eaten alive by those ferocious shareholders long ago. Bai Yuan already had heart disease, and 3 years ago he was diagnosed with stomach cancer. His health did not allow him to continue running the Bai Group. Bai Ruoxue, who had just graduated, was given the task and hurriedly took the position of president of Bai Group. This move caused the outside world to doubt Bai Ruoxue's ability. No one could believe that Bai Ruoxue, who had no work experience at all, could lead the Bai Group. During that period, the Bai Group faced internal and external troubles. Some people within the company questioned Bai Ruoxue's ability, especially senior veterans and small shareholders, who frequently questioned her decisions and often sang a different tune. There is also suppression from external hostile companies, and shareholders are not optimistic about her. It was Ye Xiuyuan who helped Bai Ruoxue withstand the pressure, and slapped those people in the face with one successful project after another, allowing Bai Ruoxue to secure the position of president. The past is like a passing cloud and cannot be recalled. Ye Xiuyuan waved his hands. You don't understand, if it weren't for the Bai family, I would have died a long time ago. He Mingxian looked very disappointed. You always say that the Bai family saved your life, but they just adopted you. You don't need to be so grateful. Ye Xiuyuan came to Shanghai when he was in junior high school. No one knew what happened to him before junior high school, and he didn't tell anyone that his father was a drug dealer. Apart from the Bai family's father and daughter, only the vampires of the Yi family knew about Ye Xiuyuan's past. Okay, stop talking. Now that you're here, drink with me. Ye Xiuyuan filled He Mingxuan's glass, but He Mingxian was still a little indignant. He ignored Ye Xiuyuan and took another whole bottle of wine and drank it. Everyone has their own way of living. He Mingxian knew that he could not interfere, nor could he change Ye Xiuyuan's attitude. Do you want me to call all the brothers over? Ye Xiuyuan punched He Mingxian. Get lost. Do you want the whole world to know that my wife secretly met her first love on her wedding night? He Mingxian realized that, as the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. If he had not received a report from the hotel manager, he would not have rushed over. Hey! What a fucked up life. You might as well have agreed to my sister's pursuit. She's not bad looking and a school beauty. She's also devoted to you. If you two got married, there wouldn't be these terrible things. Ye Xiuyuan glared at him fiercely. Get lost. Your sister is just a freshman in college, she's not even an adult yet. I'm already 26 years old, 8 or 9 years older than her. How could I do something worse than an animal? He Mingxian seemed very happy to make this happen. What's the big deal? It's better to start early and keep her by your side to raise her. It's great to have a girlfriend raising drama. I'm serious. If you're willing, I'll tell her to wait for you to get a divorce. She'll cry until her eyes go blind if you get married today. Ye Xiuyuan said angrily, You bastard, you just want to hear me call you big brother. He Mingxian looked as if his evil plan had been discovered. Hey, brother-in-law, you found it. Ye Xiuyuan knew that He Mingxian was teasing him on purpose to help him divert his attention from thinking about that bitch Bai Ruoxue. The two of them drank a few more glasses, and He Mingxian felt that it was boring for two grown men to drink. At this moment, he was also getting excited. Brother Yuan. Since that woman Bai Ruoxue is so heartless, don't blame us for being unjust. I'll go get the courtesan and ask her to keep you company. Sometimes the best antidote to healing is a woman. The girls in my club, especially Emperor Ruyan, are not much worse than Bai Ruoxue. But He Mingxian compared them in his mind and felt that the courtesans in her club really could not compare to Bai Ruoxue. Although both of them have fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, many parts of Emperor Ruyan are powered by high technology. She is a little different from Bai Ruoxue, who is naturally beautiful. No matter what. I must find a beautiful girl for Brother Yuan to have sex with today. MD. It's our wedding night, how can we let Brother Yuan stay alone in the empty room? He Mingxian walked out cursing, intending to arrange a woman for Ye Xiuyuan. At this time, Ye Xiuyuan was already drunk and drowsy, his perception was greatly weakened, and his movements were slow. Ye Xiuyuan's eyes were blurry, and he felt dizzy and light-headed. No. No. I don't want a woman, He Mingxian, don't mess around. Chapter 5 Situ Weiyang. He Mingxian pretended not to hear Ye Xiuyuan's refusal. He just wanted Ye Xiuyuan to vent his frustration. Outside the box, He Mingxian called the club manager over. He said arrogantly, Go find 10 of the most beautiful girls, preferably original ones. Oh, and you must call Liu Ruyan over. The manager was a little embarrassed. Master, it's no problem to find 10 girls. But Ruyan already has someone, it's really hard to operate. He Mingxian, it doesn't matter who she is with tonight, even if she is in bed now, you have to call her over. Liu Ruyan is the only one who can be taken advantage of, and He Mingxian is afraid that other women will not be able to catch Ye Xiuyuan's eye. Tell them that if they can make my brother Yuan happy tonight, I will give them 100,000 yuan. If they can win over brother Yuan, I will give them a red envelope of 880,000 yuan. In order to make the beauties work hard, he had to spend a lot of money. If his sister hadn't been locked up at home, he would have wanted to call his sister Ye Xiuyuan to come over. After all, good things should be kept in the family. Mr. He, who are you going to give a red envelope to? Suddenly, an enchanting and charming voice came from behind He Mingxian. The tone was slightly rising, and the ending was long, as if drawing a lingering arc in the air. He Mingxian turned around suddenly, and what came into his sight was a tall and slender figure. She was wearing a black one-shoulder miniskirt, a black diamond-studded shoulder jacket, black stockings on her legs, and a pair of dark red high-heeled shoes with stilettos on her feet. She is like an elegant black swan, exuding irresistible charm in the dark night. Under the dim light, her face was as crystal clear as jade, as haloed as a crescent moon, and she was gentle and graceful, extremely beautiful. Her skin is whiter than snow, her eyes are like a pool of clear water, and when she looks around, she has an elegant and noble temperament that makes people feel ashamed of themselves and dare not blaspheme. The skirt was tailored to fit her body tightly, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. Her slender waist was barely wide enough to be held in one hand, showing her feminine beauty. Her round and perky buttocks were wrapped in the skirt, and as she walked, the beautiful curves were looming, adding a bit of sultry charm. The length of the short skirt just reached the middle of her thighs, revealing her long and straight legs, like two slender jade pillars. The skin on her legs was smooth and delicate, shining with a healthy luster under the light. With every step she took, the lines of her legs were revealed flexibly, as if she was performing a silent temptation. Even He Mingxian, who had seen countless beauties, was stunned for a moment. When he saw the person's face clearly, he asked in surprise, "Miss Situ, why is it you?" Situ Weiyang smiled. "Why, Mr. He doesn't welcome me to come and show your support." He Mingxian waved his hands repeatedly and said respectfully, "No, no. It is an honor for our club to have you here. Manager Liu, why didn't you tell me earlier that Miss Situ would be here tonight too? Give the order that all Miss Situ's consumption tonight will be waived, and send in a few bottles of good wine and a fruit plate." The manager immediately took the responsibility. "Sorry, young master, I will arrange it right away." The club manager was a smart man. Although he didn't know the stunning beauty in front of him, he knew that she must be someone extraordinary since his young master was so respectful to her. Situ Weiyang didn't care about the wine money at all. She asked curiously, "I just heard you say brother Yuan. Is that Ye Xiuyuan?" He Mingxian evaded the question. No, you must have heard it wrong. I heard you right. You just wanted to find a woman for Ye Xiuyuan. I was right behind you and heard it clearly. Especially if I can sleep with him, you will give me a red envelope of 880,000. Situ Weiyang's eyes were bright and extremely sharp, as if she had seen through He Mingxian. He Mingxian knew he could no longer hide it, so he glared at the manager and blamed him for not reminding him earlier. Situ Weiyang pressed, "Tell me, where is he? Why is he here tonight?" This. He Mingxian didn't dare to say it. This was the most embarrassing time for Ye Xiuyuan. He can just spend some money to deal with people outside the circle, and he guarantees that no one dares to gossip about them. But Situ Weiyang was in the same circle. Although she was in the circle of the imperial capital, they would meet each other every day. He Mingxian still didn't want Situ Weiyang to know about Ye Xiuyuan's family affairs. But Situ Weiyang was too powerful for him to handle. And it was rumored that Situ Weiyang was decisive and ruthless in killing, and treated her enemies like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Situ Weiyang's eyes flashed with anxiety. She seemed to be very curious about Ye Xiuyuan's affairs. Her tone gradually became heavier. "You also know that I came to the Magic City today to attend the wedding of Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue. Logically speaking, Ye Xiuyuan should be enjoying the night now, but he appeared here. It can only be that he and Bai Ruoxue are having a conflict. If I were to investigate, you wouldn't be able to hide it from me. Tell me the truth, and I promise not to embarrass you. Otherwise, you know my methods." Situ Weiyang narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a bit of disdain and arrogance. Situ Weiyang did have the capital to say such things. The Situ family was a wealthy family in the imperial capital, and had been passed down for thousands of years. In her eyes, a small family like the He family could only be considered a nouveau riche. Without any foundation, it will be destroyed with just a wave of the hand. He Mingxian smiled bitterly and begged for mercy. No. Miss Situ, you don't have to do this to me. I really can't say it. He Mingxian couldn't figure out Situ Weiyang's purpose. Most women wouldn't be so inquisitive as to find out the whereabouts of a man who was not even a relative to them. Situ Weiyang knew He Mingxuan's dilemma, so she promised, I know you're afraid that I'll leak the news that Ye Xiuyuan showed up at a nightclub on his wedding night. It would be bad if it got out. I promise I won't tell anyone. This was already Situ Weiyang's biggest concession. He Mingxian knew that this woman was not easy to mess with, and it was not an exaggeration to describe her as cruel and ruthless. He Mingxian looked towards the box where Ye Xiuyuan was. Situ Weiyang understood what he meant. She smiled gently and said thank you politely. He Mingxian reached out to hold her, but was scared away by Situ Weiyang's cold look. He Mingxian was startled. Although he was afraid of angering Situ Weiyang, he still wanted to say it. Miss Situ, Ye Xiuyuan is my brother, please don't make things difficult for him. Come to me if you have anything to say. Situ Weiyang gave He Mingxian a charming look, and that look was full of meaning. Coming for you? It's beautiful to think of it, but you are not qualified. Situ Weiyang swayed her body, showing a charming smile, and walked towards Ye Xiuyuan's box. Oh, that's right. Don't arrange any beauties for Ye Xiuyuan, do you understand? Situ Weiyang took a few steps and suddenly turned back and said. He Mingxian nodded hurriedly, yes, I won't arrange it. Situ Weiyang's eyes were cunning. Thank you, Mr. He, I owe you a favor. After Situ Weiyang left, Manager Liu asked anxiously, Master, who is this woman? Why are you so afraid of her? He Mingxian touched the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and said guiltily, who is afraid of her? Don't talk nonsense, how could I be afraid of a woman? He Mingxian has always been unruly. If he doesn't like something, he has only one word to say, fight. But today he seemed to have met his natural enemy, who looked very tough but was actually very weak inside. At first, He Mingxian didn't want to tell Manager Liu about Situ Weiyang's identity, but thinking of Situ Weiyang's style of doing things, he reminded her, remember this face. If she comes to the club again in the future and gets mad, even if she smashes the place to pieces, you can't stop her. Manager Liu had a feeling of being awe-inspiring and nodded blankly. Do you think I'm making a big deal out of nothing? Do you still remember what happened in heaven and earth 1 year ago? She is the one who started it all. He Mingxian asked and answered himself. Manager Liu was so frightened that his eyes were dumbfounded. He said in horror, It's her? Manager Liu finally knew Situ Weiyang's identity. She had the surname Situ and had done something so earth-shattering. There is only the iron-blooded queen in the imperial capital. Mai Yi was not originally the #1 club in Shanghai. The magnificent and beautiful paradise on earth deserves the title of the #1 night show. But later, heaven and earth was destroyed overnight. It is said that heaven and earth was destroyed twice at that time. After the first smash, the person involved was not satisfied and ordered the boss behind Qianshang Renjian to redecorate it, and requested that the decoration style be exactly the same as before. After working overtime on renovations, Qianshang Renjian reopened half a month later, but it was smashed to pieces again that night. After that, the paradise on earth, which cost more than 1 billion yuan in investment, became a ruin and never dared to open for business again. There are several mysterious forces behind Qianshang Renjian, and each one is more powerful than the He family. But these forces dare not speak out and can only swallow their anger. Because her name is Situ Weiyang, not only because she was born in the Situ family, but also because her methods are ruthless. Be cruel to outsiders and even crueler to your own family. 3 years ago, there were 4 people competing for the position of the head of the Situ family. Situ Weiyang was the least noticeable one, she was just an illegitimate daughter of humble status. But later, she succeeded in taking the throne with her iron-blooded skills and became the head of the Situ family. She was only 28 years old. As for the other competitors, they either died in accidents or were thrown into prison. None of them had a good ending. Then Master, are you still going to arrange for the beauty from Master Yi's side? He Mingxian slapped him on the head in anger. You're asking even though you already know the answer, right? Didn't I just promise her? He Mingxian looked towards the box with some worry, wondering what this evil woman Situ Weiyang would do to Ye Xiuyuan. Chapter 6 I have wine, do you have a story? The drunk Ye Xiuyuan vaguely saw a graceful figure walking towards him. Get out. I don't need anyone to accompany me. Ye Xiuyuan thought this was the hostess that he Mingxian had hired, so he pointed at the door and shouted. The beauty ignored him and moved closer to him. She walked towards me, and a faint fragrance spread quietly in the air like a spirit. The fragrance seemed to be there and not there at first, just like the blooming flowers looming in the morning mist, gently stirring people's olfactory nerves. Ye Xiuyuan's irritable mood was calmed, and he couldn't help but indulge in this unique and charming fragrance, as if his whole body and mind were enveloped by her breath and he couldn't extricate himself. The beauty sat next to him. She opened her red lips slightly, her voice was as melodious as a nightingale, but with a hint of laziness and coquettishness. Young Master Yi, why do you have to keep people at a distance? Ye Xiuyuan felt that her voice was somewhat familiar, so he moved closer, trying to get a better look at the woman. Unfortunately, his eyes were foggy and he couldn't see the face clearly, but he felt that the woman in front of him was particularly bright and beautiful, with a natural glow and outstanding temperament. It seemed that he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where for a moment. Ye Xiuyuan asked blankly, "Who are you?" She narrowed her peach blossom eyes slightly, and her eyes seemed to be rippling with autumn water. Just think of me as your drinking buddy. I have wine, you have stories. Do you want to drink? Drink. There was a hint of charming invitation in her voice, which made people's hearts involuntarily follow her tone. Ye Xiuyuan picked up the wine glass and poured it into his mouth. The beautiful woman sitting opposite him followed suit with a smile. Master Yi, isn't tonight your wedding night? Why are you drinking alone in a nightclub? I am not a young master at all. I am just a guard dog raised by the Bai family. You don't have to compliment me. Ye Xiuyuan's faint loneliness and self-deprecation were heartbreaking to hear. This is how the Bai family treats you. The beautiful woman's voice became particularly cold and harsh, like a biting north wind in a cold night, blowing past her ears without any warmth. Especially when she saw the fingerprints on Ye Xiuyuan's face, the temperature seemed to drop to freezing point. Ye Xiuyuan felt that the temperature in the box suddenly dropped by several degrees. Come with me. I'll support you. Ye Xiuyuan smiled bitterly and said, I can't leave. I don't have the right to choose. My wife wants to cheat on me, and I don't even have the right to divorce. Do you think I'm living a pathetic life? The beautiful woman's body trembled slightly, and the wine glass at her lips paused, as if she heard something incredible. Afterwards, she glanced at Ye Xiuyuan angrily again, her eyes dark and unclear, showing dissatisfaction, feeling that he deserved it, and also heartache. After Ye Xiuyuan finished speaking, he took another sip of wine, and the smile on his lips became more bitter and angry. The beauty asked again, so, Bai Ruoxue has someone she loves, and she doesn't want to consummate the marriage with you, so she kicked you out. Ye Xiuyuan nodded, then shook his head. She does have someone in her heart, she loves her first boyfriend. But she didn't kick me out, she just drove to meet that man overnight. That man was injured on my wedding night, and Bai Ruoxue wanted to take care of him, but I disagreed. I took out the divorce agreement and asked her to choose between the two. As long as she leaves today, she must get a divorce. Har har har, am I being petty? I will not allow my woman to be indecisive in marriage. She should either get a divorce or stay at home to take care of her husband and children. I will love and spoil her for the rest of her life. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes lit up and her face was filled with joy. She asked anxiously, did she sign it? Ye Xiuyuan shook his head, a surge of anger suddenly rising in his heart. No. She doesn't want to, she just wants to pursue excitement with the identity of my wife. Bang! Ye Xiuyuan crushed the wine glass in his hand with force, and the glass shards scattered all over the ground. The sharp glass pieces pierced his palm directly, and blood gushed out instantly. The beauty was anxious. You are crazy. Why do you want to hurt yourself? Let go. She hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Ye Xiuyuan's hand, cleaned the glass shards from his hand, and then quickly poured strong liquor on his hand to help disinfect it. After dealing with the problem briefly, she stood up and asked someone to get a medical kit, but Ye Xiuyuan grabbed her wrist. Ye Xiuyuan muttered in a daze. Don't go. Why did you abandon me? Why don't you want me? Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. They don't love me, they don't like me. Situ Weiyang was pulled into Ye Xiuyuan's arms, her round and perky buttocks sitting directly on Ye Xiuyuan's thighs, and her graceful body was hugged tightly. A strong smell of alcohol hit him in the face, and their warm breath carried a faint scent of male hormones that belonged only to Ye Xiuyuan. Situ Weiyang was stunned for a moment and instinctively wanted to push Ye Xiuyuan away, but she suppressed the impulse with all her strength. Ye Xiuyuan's solid chest fits against Situ Weiyang's soft body, and their heartbeats are transmitted through their clothes. Situ Weiyang raised her pretty face slightly, and her breath gently sprayed on Ye Xiuyuan's neck. Situ Weiyang comforted her softly, "I won't leave. I will always be with you." Situ Weiyang raised her hand and stroked Ye Xiuyuan's face, her eyes full of affection. Ye Xiuyuan hugged her tighter, buried his head in Situ Weiyang's arms, and muttered to himself drunkenly, but it was unclear what he was saying. A smile spread from the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, with a hint of cunning. Situ Weiyang was like a mischievous little fox who had just stolen a beloved treasure and was secretly proud of herself. At this moment, He Mingxian, who heard the noise, happened to see this scene through the crack in the door. He was so scared that he was about to take out his cell phone to call the decoration company. Oh my God! Brother Yuan is really risking his life. He even dares to hug Situ Weiyang in his arms. But strangely, Situ Weiyang did not push Ye Xiuyuan away, but comforted him instead. Am I dazzled? Or is this a ghost? The devilish woman Situ Weiyang is actually flirting with Brother Yuan. Oh my God! Inside the house, Situ Weiyang, sensing something, shot a cold look at He Mingxian, frightening him so much that he quickly closed the door. He then consciously stood at the door, acting as a gatekeeper. He Mingxian raised his hand and patted his forehead, smiled bitterly and said, "Sister, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that you really can't beat her." In the box, Situ Weiyang and Ye Xiuyuan hugged each other tightly. The breaths intertwined and entangled with each other, forming a unique and ambiguous atmosphere in this small world, as if time had stopped, and the whole world was left with only the warmth of embracing each other and this inseparable breath. "Xiuyuan, can I take you back to rest?" "Good." Ye Xiuyuan answered promptly and concisely. He hadn't felt such a warm embrace for a long time. Ever since his parents passed away, no one had hugged him again. There is a magical power in Situ Weiyang that makes Ye Xiuyuan fall in love with her uncontrollably. He can open his heart in front of her and follow her without any guard. After getting a positive answer, Situ Weiyang smiled happily, like a child who got the candy he had always longed for. She stood up and supported Ye Xiuyuan, and the two of them walked out unsteadily. Ye Xiuyuan is 185 centimeters tall, which is not considered short, but Situ Weiyang is not much shorter than Ye Xiuyuan when she wears high heels. Situ Weiyang's naked height is estimated to be over 173 centimeters. She is tall but not strong, with a graceful figure, graceful posture, and beautiful curves. As soon as Situ Weiyang opened the door, she saw He Mingxian standing at the door. He Mingxian looked back and was stunned again. Situ Weiyang, who was rumored to be averse to men, hugged her brother Yuan and rested his head on her shoulder. He Mingxian said with a wry smile, "Brother Yuan is drunk. Miss Situ, leave it to me." After he said that, he went to help Ye Xiuyuan. Situ Weiyang refused without hesitation, "No need. He will come with me tonight." He Mingxian was dumbfounded again, as if he was hallucinating. Situ Weiyang wanted to take Brother Yuan away. Situ Weiyang pushed away the stunned He Mingxian and carefully helped Ye Xiuyuan leave. He Mingxian instinctively wanted to follow, but several sturdy women in black suddenly appeared in the dark. They surrounded Situ Weiyang and escorted her all their way. Only when Situ Weiyang and Ye Xiuyuan disappeared from He Mingxian's sight did he react. "My brother Yuan was picked up dead. It was picked up by the iron-blooded Queen Situ Weiyang." Being entangled with such a woman, He Mingxian didn't know whether to feel lucky or sad for Ye Xiuyuan. Chapter 7 I Wish He Had Not Been Married. My Yi Club, another supreme box. The box was filled with some of the most prominent second-generation scions of wealthy families in Shanghai. Leading the group was a noble young man from a wealthy family. His facial features were deep and distinct, and his high nose bridge stood straight like a mountain, dividing his face into perfect proportions. His sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, thick, black and neat, and below the eyebrows were a pair of narrow eyes, with dark pupils like an abyss that was bottomless. He lowered his eyes, looked at the time on his watch, frowned, and became a little impatient. he said dissatisfiedly. Why did Weiyang take so long? You go and take a look. Situ Weiyang just went out to answer a phone call, but it's been almost half an hour and she hasn't come back yet. The bodyguard standing at the door. Yes, master. They didn't know yet that Situ Weiyang had already left the club and took a man with her. After a while, the bodyguard came back and reported, Master, the people in the club said that they saw Miss Situ had left. The young master of the Wang family frowned even deeper, with a hint of resentment on his face. A reckless young man slammed the table and stood up. Humph. This Situ Weiyang is really arrogant. We respectfully invited her to drink, but she just walked away after greeting us. She didn't even say hello when she left. She really didn't give us any face at all. That's right, Master Wang, why do you have to focus all your attention on her? We have other daughters from other families in Magic City for you to choose from. Inside the room, these noble young masters and young ladies all spoke up for the young master of the Wang family, and their tone was full of dissatisfaction with Situ Weiyang. This young master of the Wang family, Wang Yangzhou, is the eldest son of the first family in Magic City. He is almost 30 this year, but he has not yet married, just because he met Situ Weiyang once when he was young. That glance left a deep impression on him and completely captured the heart of the eldest son of the Wang family. Over the years, Wang Yangzhou has been pursuing Situ Weiyang, but to no avail. Wang Yangzhou excused Situ Weiyang, saying, Weiyang attended a wedding today and had a day of socializing. She must be tired. Come, let's drink. Call a group of girls to come in and drink with us. Under the leadership of Wang Yangzhou, no one dared to disrespect him, and the scene became lively again. At this time, someone suddenly talked about Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue's wedding. That lucky Ye Xiuyuan really got what he wanted and actually married the most beautiful woman in our Magic City. Bai Ruoxue has the title of the most beautiful woman in the Magic City. Her beauty is well deserved and there are many people who admire her. Back then, my family offered a betrothal gift to their Bai family, but unfortunately, that old man Bai Yuan didn't want to. In the end, they actually found a live-in son-in-law. If I had known that the Bai family was looking for a live-in son-in-law, I would have recommended myself. One girl said frankly, come on, Bai Ruoxue will never fall for you with your ugly appearance. Ye Xiuyuan is handsome, and it's not an exaggeration to describe him as handsome. Moreover, he is very capable. It is because of him that the Bai family has not only survived, but has also grown steadily, with profits doubling every year in the financial statements. He and Bai Ruoxue are a perfect match. If they work together in the future, they might even surpass. She became more and more excited as she spoke, and it was obvious that she was a fan of Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue. But the faces of the other people in the room had changed. Someone stopped her. Xiaoya, stop talking. At this time, Xiaoya realized that the Wang family and the Bai family had a grudge. She quickly apologized. Sorry, Mr. Wang, I was drunk and talking nonsense. Wang Yangzhou waved his hand, looking calm and composed, as if he didn't care about it. In order to please the Wang family, some people began to discredit Bai Ruoxue and Ye Xiuyuan. You all don't know that Ye Xiuyuan is actually a phoenix man. He is the adopted son of the Bai family and has a lowly status. Sooner or later, the Bai family will regret it, and by then, all the Bai family's decades of foundation will have been taken advantage of by Ye Xiuyuan. Moreover, he will definitely kick Bai Ruoxue out. No. It was Bai Ruoxue who wanted to kick Ye Xiuyuan out. In fact, Bai Ruoxue already had someone she liked. She had been in love since high school and had always been reluctant to let him go. She married Ye Xiuyuan only because she had no choice. The Bai family needed a capable man like Ye Xiuyuan. Wang Yangzhou seemed very interested in this matter. He asked, Oh? How do you know so much? Bai Ruoxue and I went to the same high school, and Ye Xiuyuan was also from the same school as us. We all knew that Bai Ruoxue had a relationship in high school, but Bai Yuan didn't agree with it later. It is said that before marriage, Bai Ruoxue had always been entangled with her first love, and everyone in the Bai family's company was well aware of this. She was already engaged to Ye Xiuyuan at that time. Really? Bai Ruoxue is actually such a woman. I always thought she was a pure and innocent goddess, but I never thought she would have such a wanton side. Who is that man? Doesn't that mean Ye Xiuyuan is being cuckolded? Alas, how many wealthy families' marriages are based on true love. One of them is after money, the other is after sex. I guess they will just play with each other in the future. Many people were surprised, as if they had just met Bai Ruoxue for the first time. The filter of Bai Yueguang goddess was shattered to the ground. The insider revealed more and more information, as if she had seen Bai Ruoxue having an affair with her own eyes. Wang Yangzhao had a mysterious smile on his face, but when he suddenly thought of Situ Weiyang, the smile dimmed a little. In the car, Situ Weiyang rested Ye Xiuyuan's head on her slender thighs, and one hand gently stroked his back to help him relieve the discomfort in his stomach. Seeing Ye Xiuyuan frowning, her mood suddenly turned bad. Drive steadily. Yes. The bodyguard who was driving the car stepped lighter on the accelerator and brakes. Even if there were still 10 seconds left before the street light, she didn't dare to rush to it. She could only slide in advance, and she didn't even dare to step on the brakes any longer. She really wanted to complain that this customized Rolls-Royce had the best shock absorption system, and it was unstable in some way. Xiao Qi, notify the hotel and ask them to prepare a bowl of hangover soup and some light food. He has only been drinking tonight and has not eaten anything. His stomach must be very uncomfortable. Okay, miss. Is there anything else you need? Situ Weiyang's assistant, Mo Xiaoqi, quickly poked her head out from the passenger seat. Situ Weiyang thought for a moment and ordered, prepare another set of clothes for him to wear. Okay. Mo Xiaoqi is still in a daze. How could the always ruthless Situ Weiyang become a gentle, considerate little wife? She has always been served by others, with everything provided for her. But now, Situ Weiyang took the initiative to consider this man's food, clothing, housing and transportation. Is the young lady going to sleep with this man tonight? Miss, what are you doing? Doesn't this man have a wife? Mo Xiaoqi sat in the passenger seat nervously, cautiously glancing at the rearview mirror out of the corner of her eye, secretly paying attention to what was happening in the back seat. In the back row, Ye Xiuyuan was still resting his head on Situ Weiyang's long legs. He even twisted his head to find a comfortable position. Situ Weiyang's lower body remained motionless, quietly acting as a pillow, while she stroked Ye Xiuyuan's back and massaged his forehead to relieve his discomfort. The affection in her eyes seems to be able to melt people, and the smile on the corner of her mouth is like a spring flower, bright and moving. Mo Xiaoqi had never seen Situ Weiyang like this. In her impression, the eldest daughter of the Situ family always had a sharp light flashing in her eyes. His face was stern and aloof, as if carved out of ice and snow, and he had never before shown such a gentle smile. Because of the living environment she has lived in since she was a child, she is either on guard against other people's calculations or on the way to calculating others. If she wasn't ruthless, her end would be even more tragic. Mo Xiaoqi was thinking, if only this man hadn't been married. Chapter 8. Sorry, she may not be faithful to her husband, but I cannot be unfaithful to his husband. The car arrived at the entrance of Emperor Hotel. Situ Weiyang refused the help of the bodyguards and waiters, and she supported Ye Xiuyuan upstairs alone. After arriving at the presidential suite, she drove everyone out and took care of Ye Xiuyuan personally. Mo Xiaoqi hesitated to speak. She felt that Situ Weiyang had gone insane. What was he trying to do? He already had a wife. But Situ Weiyang's long-standing majesty made her dare not speak to persuade him. The door closed, leaving only Ye Xiuyuan and Situ Weiyang in the room. Wine. Give me wine, I want to drink. Ye Xiuyuan, lying on the bed, was still restless. He slapped the bed and shouted that he wanted to drink. But the next moment, his face suddenly turned painful, and one hand tightly covered his stomach. His originally resolute face now looked a little pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing him giving up on himself and not taking his own body seriously, Situ Weiyang couldn't help but yelled angrily, "Drink, drink, drink until you die." Although she complained, her body was still very conscious. Situ Weiyang took small steps and walked lightly to their bed. After taking off her coat, she hugged Ye Xiuyuan in her arms and gently massaged his temples. She's just a woman, look how hurt you are. Besides her, you can try to accept other women. For a woman who doesn't love you, you hurt yourself like this, but she doesn't feel bad when she sees you. On the contrary, those who truly love you feel bad. Situ Weiyang stared at Ye Xiuyuan with sharp eyes. He was wearing a well-cut white shirt with the collar slightly open, revealing a small piece of his strong chest. He was casual yet elegant, and his healthy complexion was flushed. Looking at his well-defined face, his jawline was firm and smooth, as if it had been cut by a knife. His slightly raised Adam's apple slid up and down when he swallowed, exuding a unique charm. His hair is a little messy, but he still looks handsome. His lips parted slightly, exhaling warm breath that smelled of alcohol. They were so close that their breaths intertwined, warm and lingering. The air suddenly became hot and unbearable, and everything around seemed so quiet. Situ Weiyang couldn't help but become obsessed. Ripples appeared in her eyes, and as if possessed by a ghost, she slowly leaned over and lowered her head, as if she wanted to have a kiss. Unfortunately, her wish did not come true. Ye Xiuyuan suddenly opened his eyes, and their eyes met, with shock in their eyes. Situ Weiyang, who was always calm and composed and never surprised by fame or disgrace, blushed for a rare moment. The blush climbed up her cheek and extended along her graceful curve to her earlobe. Situ Weiyang quickly let go of Ye Xiuyuan and retreated to the head of the bed, pretending to remain calm. Ye Xiuyuan was still confused. Where am I? Who are you? Ye Xiuyuan had a splitting headache and could not remember anything. He slapped his head hard to wake up. Situ Weiyang suddenly burst into tears. While Ye Xiuyuan was not paying attention, she tore the stockings on her legs, pulled down the neckline of her skirt, and broke the shoulder straps, looking like she was being bullied. She was like a fox spirit that had practiced Taoism for thousands of years and transformed into a human form. She was charming with a hint of laziness, cunning but also revealing a hint of innocence. Woo woo. Ye Xiuyuan heard the sound and looked over, and was immediately stunned. Seeing Situ Weiyang's exposed snow-white skin and charming face, Ye Xiuyuan's face turned red instantly. He was at a loss, and his hands and feet were uneasy. And when Situ Weiyang saw that an adult like him actually blushed, she found it even more amusing. When Ye Xiuyuan saw clearly that it was Situ Weiyang, he was almost scared to death. Miss Situ. What have I done? Ye Xiuyuan rolled off the bed, his face full of horror, as if he had done something worse than an animal. Ye Xiuyuan, I kindly brought you to the hotel to rest, but I didn't expect you to treat me like this. Woo woo, my innocence is gone. How can I get married in the future? Situ Weiyang cried with tears in her eyes, looking so lovely and pitiful. Ye Xiuyuan tried hard to recall what happened just now, but he had no memory of it at all. He only remembered that Bai Ruoxue went to find Chuzifen, and he was feeling depressed, so he went to the club to drink, and then he met He Mingxian, and he wanted to find a girl to accompany him. He seemed to be hugging their hostess and crying. The memory stops here and I can't remember anything more. What do you mean by you? Ye Xiuyuan, you are such a ruthless person. I saw you drinking alone, so I tried to comfort you. I was afraid that you might end up sleeping on the street, so I took you back to the hotel. I never thought you would actually assault me. Ye Xiuyuan always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find a way out. The club belonged to He Mingxian, and it was impossible for him to sleep on the street. But at the moment, Situ Weiyang looked like this, with tattered clothes, her skirt pulled down to her thighs, and her black stockings torn into several big holes, revealing large areas of snow-white skin, crystal clear, with a strong sense of contrast. Although he felt that he would not do such a beastly thing, he really had no way to defend himself. Could it be that he gave up on himself because Bai Ruoxue was looking for a man outside and planned to fight back in the same way? But it can't be Situ Weiyang. If he offends this woman, even gods can't save him. Alas, Ye Xiuyuan could only accept his fate. Miss Situ, I'm sorry, I must have been drunk and reckless. I can't make up for the harm I have done to you. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. Situ Weiyang asked coldly, whatever conditions I put forward, will you agree? Ye Xiuyuan said firmly, yes. Even if it costs me my life, I will accept it. Okay then. I don't want your life, I want you to marry me. What? Ye Xiuyuan stood there, his face full of astonishment and surprise, as if time had frozen at this moment. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. Situ Weiyang asked coldly, why? You don't want to? Could it be that I have wronged you? Ye Xiuyuan explained, no, it's me who is not worthy of you. But I'm already married, you know that. She has treated you like that, aren't you planning to get a divorce? I will wait for you to get divorced and then marry me, but as soon as possible. How do you know that? You told me that in the club, crying and complaining to me. Ye Xiuyuan was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole with his toes and bury himself in it. It turned out that the hostess in the club was Situ Weiyang. I'm sorry, Miss Situ. I may not be able to agree to your request. I can't make the decision on the divorce. Ye Xiuyuan really couldn't make the decision on his own. Bai Ruoxue didn't want to divorce, and he couldn't file for divorce, as that would only make Bai Yuan angry to death. Although Bai Ruoxue is cruel, he cannot be unjust. The Bai family has raised him for so many years, he cannot do such a cold-blooded and heartless thing. Situ Weiyang knew Ye Xiuyuan's character and his situation in the Bai family. Okay, I won't force you to divorce now. Anyway, once the old man of the Bai family dies, Bai Ruoxue will definitely take the initiative to ask for a divorce. I have waited for so long, it doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. What did you say? Wait for what? Ye Xiuyuan seemed to smell a conspiracy, but unfortunately Situ Weiyang spoke the following sentence in a very low voice, and he was drunk, so his senses were not very sensitive. I said I'll wait for you to divorce and marry me. Situ Weiyang swallowed nervously and almost got exposed. Ye Xiuyuan had no experience in dealing with women, and he only had eyes for Bai Ruoxue, but Bai Ruoxue was always cold to him. Situ Weiyang fooled her with just a few words and she was almost signing a contract to sell herself on the spot. We agreed that you would marry me after your divorce. I had no choice but to marry you, don't think I must marry you. Situ Weiyang pulled the quilt over herself, covering herself up completely. She had already exposed what she should have exposed, and it was no longer fresh after seeing it too much. Situ Weiyang, let me ask you, how far have you and Bai Ruoxue gone? Have you slept with each other? How many times have you had sex? As my intended husband, I want to know your level of chastity. Ye Xiuyuan didn't expect that Situ Weiyang would even ask about such a private matter. He said vaguely, no. It didn't happen. Situ Weiyang was obviously not satisfied with this answer. She frowned angrily. What do you mean? Nothing happened. Hugging, kissing, going to bed, how far did you get? Ye Xiuyuan felt more and more ashamed. Although he and Bai Ruoxue grew up together and got engaged a year ago, he and Bai Ruoxue had never done anything intimate before. The only time, which was tonight, he hugged Bai Ruoxue angrily and kissed her back. Ye Xiuyuan confessed honestly, there was a hug, but no kiss, and I didn't cross the line. Apart from Bai Ruoxue, I don't have an ex-girlfriend, and I have always kept myself clean. Really? Situ Weiyang was delighted when she heard this, and a smile as bright as the warm spring sun bloomed on her face. Her eyes narrowed into two curved slits, but the bright light could still be seen from them. However, because Ye Xiuyuan felt embarrassed, he kept looking down at the patterns on the carpet and missed the bright smile on Situ Weiyang's face. Well, I definitely didn't lie to you at all. Situ Weiyang was so happy that she quickly suppressed her joy and hid the happiness on her brows. Very good. You have to keep it up. During the continuation of your marriage, I will not allow the two of you to have any intimate behavior, do you understand? Don't worry, I will definitely follow the same rules. Of course Ye Xiuyuan agreed. He was extremely disappointed with Bai Ruoxue. Bai Ruoxue was already someone else's woman, and he would feel uncomfortable and disgusted even if she hugged him. Besides, Bai Ruoxue has always been resistant to him, so nothing will ever happen between them. Ye Xiuyuan and Situ Weiyang reached an agreement that after Bai Yuan passed away, he would divorce Bai Ruoxue and then marry Situ Weiyang. Although he didn't know whether marrying Situ Weiyang was right or wrong, since he had already defiled the girl's innocence, he had to take responsibility to the end. This was what his mother taught him. We must not go back on our word, we must not abandon someone after having fun with them, and we must be grateful and repay the kindness they have shown us. Then Miss Situ, I will go back first. Ye Xiuyuan was about to get up and say goodbye. Situ Weiyang didn't even think about it and tried to persuade him to stay. No, you can't leave, you have to stay with me tonight. Ye Xiuyuan paused slightly, but still insisted on leaving. He knew what Situ Weiyang meant. If he really stayed, given Situ Weiyang's appearance and figure, it would be hard for something not to happen. Situ Weiyang asked in confusion, why? Bai Ruoxue is not at home tonight, she might be making love with that man. Situ Weiyang's words were like a sledgehammer, hitting Ye Xiuyuan's broken heart hard. He didn't dare to think about those scenes, he knew Chu Zifeng's injury must be a lie. They met late at night, both of them were willing, considering the relationship between Bai Ruoxue and his ex-lover, it wouldn't be surprising if they had a fight. Situ Weiyang continued to tempt him, why do you have to remain chaste for her? Besides, you have already agreed to marry me. I am now your fiancé. Stay here. She'll be the first and you'll be the 15th. It's tit for tat. I'm willing to let you toss me around. Situ Weiyang's words were indeed very tempting. She herself was even more charming, of noble status, and with unrivaled beauty. If a man could have a romantic moment with her, he would jump for excitement. Unfortunately, she met Ye Xiuyuan. I'm sorry, she can be unfaithful to her husband, but I can't be unfaithful to her husband. I just acted like that because I was drunk, but I can't do that when I'm sober. Situ Weiyang didn't expect Ye Xiuyuan to refuse so straightforwardly, but this result seemed to be within her expectations. Situ Weiyang smiled sweetly. Okay, you really have principles, now I feel relieved. I was just testing you just now, go back now. Knowing that Situ Weiyang was just testing his bottom line, Ye Xiuyuan felt a little disappointed for some reason. You should go to bed early. After saying goodbye, Ye Xiuyuan turned and left the room. Chapter 9: Cutting Off the Past. As soon as Ye Xiuyuan went out, he saw Mo Xieqi waiting at the door. When Mo Xieqi saw Ye Xiuyuan coming out so quickly, she was surprised. Gu tilde, Yi, Mr. Yi. Mo Xieqi originally wanted to change the name directly, but she couldn't figure out whether Ye Xiuyuan was kicked out or came out after completing the task, so she didn't dare to call him blindly. He came out less than half an hour after he went in. It shouldn't be over so quickly, right? Besides, with the young lady's charm, no man would be willing to come out, and he would have to torment her all night long. Then you can only be kicked out. Could it be that Ye Xiuyuan is a silver-coated wax spear, good-looking but useless? No wonder his wife drove him out to drink alone on his wedding night. It turns out that it's not okay. Mo Xieqi felt a pity in her heart and looked at Ye Xiuyuan with a hint of pity in her eyes. Ye Xiuyuan had no idea what this young assistant was thinking about him. Ye Xiuyuan knew that Mo Xieqi was Situ Weiyang's assistant. He smiled and nodded politely, then left the hotel. After Ye Xiuyuan walked away, Mo Xieqi knocked on the door and entered Situ Weiyang's room. At this time, Situ Weiyang had not changed her clothes yet. Her stockings were torn, her skirt was half removed, her shoulders and thighs were exposed, and her eyes were red and watery from crying. She looked like she had been ravaged. Situ Weiyang looks so tempting now, charming, enchanting, and pitiful, just looking at her makes people's blood boil. Mo Xieqi was horrified. If she hadn't known that Ye Xiuyuan was brought into their house by the eldest lady herself, she would have asked the bodyguards to kill Ye Xiuyuan. So, were they playing so intensely just now? Mo Xieqi imagined what had just happened in the room. Ye Xiuyuan was acting like a beast, and Situ Weiyang was reluctant to accept him, but at the last moment, she found that Ye Xiuyuan was flashy and superficial, so the eldest lady drove him out in anger. Mo Xieqi was a little nervous at the moment. She heard from her college roommate in an emotional night chat that unsatisfied women are scary, with mood swings and bad tempers. Situ Weiyang asked cheerfully, Xieqi, why don't you rest so late? Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Mo Xieqi felt suspicious. Why was the eldest lady smiling and caring about her for the first time? She didn't dare to think too much. Business was the most important thing. Miss, the bodyguards found someone following Mr. Yi. When they arrived at the hotel, they were secretly filming. We caught them on the spot. After interrogation, we learned that it was a little star named Chu Zifeng who ordered it. Oh tilde. Miss, how should we deal with this? Situ Weiyang seemed to be in a happier mood. She walked gracefully to the wine cabinet and poured herself a glass of red wine. The crystal-clear wine glass contrasts beautifully with her white fingers. She tilted her head back slightly and slowly put the dark red liquid into her mouth. Inadvertently, a drop of red wine slipped from the corner of her mouth, slowly flowed down her swan-like slender neck, and flowed into the deep groove, leaving a faint mark on her delicate white skin. The strong color difference made Mo Xieqi, a woman, moved. Situ Weiyang's eyes are blurred and charming, sexy and enchanting, revealing an indescribable temptation. It seems like someone is more anxious than me to get him to divorce. Release him, return the camera and photos to them, and pretend nothing happened. Mo Xieqi was a little confused about Situ Weiyang's thoughts, but she didn't dare to ask more. Okay, miss, I'll arrange it right away. Mo Xieqi turned and left. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, her sexual orientation would be affected. Xiaoqi, do you think it's appropriate for me to let Ye Xiuyuan be the son-in-law of the Situ family? A storm was brewing in Mo Xiaoqi's mind. Is Ye Xiuyuan capable or not? Suddenly thinking of the eldest lady's attitude towards the voyeur, Mo Xiaoqi had an epiphany. Of course it's appropriate. You two are simply a match made in heaven, a perfect couple, a perfect couple. Mo Xiaoqi frantically searched her mind for words of praise and praised them to the point that if they didn't get married, even God wouldn't be able to bear it and it would probably snow in June. Sure enough, Mo Xiaoqi's praise touched Situ Weiyang's heart. Very good. This month's bonus will be doubled. Mo Xiaoqi knew that she guessed right. Miss, you should go to bed early. I will go and separate them right now. No. I will just go with the flow. Mo Xiaoqi looked excited and hurried out to make arrangements. And Situ Weiyang in the room poured herself another glass of red wine. She touched the non-existent crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and said shyly, drinking more red wine before going to bed can prevent oxidation and aging, and keep the skin moisturized, delicate and smooth. I will drink a small glass every night from now on. I can't let him think I'm old Tilder. Situ Weiyang is 28 years old this year, which is the age of maturity and beauty. She is like a ripe peach, fresh and tempting. But she was still very nervous. After all, she was 2 years older than Ye Xiuyuan. It didn't matter before, but now there is an expectation and she has to maintain a perfect posture at all times. Thinking of this, she walked towards the bathroom again, planning to take a bath and replenish water on her skin. Ye Xiuyuan took a taxi back to the bridal chamber, and as expected, Bai Ruoxue did not come back. Although I have given up, my heart still hurts, especially when the red candlelight is still flickering, which is so dazzling in the empty and silent bridal room. Ye Xiuyuan came to the master bedroom and took out the wedding gift he had carefully prepared from a cabinet, as well as a love letter that he had written 8 years ago. The gift was not very precious, it was the only relic left to him by his mother. It was a jade bracelet of ordinary quality, and although the quality of the jade was not top-notch, Ye Xiuyuan personally inlaid gold threads on the bracelet, and the thin gold threads were woven into an exquisite plum blossom shape. Plum blossom is Bai Ruoxue's favorite variety. This gift is destined to never be given away. Thinking of how he had worked so hard to add a touch of brilliance to this humble gift, and how many golden threads he had wasted in his practice, Ye Xiuyuan felt very sorry, and sadness filled his heart again. He put the bracelet back into the box, wrapped it carefully, then took out a suitcase and put it in. Then he opened the envelope and took out the love letter he had treasured for many years. The love letter begins with an ancient poem. Oh! I want to know you, and we can live long and never grow old. The mountains have no peaks, the rivers have run dry. Thunder roars in winter, snow falls in summer. Only when heaven and earth unite, will I dare to break off with you. Ruoxue, my love for you will never waver even if the seas run dry and the rocks crumble, or the sky collapses and the earth breaks apart. You are the dawn that redeems my life. I am willing to burn myself to let you shine farther and brighter. Ye Xiuyuan loved Bai Ruoxue, and he loved her deeply. He originally thought that Bai Ruoxue loved him too, but he didn't expect that Bai Ruoxue's destined child was not him. When he was ready to hand the love letter to Bai Ruoxue with full of welcome, what greeted him was the news that Bai Ruoxue and Chu Zifeng were together. And he was labeled as a traitor, becoming a despicable villain with evil ambitions who joined forces with foreign enemies to murder Bai Ruoxue. If Bai Yuan hadn't believed him, he would have been tortured to death. Ye Xiuyuan didn't want to think about that painful memory. Hiss! Hiss! Ye Xiuyuan tore the love letter into pieces in a few seconds and threw it into the trash can along with the envelope. Also lost was Ye Xiuyuan's love for Bai Ruoxue. From now on, he is just a dog of the Bai family until Bai Yuan dies, and then he will be free. Ye Xiuyuan simply packed up his things. Since it was his wedding room and he had never lived here before, he didn't have many personal belongings with him. One suitcase is more than enough. Blowing out the candles, turning off the lights, Ye Xiuyuan left without looking back. Even though his stomach felt awful and his head was splitting, he couldn't possibly stay here waiting for a woman who would never come back. Chapter 10 Mrs. Chu. A private hospital in Hangzhou. In the VIP ward, Bai Ruoxue rushed all the way and finally arrived after more than 2 hours. When she arrived, the wound on Chu Zifeng's leg had been bandaged. Now he was lying on the bed, receiving an anti-inflammatory injection. His agent, Liu Jie, was waiting on the side. When Chu Zifeng saw Bai Ruoxue, he immediately struggled to sit up. Ruoxue! You are finally here. I asked you to come all the way here so late. You must have had a hard time on the way. Bai Ruoxue stepped forward quickly and held Chu Zifeng's shoulders. Lie down and don't move. This will open the wound. Chu Zifeng felt warm in his heart, and he reached out and held Bai Ruoxue's jade hand. Chu Zifeng looked at Bai Ruoxue with eyes full of affection. Ruoxue, I am so touched that you can come. But Bai Ruoxue did not respond. She silently pulled her hand out of Chu Zifeng's. Then she came to Liu Jie. Bang! Bai Ruoxue slapped Liu Jie hard on the face, and as if she was still not satisfied, she kicked him on the thigh. This ferocious side frightened both Liu Jie and Chu Zifeng. Liu Jie didn't dare to fight back. He covered his face and said aggrievedly, Boss Bai, what are you doing? What did I do wrong? Why are you humiliating me like this? Bai Ruoxue sneered, are you asking even though you already know the answer? Bang! Bai Ruoxue slapped him in the face again. Liu Jie was angry but dared not say anything. He could only look at Chu Zifeng with grievance. Chu Zifeng tried to stop her and said, Ruoxue, forget it. What happened today really has nothing to do with Liu Jie. I fell down accidentally. Chu Zifeng thought that Bai Ruoxue felt sorry for him when she saw him injured, and blamed Liu Jie for not taking good care of him. Bai Ruoxue's face was as cold as a snowy mountain. The chill that kept people away from her frightened Liu Jie so much that he trembled all over. Sure enough, after Chu Zifeng finished speaking, Bai Ruoxue stopped hitting Liu Jie. Chu Zifeng waved his hand and asked Liu Jie to leave. Liu Jie didn't dare to stay in the room, so he quickly left the ward, leaving Bai Ruoxue and Chu Zifeng alone. Chu Zifeng was in a good mood. The fact that Bai Ruoxue came on their wedding night and fought for him showed that she still loved him. Ye Xiuyuan, even if you are more handsome than me, more capable than me, and loyal to the Bai family, so what? Bai Ruoxue still likes me. Even if you are already married, I can make you divorce. When Chu Zifeng came back to his senses, he saw Bai Ruoxue staring at his wound in a daze. He quickly comforted her, Ruoxue, don't worry. My injury is not that serious. If I rest well, there will be no sequelae. By the way, Ruoxue, you came here tonight. Did Ye Xiuyuan get mad at you? Will it affect your relationship as husband and wife? Hearing Chu Zifeng mention Ye Xiuyuan, Bai Ruoxue felt inexplicably palpitating in her heart. This feeling started when she left the bridal chamber, and it reached its peak when she arrived at the hospital just now. This made her anxious and she couldn't find the reason. So she hit Liu Jie, just to vent her anger. It's okay, he doesn't dare to have any opinions. Although she said this, Bai Ruoxue still thought of the passionate and eager kiss when Ye Xiuyuan hugged her from behind, and the cold and decisive look when he took out the divorce agreement. Thinking of the divorce agreement, Bai Ruoxue finally realized that Ye Xiuyuan had prepared the divorce agreement before the marriage. He had never planned to grow old with her from the beginning. The anger in Bai Ruoxue's eyes burned even more fiercely. Seeing Bai Ruoxue so angry, Chu Zifeng naturally thought that she was also not happy with this marriage. Chu Zifeng instigated, hey! I don't know what Uncle Bai is thinking. He knows that Ye Xiuyuan is a man with bad intentions, but he still wants to hand you and the company over to him. If this happens in the future. Chu Zifeng successfully brought back the memories that Bai Ruoxue least wanted to recall. Bai Ruoxue's rage completely exploded, and she shouted angrily, enough! Stop talking! Bai Ruoxue really wanted to go back to Ye Xiuyuan and ask him clearly why he treated her like this and why he didn't cherish him after he got her. Since you're okay, I'll go back to the Magic City and come to see you another day. How could Chu Zifeng let her leave? His goal had not yet been achieved. Chu Zifeng held Bai Ruoxue's hand and said with a wronged look on his face, Ruoxue, please don't leave. You are my only relative, and if you leave me, I really don't know how to live. I know that what I am asking for is too much. After all, you are already someone else's wife, but I still want you to stay with me, just for this night. From now on, I will never disturb you and Ye Xiuyuan again. Bai Ruoxue thought of Chu Zifeng's mother, the nanny who was beaten into a vegetable by the gangsters in order to save her, and her heart softened again. This time, Bai Ruoxue did not push Chu Zifeng's hand away, and let Chu Zifeng hold her hand. Zifeng, even if I get married, I will still be your friend. No matter what you need in the future, I will do my best to help you. Bai Ruoxue stayed and became Chu Zifeng's family member, staying by his bedside in the ward. When the doctor came in to check on Chu Zifeng at night, he saw Bai Ruoxue's extraordinary beauty and was instantly stunned by her beauty. When the doctor saw the wedding ring on Bai Ruoxue's right ring finger, he said with envy, "Mr. Chu is so lucky to have such a beautiful wife." Bai Ruoxue was about to explain, but Chu Zifeng answered first, "Har har har, right. I think my wife is beautiful too." Bai Ruoxue looked at Chu Zifeng's face filled with happiness and longing, but she did not expose the lie. "You two are a perfect match. Mrs. Chu, let me tell you about the precautions for nursing care." After the doctor left, Bai Ruoxue immediately warned, "Zifeng, I am already Ye Xiuyuan's wife, so you should be more careful with your words in the future. I don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings." "Ruoxue, I know. I just can't accept it. If I were more capable, Uncle Bai wouldn't marry you to Ye Xiuyuan. Can you give me a chance? Wait for me, wait until I become strong enough, wait until Uncle Bai no longer looks down on me. You and Ye Xiuyuan divorce, and we can be together for real." Chu Zifeng almost said something wrong. He almost said that after the old man Bai Yuan died, no one would stop them. Bai Ruoxue did not respond to him. She looked indifferent and no one knew what she was thinking. "Hey. I know you look down on me, I'm just the son of a nanny. But I really love you very much, I will marry you in this life. I am willing to wait, even if there will be no descendants in the future, I will wait until the day you and Ye Xiuyuan divorce. However, I will go against my mother's wishes and cannot continue the Chu family's bloodline." Bai Ruoxue sighed softly, the pressure in her heart doubled. She had promised Chu Zifeng's mother that she would take good care of Chu Zifeng. But she never thought of sacrificing her own happiness. But Ye Xiuyuan also had problems, and it was unknown how far they could go. Bai Ruoxue had thought that if she really got divorced in the future, she actually wanted to live out her life alone. "Okay. If Ye Xiuyuan and I divorce, I will marry you." Bai Ruoxue thought she was trying to make Chu Zifeng happy and agreed to marry him after the divorce. But Bai Ruoxue kept a secret. She said if. She had already made up her mind. Even if she was entangled to death, she was unwilling to divorce Ye Xiuyuan. "Really?" Chu Zifeng's face was filled with joy, and he hugged Bai Ruoxue in his arms. Bai Ruoxue reacted quickly and pushed him away as soon as they made contact. But after Chu Zifeng was pushed onto the hospital bed, he immediately covered his injured leg and cried out in pain. "Ar! It hurts. The wound must have split." Bai Ruoxue was frightened and immediately became afraid. She asked with concern, "Zifeng, are you okay? Is it serious? I'll go get a doctor for you now." Bai Ruoxue hurriedly left the ward and went to find a doctor. But when Bai Ruoxue left the ward, Chu Zifeng's crying stopped abruptly. "You're still as easy to deceive as ever. But you're too principled and won't let me get close to you." When the doctor came over, he stopped Bai Ruoxue at the door. They said they wanted to re-bandage the patient's wound and were afraid of bacterial interference, so they didn't allow anyone to watch. Bai Ruoxue waited anxiously outside the ward. After a while, she saw medical staff coming out carrying some bloody gauze. Bai Ruoxue looked at the bloody gauze and felt very upset. She actually accidentally hurt Chu Zifeng. The nurse said, "Mrs. Chu, you can come in. Mr. Chu's wound has been rebandaged." Bai Ruoxue didn't bother to correct the nurse's address and hurried into the ward. "Hey, I just told you to take good care of the patient. The stitches you just made." The doctor severely reprimanded Bai Ruoxue. Bai Ruoxue had no words to express her grievances, so she could only admit her mistake. Fortunately, Chu Zifeng came to her rescue and the doctor let her go. Bai Ruoxue felt very guilty for causing Chu Zifeng's wound to rupture. Next, she was more careful when taking care of him. It was not until the second half of the night that she was so exhausted after a day of organizing a wedding and driving for 2 hours overnight that she fell asleep on the sofa. Chapter 11, Shocking News. The next day, early in the morning, the doctor came to check on the patient. After checking the room, Liu Jie also came over with breakfast. Looking at the light white porridge, Chu Zifeng obviously had no appetite. Bai Ruoxue didn't get a good rest the night before and looked tired. But he still managed to comfort her. "Zifeng, just eat a little. I'll take you to a big meal after you recover." Bai Ruoxue had a nightmare last night. She dreamed that her mother, who had passed away many years ago, turned into a ghost and confessed her feelings to her. She cried her heart out. But suddenly, his mother's face turned into Ye Xiuyuan. He reached out to wipe away her tears and told her that they would never see each other again in this life. Bai Ruoxue was completely awakened. After waking up, she found that her hair was wet with tears, and the anxiety surged in her heart again. She really wanted to call Ye Xiuyuan, but she hesitated while holding the phone and gave up. At this time, Chuzafeng was sleeping soundly, snoring loudly, and he didn't look like he was injured at all. Bai Ruoxue couldn't fall asleep anymore. Chuzafeng, I don't want to eat. I don't have much appetite. And there's salt water hanging on my hands, so it's not convenient to eat. Bai Ruoxue remained patient. I'll call the nurse over and have him feed you. No. I don't want it. Ruoxue, please feed me. I am really not feeling well and my hands are too weak. My wound opened last night and I dared not move too much. Perhaps out of guilt, Bai Ruoxue had no choice but to feed him. Chuzafeng was as happy as a child who had eaten candy. Thank you Ruoxue, you are so good to me. If I can marry you, it would be a blessing that I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. By the way, have you ever taken care of Ye Xiuyuan like this? Bai Ruoxue paused holding the spoon, looking a little dazed. She thought of the time when Ye Xiuyuan had a social event and drank so much that he had stomach bleeding. When she rushed to the hospital, she saw from the window that Ye Xiuyuan was drinking porridge with one hand and was busy flipping through the project plan with the other hand. He was also receiving an for drip. Bai Ruoxue did not go in to disturb him until Ye Xiuyuan raised his hand too high and blood flowed back into the syringe, which he did not notice. Seeing that her health was recovering more and more, she pushed the door open and walked in. At that time, Ye Xiuyuan's reaction seemed to be astonishment, then he pulled out the needle without hesitation and stood up to report to Bai Ruoxue. Because at that time Ye Xiuyuan thought Bai Ruoxue came to inquire about the progress of the project. Ye Xiuyuan was like an emotionless machine, always working hard for the Bai family. Even if he was injured occasionally, he would hide in a corner and lick his wounds. The only time I saw Ye Xiuyuan getting emotional was last night, and she slapped him in the face. Chuzafeng, Ruoxue, what are you thinking about? Oh, I suddenly remembered that I have something important to deal with. I'll be out for a while. Bai Ruoxue didn't have the heart to continue feeding her, so she put down the tableware and walked out. Ruoxue. This time, Chuzafeng's call did not make Bai Ruoxue turn back. Humph. Bitch, you must be thinking of Ye Xiuyuan again. Chuzafeng slapped the bed angrily, cursing and looking jealous. Liu Jie looked towards the door, fearing that Bai Ruoxue might suddenly come in. Oh, my master Chu, please speak a little more quietly. If Bai Ruoxue doesn't go far, it will be troublesome. Chuzafeng didn't care. Humph. What are you afraid of? As long as my mother is alive, Bai Ruoxue will always owe me. If she dies, Bai Ruoxue will live in guilt for the rest of her life and will only be grateful to me. Liu Jie deliberately asked, Yes. Do you hope that the old lady will die later or? Chuzafeng said without hesitation, of course the sooner the better. Once my mother dies, Bai Ruoxue will owe me a greater debt. When the time comes, if I ask her to do something for me, will she refuse? When I was driven out of the country by that old fellow Bai Yuan, I wanted to take action. Unfortunately, Bai Ruoxue had people guarding me, so I didn't have the chance to do it. Perhaps because he was too proud of himself, Chuzafeng dared to say anything. By the time he reacted, he had finished saying these words. Chuzafeng glared at Liu Jie. Liu Jie immediately waved his hand. Mr. Chu, don't worry, I won't tell anyone a word about these things. We are in the same boat. I am still waiting for you to marry Bai Ruoxue, and I will live a life of luxury with you. Chuzafeng was very satisfied with Liu Jie's performance. It's good to know, keep these secrets to yourself. Then, Chuzafeng pointed to the bouquet of flowers on the windowsill. Everything has been recorded. Find someone to expose it online. I want everyone to know that Bai Ruoxue is my woman, and Ye Xiuyuan is the shameless third party. Remember. Delete all the content that shouldn't be kept, and don't let anyone else know. Liu Jie immediately took out a miniature camera from the flowers and carefully hid it in his pocket. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I'm an old hand at this kind of thing and I won't let you down. I can hype this up this morning and it will definitely be on the front page. Chuzafeng couldn't wait to hear that. Okay. Go ahead. Bai Yuan, you old fool. I'll see if I can piss you off to death this time. If they don't get divorced, I'll take your surname. It was so early in the morning, Bai Ruoxue didn't have any urgent work to do. Moreover, today was the second day after her wedding, and no one would come to disturb her and Ye Xiuyuan's newlywed life so early in the morning. Bai Ruoxue was wondering, if she hadn't left last night, what would she and Ye Xiuyuan be doing now? If they were a normal couple, they would probably be hugging each other and sleeping soundly now. No, Ye Xiuyuan should have gotten up to make breakfast for her. Since her senior year in high school, she has never eaten the food cooked by Ye Xiuyuan again. It's not that Ye Xiuyuan stopped cooking, but she refused to eat it anymore. Bai Ruoxue inexplicably missed Ye Xiuyuan's cooking skills. She took out her cell phone and opened the call log again. Not a single call or text message. Ye Xiuyuan is indeed Ye Xiuyuan. If he says he won't care about her, then he really won't care about her. Bai Ruoxue angrily said, Ye Xiuyuan? Your wife didn't come home all night, and you weren't worried at all. Not only did you not call her, you didn't even send her a text message. What on earth do you want to do? Could it be that you feel safe and secure now that you're married, and you don't even want to pretend anymore? Before, she would be called away by Chuzefeng. But Ye Xiuyuan would call her from time to time or send her a text message to ask her. Although she didn't answer the phone or reply to text messages, she still felt inexplicably at ease after receiving these. Originally, I felt a little guilty towards Ye Xiuyuan, but now it was gone. Bai Ruoxue said angrily, I would never call you. Since you don't care about me, I don't care whether you live or die. But she didn't want to go back to the ward. Facing Chuzefeng and being with Chuzefeng, she always felt depressed. Bai Ruoxue planned to take a nap in the car as she didn't get enough rest last night. Just when Bai Ruoxue was sleeping, an uproar broke out on the internet. The private date between a first-line male star and a mysterious woman was exposed, shocking the entire internet. So you are this kind of Mrs. Chu. Whose wife are you? A rich girl is two-timing and has an affair with a famous male star while married. On the wedding night, the cold girl always secretly meets her ex-boyfriend. There are all kinds of posts all over the internet. These are not just short essays, there are also photos and videos underneath. In the photo, Bai Ruoxue came to the ward late at night dressed stunningly. Then she held Chuzefeng's hand and looked at him lovingly. And when the two of them were alone in a room, Bai Ruoxue took care of Chuzefeng with her delicate hands. In the morning, Bai Ruoxue fed Chuzefeng porridge. Finally, there were a few videos in which the doctor called Bai Ruoxue Mrs. Chu and praised her beauty. Chuzefeng readily accepted it, and Bai Ruoxue also acquiesced. The most explosive video is when Chuzefeng asked Bai Ruoxue if she was willing to marry him, and her answer was yes. Oh my god! Is this true? My brain is about to explode. What on earth is going on? I woke up to find such a big news. Why is the aristocratic circle so chaotic? Let me first add a little bit about the character's identity. Bai Ruoxue is the only daughter of the Bai family in Shanghai, and the female president of a group company with a market value of 100 billion. She just got married yesterday. The man is the vice president of the Bai Group. Almost all the big shots in the country attended the wedding. The male protagonist in the video is a rising star, Chuzefeng, who has only returned to China in the past 6 months. He used to hang out in South Korea. People have been exposing photos of Bai Ruoxue and Ye Xiuyuan's wedding one after another. At the grand wedding scene, the man was handsome and the woman was stunningly beautiful. Judging from their looks alone, they were the most perfect couple. This Ye Xiuyuan is not bad either, his looks and temperament are even better than the star Chuzefeng. What is Bai Ruoxue trying to do, meeting a mistress on the wedding night? Who is the mistress? Your whole family is a mistress, but our brother phone is not a mistress. Can't you see it yourself? It's obvious that Ye Xiuyuan is the mistress. Bai Ruoxue doesn't love him at all. She loves our brother Zefeng. That's right. You are blind. Let Ye Xiuyuan be more conscious and take the initiative to divorce. Otherwise, our phone group will never let him go. Chuzefeng has millions of fans after all, and his brainless fans are indeed going crazy on the internet, shouting and killing Ye Xiuyuan and forcing him to divorce Bai Ruoxue. Bai Ruoxue and Chuzefeng have been together for a long time. They were high school classmates and have been together since their senior year. It's a large international company after all, but the CEO's private life is so messy and she has no manners at all. Even if a woman like this is as beautiful as a fairy, she should be put in a pig cage. What the above person said is right. This evil trend of rich people doing whatever they want must be curbed. Let the Bai family go bankrupt. Without money, I don't think this bitch can support a male celebrity. Under the guidance of some people, the focus of public opinion was on the Bai Group. As soon as the stock market opened in the morning, the share prices of several listed companies under the Bai Group fell across the board. In less than an hour, the stock price dropped by 7%. And it is still falling. It's not just the stock price. Many partners who knew about the Bai family's situation also called one after another, indicating that they would terminate the cooperation if the problem was not resolved. Chapter 12 Public Opinion Impacts the Bai Family. Bai Ruoxue originally wanted to take a nap, but unexpectedly she fell asleep as soon as she relaxed. She was so tired, physically and mentally exhausted. The phone ran out of battery and shut down because it hadn't been charged overnight. This made Bai Ruoxue's secretary Ye Xiuyuan very anxious. Ye Xiuyuan couldn't get through to Bai Ruoxue on the phone, so she had no choice but to call Ye Xiuyuan. Ye Xiuyuan's phone calls were always connected, which was also Ye Xiuyuan's usual work attitude. His phone was always turned on, he worked meticulously, and never delayed work due to personal matters. Ye Xiuyuan asked cautiously, "Mr. Yi, you?" Ye Xiuyuan really didn't want to make this call. What Bai Ruoxue did was a great shame for any man. But the Bai Group is in a critical situation now, and someone must step up to take charge of the situation. Ye Xiuyuan said indifferently, his voice was a little hoarse, dull, and with a strong nasal tone, "Xiao, I already know about this matter. Notify the Group's Public Relations Department to contact major online platforms to delete those posts. Let the Ministry of Justice take action, find out who exposed this incident, and those who talk nonsense online, and sue them all until they go bankrupt. Then find someone to buy Hot Topics, put a few other big melons on it, attract firepower, and divert public attention as soon as possible. Cough 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 cough. Also, we will issue a statement in the name of the Bai Group headquarters to sincerely apologize. We will give the public and partners a reasonable explanation. We must also issue a notice within the group to stabilize the morale of the employees and tell them that the Bai Group will not fall." Ye Xiuyuan was very calm, so calm that it was frightening, as if he was not one of the parties involved in this incident. Ye Xiuyuan was indifferent to Bai Ruoxue's cheating. He never got angry from beginning to end, nor did he blame Bai Ruoxue at all. In the eyes of ordinary people, Ye Xiuyuan doesn't love Bai Ruoxue at all, so he behaves so indifferently. If Ye Xiuyuan didn't live with them day and night, she would feel the same way. In fact, she could see that Ye Xiuyuan loved Bai Ruoxue very much. It was because he loved Bai Ruoxue so much that she felt so confident and caused such a terrible disaster. Ye Xiuyuan's mind flashed with all the little things Ye Xiuyuan had done for Bai Ruoxue, which made her, Bai Ruoxue's secretary, feel that it was not worth it for Ye Xiuyuan. "Are you listening?" Ye Xiuyuan asked coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he started coughing violently again, cough cough cough. Ye Xiuyuan was stunned for a moment, and quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Yi, I have written it down." Ye Xiuyuan paused for a moment, and she asked softly, "Mr. Yi, are you okay?" Ye Xiuyuan still couldn't help but be concerned about Ye Xiuyuan's physical condition. His cough just now looked very serious. Ye Xiuyuan's throat seemed to be polished by sandpaper. "I'm fine, can't you contact Mr. Bai?" Ye Xiuyuan felt a little ashamed. Boss Bai's phone is still turned off. We keep in touch with her, and send someone to Hangzhou Hospital to find her as soon as possible and tell her not to do anything stupid. Ye Xiuyuan didn't expect that at this time, Ye Xiuyuan was still worried about Bai Ruoxue, worried that she would be cyberbullied and would not be able to accept it. Ye Xiuyuan really wanted to comfort him, but she didn't know how to start. "You go and make the arrangements first. I'll be at the company in a bit." Without waiting for Ye Xiuyuan to react, Ye Xiuyuan hung up the phone first. Bai Group, President's office. With Ye Xiuyuan, the backbone, speaking the words, Ye Xiuyuan instantly stopped panicking. Ye Xiuyuan carried out Ye Xiuyuan's instructions in an orderly manner. The giant ship of the Bai Group gradually began to fight back, but unfortunately, after implementing many measures, the effect was minimal, and shareholders and netizens were not buying it. Ye Xiuyuan called Bai Ruoxue again, but unfortunately the phone was still turned off. Ye Xiuyuan frowned, looking worried. "Hey, Mr. Bai, what are you doing? You don't cherish a gifted child like Mr. Yi, but you have to mess around with him." Bai Ruoxue secretly met her ex-boyfriend on her wedding night and said hurtful words. Now even her personal secretary can't stand it anymore. Long before Ye Xiuyuan called Ye Xiuyuan's assistant Cheng Shu had already told him what happened on the internet. Ye Xiuyuan immediately called several major partners and stabilized these partners. Ye Xiuyuan called his assistant, Cheng Shu, come to my house now and pick me up to go to the company. Ye Xiuyuan had a hangover last night and is not very clear-headed now. In addition, he was blown by a cold breeze after drinking, and the cold air entered his body. Ye Xiuyuan has a serious cold. He couldn't drive at all, so he could only call Cheng Shu to pick him up. Okay, Mr. Yi. But where should I go? Cheng Shu didn't know which house he went to. He thought Ye Xiuyuan spent the night in the bridal chamber yesterday, but he was not sure. My previous house, in the apartment. Wait, the old man called me, I'll get back to you later. This incident eventually alarmed the head of the Bai family, Bai Yuan. Ye Xiuyuan cancelled his plan to go to the company and asked Cheng Shu to take him to the Bai family's old house. Bai's house, living room. Bai Yuan was sitting on the sofa with a cane, discussing something with his personal legal advisor Wu Guangji. Ye Xiuyuan walked forward and greeted them one by one. Uncle Bai. Lawyer Wu. Bai Yuan's body, which was originally as straight as a pine tree, was now thin and weak due to illness, and his tightly furrowed brows were filled with fatigue and haggardness that were difficult to conceal. His face was thin, his cheekbones were high, his skin was sagging and sallow, and his lips were dry, cracked, and bloodless. Bai Yuan said dissatisfiedly, Xiuyuan, why are you calling me back again? Call me Daddy. Dad. Ye Xiuyuan didn't dare to refute, he immediately changed the address. Although Bai Yuan is seriously ill, he has been active in the business world for many years and his aura as a leader is surging. Bai Yuan asked seriously, Ye Xiuyuan went to see Chu Zifeng last night, did you know? No. I know you didn't stop him and watched him make mistakes. Bai Yuan was so angry that he hit Ye Xiuyuan on the leg with a stick. Ye Xiuyuan bent his knees and knelt directly in front of Bai Yuan. I'm sorry, Dad. It's my fault for not taking good care of Ye Xiuyuan. And it caused, the company is in crisis. Ye Xiuyuan's cold was getting worse, as if a ball of wet cotton was blocking deep in his throat, and his breath was struggling to pass through it, making his speech intermittent. Hey. Get up, kneel down like a real man, what are you doing? No matter how angry Bai Yuan was, he stopped after Ye Xiuyuan knelt down. At least in this matter, Ye Xiuyuan was not at fault. Ye Xiuyuan coughed and stood up weakly. Bai Yuan's lawyer, Wu Guangji, stepped forward and supported him. Boss Xiao Yi, you were fine yesterday, how come you caught a cold like this overnight? Oh, you're still running a fever. After Wu Guangji touched Ye Xiuyuan, he immediately noticed that Ye Xiuyuan's body temperature was not right. Ye Xiuyuan gave him a reassuring look, it's just a minor cold, it's nothing serious. Bai Yuan naturally also noticed that Ye Xiuyuan was in an abnormal condition at this time. Hey, it's all because of that kid Ruoxue. Look how much he made you. Aunt Wang, bring the medicine box over, take my son-in-law's temperature, and give him some cold medicine to reduce his fever quickly. The Bai family's nanny, Wang Mar, bowed and replied, yes, master. Bai Yuan pointed at the sofa and said, everyone, sit down. I called you here to see how we can get through this crisis. It was confirmed that Bai Ruoxue had cheated on her husband on her wedding day, although there was no intimate physical interaction between the two in the photos and videos. But Bai Ruoxue admitted that she would marry Chu Zifeng after the divorce, and she also tacitly agreed to others calling her Mrs. Chu. Her extramarital affair with Chu Zifeng could never be cleared up. Bai Yuan, old Wu, tell Xiuyuan about the current situation. Wu Guangji, okay, boss. Mr. Xiao Yi, the current situation of the Bai Group is not optimistic. Not to mention that some partners have already clamored to terminate the contract, the problems in the stock market alone are enough to make us suffer. Someone seemed to have known in advance that the Bai family would face this scandal, and they made plans to sell off the Bai Group early on. Now the stock price has been falling. If we don't stabilize it, our stock price will most likely collapse. Ye Xiuyuan didn't expect that the matter would become so serious and that there were malicious intentions targeting the Bai family. Ye Xiuyuan said calmly, it seems that someone is deliberately setting this up. This is a trap. They are using Miss Bai. Unconsciously, Ye Xiuyuan changed the way he addressed Bai Ruoxue. Bai Yuan's expression changed slightly, as if he understood something. No man would accept a wife like Bai Ruoxue, let alone Ye Xiuyuan, who is extremely arrogant in nature. Wu Guangji seemed not to have heard it. He continued, just now, the boss has given me the maximum authority to mobilize all funds and do my best to protect the company's stock price. We must not let those short sellers succeed. Your task here is to stabilize those partners. Don't let them terminate the contract. Otherwise, more negative news will be reported, and the market will be even less optimistic about our Bai Group. Ye Xiuyuan nodded firmly. Lawyer Wu, don't worry. I will definitely do my best. Wu Guangji was a little worried about Ye Xiuyuan's health. He felt that Ye Xiuyuan must be exhausted after such a thing happened. This illness was also caused by anger and excessive mental stress. Wu Guangji patted Ye Xiuyuan on the shoulder. Boss, Mr. Xiao Yi, I'll be busy now. Wu Guangji had an arduous task, so he just said goodbye and left. Chapter 13, Self-Destruction. After Wu Guangji left, the living room became much quieter. Neither the father-in-law nor the son-in-law spoke. Aunt Wang brought the medicine box and took Ye Xiuyuan's temperature. Oh! Son-in-law, your fever has reached 39.5 degrees. You? Mother Wang was a little anxious. She wanted Ye Xiuyuan to go to the hospital to see a doctor, but then she thought that the Bai family was in trouble now. Ye Xiuyuan said with a smile, it's okay, please give me some antipyretic medicine. I'm as strong as a bull, don't you know that, Aunt Wang? He had lived in the Bai family for several years and was naturally familiar with Wang Mar. Why? As Wang Mar took the medicine, she sighed. She knew Ye Xiuyuan was strong, but it was because of such a strong body that he became sick due to anger. She had mixed feelings in her heart. Ye Xiuyuan took some antipyretics and felt much better. Bai Yuan no longer had a tense expression on his face, but his already weak body looked even older. This time someone is deliberately targeting our Bai family, and you are one of the victims. I didn't want you to face these problems, but now I really have no one to use. Xiexue is too emotional and can't be used for a long time. In the future, the Bai family will still be handed over to you. So, cultivate your distance. Don't bear a grudge against Xiexue for now, and concentrate on getting through this difficult time. I will give you an explanation. Even if Xiexue bears a grudge against me for the rest of her life, I will get rid of that evil Chu Zifeng. This is not the first or second time Bai Yuan has wanted to deal with Chu Zifeng. He sent him abroad in his senior year of high school, and then half a year ago, Chu Zifeng secretly returned to China and was discovered by Bai Yuan, so he also planned to get rid of him. But he was stopped by Bai Ruoxue every time, and she was even willing to threaten death to save Chu Zifeng. This time, Ye Xiuyuan really didn't want to care about the relationship between Bai Ruoxue and Chu Zifeng, he even wanted to help them both. Ye Xiuyuan was too tired, he was like a machine, working non-stop for 3 years. He wanted to take a good rest for a while, but he wanted to help the Bai family get through this crisis. Ye Xiuyuan, Dad, I know the seriousness of the matter, and I will not panic. Before coming here, I have arranged for the company's public relations, legal affairs, and administrative departments to perform their respective duties and find a way to suppress this matter. Bai Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He admired this about Ye Xiuyuan. No matter what happened, he could remain as still as a mountain and sit as steady as a peak. Very good. I saw long ago that you are someone who can accomplish great things. Don't worry, my old bones are still intact and I can help you hold on. The Bai family will not be defeated so easily. Xiexue was just confused for a moment. She still likes you. Don't worry, she knows her limits and won't do anything stupid. Bai Yuan's words and actions still meant to ease the relationship between Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue, and to prevent Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue from having a bad relationship. Dad, Ye Xiuyuan wanted to tell Bai Yuan about his divorce, but he was worried that Bai Yuan's body would not be able to withstand another blow. At this time, Ye Xiuyuan's phone rang. What? How could this happen? Okay. I got it. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiuyuan's face looked extremely ugly and ashen. Bai Yuan asked anxiously, Xiuyuan, what happened? Ye Xiuyuan knew that he couldn't hide these things from Bai Yuan, so he said slowly, Dad, several partners jointly issued a statement announcing the termination of the contract with Bai Group. Shortly after they issued the statement, the company's stock price fell another 5 percentage points. But. Bai Yuan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed on the sofa, holding his chest, breathing rapidly and disordered. Uncle Bai. How are you? Are you okay? Auntie Wang, where are Uncle Bai's heart medicines? Bai Yuan was so angry that he suffered a heart attack and had difficulty breathing. When Aunt Wang heard the noise, she rushed over. The medicine is in the master's pocket, give it to the master quickly. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiuyuan hurriedly fed Bai Yuan the medicine. There was chaos in the Bai family's old house. If Bai Yuan was angered to death at this time, the Bai family would really be doomed. Fortunately, Bai Yuan survived. Where's Bai Ruoxue? Go find her. Go find her. This rebellious girl, is she really going to watch the Bai family fall apart for the sake of Chu Zifeng? Cough cough cough. Wang Ma cried when she heard these words, Master, please stop talking. Have a good rest. With the son-in-law here, the Bai family will be fine. Ye Xiuyuan nodded repeatedly, Dad, I have a way to save the Bai family. Don't worry. I have a way. This method was thought of by Ye Xiuyuan on his way to Bai's house. It could instantly reverse the direction of public opinion and restore Bai Ruoxue's reputation. He didn't want to use it at first, but seeing Bai Yuan's condition, he couldn't bear the blow anymore. He didn't care about much. Do you have a solution? Tell me what it is. Bai Yuan grabbed Ye Xiuyuan's hand and said anxiously. Ye Xiuyuan looked at Bai Yuan's old face and grey hair, and he became more determined in his decision. Ye Xiuyuan knelt in front of Bai Yuan again, his expression serious and compassionate. Dad. This is the last time I'm calling you this. Bai Yuan and Wang Ma were stunned. Bai Yuan was stunned and angry. Xiuyuan, what do you mean? Are you going to divorce Ye Xiuyuan at this time? Wang Ma was also surprised. No, son-in-law. Miss did something wrong, but it's not necessary to divorce. Besides, the Bai family needs you right now. Ye Xiuyuan looked lonely and desolate. He shook his head slowly. Uncle Bai, Aunt Wang, please listen to me first. The main attack point of this conspiracy against the Bai family is the eldest daughter. Similarly, if we want to break the situation, we can only start with the eldest daughter. Ye Xiuyuan completely changed his name and became the adopted son of the Bai family again, or in other words, the loyal dog of the Bai family. This also proves that his marriage with Bai Ruoxue has come to an end. Bai Yuan looked mournful. He pointed at Ye Xiuyuan tremblingly and said, Ye Xiuyuan, what on earth are you going to do? Ye Xiuyuan, Uncle Bai, I want to disclose what happened that year. The eldest lady was kidnapped that year, and it was Chu Zifeng and his mother who risked their lives to protect the eldest lady. Chu Zifeng's mother was also beaten into a vegetable because of this. As long as Chu Zifeng is portrayed as a hero and his mother's loyalty to her master is exposed, proving that he and the eldest lady are truly in love, public opinion will turn around. That's right, this is Ye Xiuyuan's plan. A hero saves a beautiful girl, and lovers finally get married. This kind of drama needs to be described in a more tragic way. I believe many netizens will support Bai Ruoxue and Chu Zifeng being together. However, there is still a lack of a villain role, and Ye Xiuyuan feels that he is qualified for the role. He is the despicable adopted son of the Bai family, a hypocritical villain with evil intentions who plans to wipe out the Bai family. Bai Ruoxue had to marry him out of helplessness, so she could take this opportunity to set things right. Back then, the young lady suspected that I was the mastermind behind the incident, and all the evidence pointed to me. As long as I am handed over, I believe no one will think that there is anything wrong with the relationship between the young lady and Chu Zifeng. After Ye Xiuyuan finished telling his plan, Bai Yuan and Wang Ma were slow to react. They never expected that Ye Xiuyuan's plan was to sacrifice himself to help Bai Ruoxue and Chu Zifeng. They were all witnesses of what happened back then. Wang Ma was overwhelmed with grief. She said anxiously, No. I don't agree. That will completely ruin you. Master, you believed in Xiuyuan back then. He is not the kind of person who betrays his own people. Xiuyuan, he loves the young lady so much, how could he do that to the young lady, woo-woo? As Wang Ma was talking, she started to cry because she saw the heartbeat in Bai Yuan's eyes. Bai Yuan supports Ye Xiuyuan's self-destruction plan. Chapter 14 That year's meteor shower night. 7 years ago. Just before the college entrance examination, Bai Ruoxue suddenly decided to go to Xishan Villa to watch meteors. She only told Ye Xiuyuan about this matter because she prepared a surprise for Ye Xiuyuan. But when Bai Ruoxue arrived at the villa, she found that the kidnappers were already waiting there. But Ye Xiuyuan, who was always punctual, was nowhere to be seen. Bai Ruoxue was frightened by the sudden appearance of several men with ill intentions. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Get out now, or I will call the police. Even as a middle school student, Bai Ruoxue was already graceful and charming. With her one-in-a-million beauty and figure, she was the undisputed school beauty of the entire high school. Countless admirers came one after another, but she rejected them all. Although she is still a minor, she has matured and has an enviable figure with perfect proportions. In addition, she has exquisite and flawless facial features and a cold, noble and otherworldly temperament. This made the kidnappers' evil intentions grow even stronger. Har har har, little beauty, you should save some strength for screaming later. You are so beautiful. I can't bear to see you cry. I will be gentler later. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to get my hands on her today. I can't wait. Get out of their way and line up at the back. I'll go first. When their evil claws reached out to Bai Ruoxue, she was completely desperate. Bai Ruoxue would rather end her own life than fall into the hands of these evil people. Especially when she knew that they were going to record the process of humiliating her and use it to blackmail Bai Yuan, she felt worse than death. At this moment, the nanny hiding in the villa rushed out. It was she who created a chance for Bai Ruoxue to escape. But it was also because of this that the nanny was severely injured by the kidnappers and eventually became a vegetable. Bai Ruoxue, who managed to escape, met Xu Zifeng again. With his help, Bai Ruoxue was able to escape. The police arrived quickly and all the kidnappers were arrested, including Ye Xiuyuan. Bai Ruoxue was ultimately unable to see the meteor shower, and she herself was nearly killed. This painful memory was like a nightmare that often haunted her. And she would never have the chance to give Ye Xiuyuan the surprise she had for him. It was also from this time that Bai Ruoxue's personality changed drastically. She became taciturn and cold as ice, distant, cold, and out of reach. Xiuyuan, do you know what this means? Bai Yuan drove Wang Ma away and called Ye Xiuyuan to the study. Ye Xiuyuan nodded. I know, I am committing suicide. But you saved my life, so a little honor and disgrace is not worth mentioning. Bai Yuan was very pleased. This once again proved his vision and he was not wrong about the person. Bai Yuan, Xiuyuan, I believe you would never do such a thing. How could you be bribed? But the evidence back then was really unfavorable to you. Xiexue, she still refuses to forgive you for this reason. I have been investigating the truth for years, but to no avail. Ye Xiuyuan said calmly, Uncle Bai, this is good. These evidences just give us a chance to break the impasse. It has been 7 years since the dirty water on Ye Xiuyuan was washed away, but it still cannot be washed away. First of all, there were the confessions of the kidnappers, who all pointed out that it was Ye Xiuyuan who took them to the villa. If it were just confessions, it would be fine, but the key point was that one of the kidnappers was actually Ye Xiuyuan's childhood friend. Just based on this point, Ye Xiuyuan cannot get rid of the suspicion. Secondly, there was suddenly an extra 1 million in Ye Xiuyuan's bank account, and he himself didn't know who transferred it to him. Finally, this is something that Bai Ruoxue still feels aggrieved about. Ye Xiuyuan was actually having an affair with Wang Yuyan, the second daughter of the Wang family. Someone saw Wang Yuyan confess her love to Ye Xiuyuan, and Ye Xiuyuan agreed. Someone saw the two of them go to a hotel together. Wang Yuyan confessed her love first, and Bai Ruoxue was killed later, and both happened on the same day. The Wang family and the Bai family are mortal enemies, and they will fight to the death. How could Bai Ruoxue not suspect that Ye Xiuyuan was colluding with the Wang family and wanted to use her as a gift? Even if they wanted to frame Ye Xiuyuan, the Wang family would not sacrifice their own daughter. Uncle Bai, if you have no objection, I will arrange it right away. Ye Xiuyuan stood up slowly, his eyes calm and indifferent, as if it was not him who was about to have his future ruined. Bai Yuan called him in a deep voice, wait. Xiuyuan? You and Xiexue, what are you going to do? The Bai family is Bai Yuan's hard work, and he must save it. Even if it means sacrificing Ye Xiuyuan, just like his father did back then. But he couldn't ignore Bai Ruoxue's happiness. He knew his daughter's thoughts very well. Can you give Xiexue a chance? A trace of compassion flashed in Ye Xiuyuan's calm eyes, but also relief. When what happened back then was made public, I was already a rat crossing the street and everyone wanted to kill me. It would definitely be unrealistic for me to maintain a husband and wife relationship with the young lady. The two of us. Ye Xiuyuan paused, then said, the only option is divorce. This may be the best ending. The two lovers will finally get married and will never do anything sneaky because of me again. Uncle Bai, the eldest lady, has always been obsessed with Chu Zifeng. I will help them. Even if Bai Yuan had a heart of steel, he burst into tears at this moment. He had no way to keep Ye Xiuyuan. As Ye Xiuyuan said, after the incident was exposed, Ye Xiuyuan would only be infamous and he was not worthy of Bai Ruoxue. By then, even if Bai Ruoxue agreed, the shareholders would not be willing to keep Ye Xiuyuan. Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue's wedding lasted only one day before it came to an end. Even though he was heartbroken, Bai Yuan could only accept Ye Xiuyuan's choice. Xiuyuan, it is my Bai family who is sorry for you. Ye Xiuyuan handed Bai Yuan a piece of paper and said, Uncle Bai, the Bai family has never wronged me. I owe the Bai family. Back then, my father almost put you in jail, but you saved me from the quagmire without regard for the past. If it weren't for you, I would have died on the street. Bai Yuan hesitated. Xiuyuan, actually your father. Your father also helped me a lot in the past. You don't have to feel that you owe me the Bai family. Ye Xiuyuan didn't ask any more questions. He walked out with heavy steps. Uncle Bai, please take care of yourself. If I have the chance, I will come to see you again. Time waits for no one. Ye Xiuyuan needs to hurry up and make arrangements. Chapter 15 Crazy Bai Ruoxue. Hangzhou, hospital parking lot. Bai Ruoxue lay quietly in the car, like a sleeping fairy. The sunlight shone through the car window onto her face, adding a soft glow to her. Suddenly, her body trembled violently and her eyes opened instantly. Her originally calm face was filled with fear, as if she had just woken up from a terrible nightmare. Her breathing was rapid and disordered, her chest was rising and falling violently, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Bai Ruoxue looked out the window blankly, holding her chest and muttering, Why? Why have I always felt uneasy these past 2 days? What on earth happened? When she turned on her phone to check the time, she found that the phone had run out of battery and was turned off. Fortunately, it can be charged in the car. After charging and turning on the phone, Bai Ruoxue was stunned by the dense flow of text messages and call alerts. SMS, WeChat, and call reminders are all 99 plus. Bai Ruoxue suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She suspected that Ye Xiuyuan was angry that she didn't go home last night and was deliberately making trouble. Bai Ruoxue frowned, a trace of resentment flashed across her beautiful face. Ye Xiuyuan, you only have this much tolerance. Compared to what you did back then, I am nothing now. But before she could check the content of these messages, He Qian called. After the call was connected, He Qian was extremely excited. My dear lady, your phone is finally turned on. Where are you now? Something big has happened. Bai Ruoxue said nonchalantly, Why are you panicking? It's just Ye Xiuyuan looking for trouble. He's only capable of that. I'll take care of him when I get back. He Qian sneered in her heart. If it wasn't for the sake of keeping her job, she really wanted to scold this woman for being so ungrateful. He Qian changed her usual respectful manner and spoke quickly. Boss Bai, it's not that something happened to Boss Yi, no, something happened to him now. Hey, I can't explain it clearly in a few words, go and check it out yourself on the internet. Well, you'd better come back as soon as possible. Bai Ruoxue was a little confused as to what had happened. Moreover, He Qian's tone of voice had changed today, as if she was dissatisfied with her. Bai Ruoxue opened Weibo in a daze. Only then did she realize that the top 10 trending searches were all related to her. Seeing those eye-catching headlines above, Bai Ruoxue's body seemed to be frozen in ice, motionless, even her breathing and heartbeat stopped. Bai Ruoxue tried her best to control her trembling hands and opened the posts one by one. Shocked, Bai Ruoxue, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, runs for love and secretly meets her lover on her wedding night. It turns out that the person Bai Ruoxue truly loves is the popular young actor Chu Zifeng. Wait until I get divorced, I will marry you. Oath of love. Bai Ruoxue's face turned pale and bloodless in an instant, like a piece of white paper. No. That's not it. You're all talking nonsense, I didn't do that. Looking at those ambiguous photos and the irrefutable videos, Bai Ruoxue couldn't even find an excuse to explain. Bai Ruoxue had never thought that her affair with Chu Zifeng would be exposed in such a shameful way. Her eyes were filled with pain and despair. She suddenly felt a warm current rushing up her throat and a fishy taste filled her mouth. If these contents were needles stabbing her heart, then the title that gradually climbed to the top of the popularity list in front of her eyes was a torture to death. The sharp knife cut the flesh one by one, but she did not feel the pain at all, because her senses seemed to be frozen and numbed by the pain. Ye Xiuyuan, the hypocritical and righteous adopted son of the Bai family. Bai Ruoxue was not stupid. She guessed that the Bai family was helping her to clear her name by sacrificing Ye Xiuyuan with blood. Bai Ruoxue's hands couldn't stop shaking and her vision was blurry, but she was eager to know what was in the news. After Bai Ruoxue tremblingly clicked on the news, the desperate and painful memories of 7 years ago resurfaced. Bai Ruoxue's breathing was rapid and disordered, and her chest heaving violently, as if she might suffocate at any time. She opened her mouth to say something, but no sound came out, as if fear had strangled her throat. No. Bai Ruoxue could no longer control herself and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. The blood stained her long skirt red and dripped into the car. The blood spilled on the white interior, like a bunch of winter plum blossoms, which was particularly dazzling. Online. After the news of Bai Ruoxue's kidnapping 7 years ago was exposed, just as Ye Xiuyuan had expected, netizens stopped criticizing Bai Ruoxue, and even the entire Bai family became victims. I knew there would be a reversal. How could such a beautiful goddess be cheating on 2 men at the same time? It turns out that Bai Ruoxue and Chu Zifeng are really in love. They were high school classmates and Chu Zifeng saved her life. Especially Chu Zifeng's mother turned into a vegetable in order to save Bai Ruoxue. They have been together since their senior year of high school, but it was Ye Xiuyuan, the scumbag, who stole their love. Ye Xiuyuan is simply not a human being. The Bai family has done everything for him, but he actually teamed up with outsiders to murder Miss Bai. Such a person should be cut into pieces. I thought Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue were a perfect match before. I was so blind that I even sympathized with him. He deserves to be cheated on. Ye Xiuyuan was scolded bitterly on the internet, but some people questioned whether this was a deliberate accusation by the Bai family against Ye Xiuyuan in order to cover up the fact that Bai Ruoxue had cheated on her. Soon, the Bai family announced the entire incident that year, and even the Shanghai police provided the evidence. Ye Xiuyuan's sinister face was completely exposed. But netizens have a new question: since the Bai family has long known that Ye Xiuyuan is such a sinister and cunning person, why did they let Bai Ruoxue marry Ye Xiuyuan? Why didn't they let the police arrest Ye Xiuyuan back then? After a while, the Bai group issued an announcement explaining the reasons in detail. The reason why Ye Xiuyuan was not arrested was because Bai Yuan, the chairman of the Bai family, was a man who valued friendship and loyalty. He thought that Ye Xiuyuan was not yet an adult and was confused for the moment, so he planned to give him a chance to reform. Ye Xiuyuan's performance over the years has indeed been satisfactory. He has been promoted all the way to become the vice president of Bai Group. But because of this, Ye Xiuyuan got hold of the core secrets of the Bai Group, and used this as a threat to force Bai Ruoxue to marry him. Bai Ruoxue didn't want to make her seriously ill father sad, so she had no choice but to agree to the marriage. Now that things have come to this, the Bai family will file for divorce, even if Ye Xiuyuan exposes the company's core secrets. After the truth was revealed, Ye Xiuyuan completely became a rat in the gutter, emitting a foul stench all over his body. The Bai family has established an image of being loyal and righteous, but they have raised an ungrateful person. Bai Ruoxue sacrificed her personal happiness for the safety of her father and company, which is even more heroic. Netizens stopped dwelling on Bai Ruoxue's affair, and the Bai family became victims, worthy of sympathy. The stock price also stabilized. After figuring out all this, Bai Ruoxue went completely crazy. She was screaming in the car like a devil, slamming the steering wheel with her hands, and honking the horn all over the parking lot. Many passers-by looked at her curiously. Some people were dissatisfied and wanted to warn Bai Ruoxue, but when they saw that it was a Bentley luxury car worth millions, they immediately gave up the idea. That's not the case. That's not the case. He didn't force me to get married. He didn't force me to get married. Ye Xiuyuan is not such a person. Bai Ruoxue was just about to post an explanation when Chu Zifeng called. Ruoxue. Where are you now? Have you seen the news online? It's really satisfying. That scumbag Ye Xiuyuan must have suffered a lot this time if he doesn't die. Are you going to get divorced soon? Didn't you see how netizens scolded him? Chu Zifeng spoke with contempt, and Bai Ruoxue could imagine his gloating expression even through the phone. She felt sick and pounded her fists on the steering wheel. Chu Zifeng was startled and stopped his sarcastic remarks. What's the matter? Ruoxue. Bai Ruoxue said coldly, wait for me in the ward, I'll come up now. Bai Ruoxue felt that it was Chu Zifeng's fault that the current situation occurred. If he hadn't insisted on calling her to come over, if he hadn't said the same thing over and over again in the ward, if he hadn't, she and Ye Xiuyuan wouldn't have had to get a divorce. Bai Ruoxue even wanted to kill Chu Zifeng. Chapter 16. I wish you all the best. Bai Ruoxue came to Chu Zifeng's ward wearing a blood-stained dress, but fortunately the dress was black and the blood stains could not be seen without a close look. But her eyes, which were once as bright as sapphires, were now bloodshot, and there was an unspeakable madness in her eyes. Her flawless face seemed to be filled with cold mist, making it impossible to see her true expression. When Chu Zifeng saw her, he was stunned. Ruoxue, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that Uncle Bai forced you to marry Ye Xiuyuan? Now that you can divorce openly, it seems that you are not happy. Bai Ruoxue knew very well whether this marriage was forced. She did complain to Chu Zifeng that she didn't want to get married, and she did hate Ye Xiuyuan, but when it came to getting a divorce, she was panic-stricken and at a loss. Is she happy? She is not happy. This is not the result she wants. Chu Zifeng. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? What happened to those photos and videos? The photos and videos must have been secretly filmed in this room. Bai Ruoxue even suspected that this was all directed and acted by Chu Zifeng himself, in order to expose their relationship and force her to divorce Ye Xiuyuan. Chu Zifeng looked ashamed and guilty. Ruoxue, this is indeed my mistake. I didn't expect the paparazzi to be so omnipresent that they actually installed cameras in this room. I just checked with Liu Jie, it's very likely hidden in the flowers. Chu Zifeng pointed at the bouquet of flowers on the windowsill, looking calm and composed. After all, he is an actor, so he does have some acting skills. Bai Ruoxue didn't believe it. Even if the paparazzi took the photos, they would usually use them to blackmail people. Only when the blackmail fails will they expose it. Has anyone contacted you? No. No. Ruoxue, maybe these paparazzi were hired by someone else. Bai Ruoxue no longer believed Chu Zifeng's explanation. She slowly walked to the bedside, suddenly raised her hand, and slapped Chu Zifeng in the face. Bang! Bai Ruoxue gnashed her teeth and said, Chu Zifeng. Do you really think Bai Ruoxue, am a fool? Do you want me to tear open your wound to see how serious it is? Do you want me to call those doctors and nurses and ask them why they keep calling me Mrs. Chu? There are only a few people who enter and leave the ward. I will check the surveillance cameras one by one to see who installed the cameras. You have been scheming all along, and I could turn a blind eye to it, but your behavior today almost ruined the Bai family. Bai Ruoxue's expression now was like that of a female devil from the nine nether hell. Her long hair was flying like mad flames, and her silver teeth were crunching as she bit them. Bai Ruoxue's slap seemed to break Chu Zifeng's disguise. Chu Zifeng said with a sad expression, Ruoxue, are you angry because of the Bai family's affairs, or because of Ye Xiuyuan? Why do you still miss Ye Xiuyuan even though he did so many things to hurt you? He hired someone to humiliate you, and my mother and I risked our lives to save you. My mother is still in a coma because of saving you. Without us, you would have ended up in such a miserable state now, do you understand? As for him, he agreed to Wang Yuyan's confession at that time and even went to a hotel with her to get a room. He has treated you like this, and you still don't give up. Is there anything in today's news that is unfair to him? I just love you too much. When I think about you marrying him and living together in the future, and you belonging to him, I get jealous and crazy. Am I wrong to save you from suffering? Chu Zifeng's words completely revealed Bai Ruoxue's scars. Bai Ruoxue opened her mouth and coughed out a large mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground in dejection. A broken and sad cry came out of her throat, and tears instantly flowed from her scarlet eyes. She seemed to have returned to the night of the meteor shower 7 years ago. When she dressed up carefully and appeared in the villa in a gorgeous princess dress, the one waiting for her was not the prince she had been dreaming of. Instead, they were a group of demons with hideous faces and green eyes. She still can't forget the feeling of despair and fear, the horrific faces of those thugs, and the nanny who was beaten to a bloody pulp but still helped her block the door, giving her a chance to escape. Bai Ruoxue was lying on the ground, curled up. She wanted to find a closed space to lock herself up. At this time, Chu Zifeng hadn't finished speaking yet. Ruoxue, do you think Ye Xiuyuan is sacrificing himself to save you and the Bai family this time? Don't be fooled by him again. He must have known that you would divorce him after Uncle Bai died. So he is playing hard to get and retreating to advance. He must be taking this opportunity to ask for a large sum of money. He wants to use divorce to divide your property. He is taking advantage of your soft heart. Bai Ruoxue slowly regained consciousness, and she thought of the divorce agreement that Ye Xiuyuan took out last night. That's right, Ye Xiuyuan had been ready to divorce her. Ye Xiuyuan agreed to marry her just to get a large sum of money after the divorce. Ye Xiuyuan has a lowly nature in his bones. Ye Xiuyuan's father was a drug addict and a drug dealer. Before they took Ye Xiuyuan back to the Bai family, he was a thief. A street thug. I want to find him. I want to find him and ask him clearly. Why did you do this to me? Bai Ruoxue struggled to get up from the ground, but unfortunately she was exhausted and had vomited blood twice just now. She was exhausted and fell down again after trying. Chu Zifeng quickly got off the bed and walked quickly to Bai Ruoxue to support her. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open and several bodyguards in black walked in. Miss, the master asked us to take you back, along with Mr. Chu. The Bai family finally found Bai Ruoxue. Bai Ruoxue really wanted to return to the magic city as soon as possible. She asked Ye Xiuyuan in person what his intentions were. When Chu Zifeng heard that Bai Yuan wanted to see him, he instinctively wanted to run away, but Bai Yuan had given a death order. He must be brought back. The Bai family, Bai Ruoxue and Chu Zifeng were all brought back. Bai Ruoxue was standing, Chu Zifeng was kneeling, and Bai Yuan was sitting. Drag him here. Bai Yuan waved his hand and asked the bodyguard to bring Chu Zifeng to Bai Yuan. Kneel down. Under Bai Yuan's scolding, Chu Zifeng couldn't help but kneel upright, feeling uneasy. But his eyes were always on Bai Ruoxue, hoping that Bai Ruoxue could save him. But at this moment, Bai Ruoxue was in a trance and had no intention of paying attention to him. Bai Ruoxue thought that she would be able to see Ye Xiuyuan when she came back, but he was not at the Bai family at all. She couldn't wait to see Ye Xiuyuan and wanted to ask him in person why he wanted to divorce. Bai Yuan used his crutch to press Chu Zifeng's gauze-wrapped leg, and a little bit of blood seeped out of the gauze. Chu Zifeng screamed in pain, it hurts. Ruoxue, Ruoxue, save me. Bai Ruoxue was awakened by Chu Zifeng's screams, and she hurriedly pleaded for Chu Zifeng. Dad, don't. He's hurt. Bai Yuan didn't believe it at all. He saw through this little trick at a glance. He smiled contemptuously, oh, really? I want to see how serious his injury is. Come, tear off the gauze, I want to examine the injury. The bodyguards immediately carried out Bai Yuan's orders. Their movements were very rough. Several people pressed him hard and then roughly tore off the gauze on his legs. If Chu Zifeng dared to resist, he would be beaten. The bodyguards looked down on Chu Zifeng, the pretty boy, because it was he who almost caused the Bai family to go bankrupt, and they would all lose their jobs. Besides, they admired Ye Xiuyuan from the bottom of their hearts and did not believe that Ye Xiuyuan was a sinister villain. Oh, it hurts. Ruoxue, they are going to kill me. Make them stop now. Chu Zifeng didn't dare to struggle, but he kept calling for help to Bai Ruoxue. Stop it. Dad, you can't do this to him. Bai Ruoxue couldn't bear it after all. She wanted to stop it, but the bodyguard didn't listen to her at all. After a moment, the wound on Chu Zifeng's leg was exposed. There is indeed a wound, but it is only 3 centimeters long and just deep enough to break the skin. If there is no pressure, there will be no bleeding at all. There's no need to even wrap it with gauze, and the idea of surgical stitches is ridiculous. Bai Yuan sneered and asked Bai Ruoxue, is this a serious injury? I'm afraid it's already scabbed over before we even get to the hospital. Bai Ruoxue looked at Chu Zifeng's wound, but she didn't feel too much. She actually guessed that Chu Zifeng was lying to her. But she didn't expect that the lie was so thorough. She thought that even if Chu Zifeng didn't have a broken bone, he at least had a big cut. So, those doctors were indeed acting last night, and those bloody gores were all fake. She also blamed herself for a long time for tearing Chu Zifeng's wound, and she also felt guilty for serving a man dinner for the first time. It's really ridiculous to think about it. Because of such a man, she almost ruined the Bai family and her own marriage. Bai Yuan looked so disappointed. Bai Ruoxue. You knew that this man was lying to you, but you still wanted to meet him. That was your wedding night with Xiuyuan, and you totally disgraced Xiuyuan. How can he hold his head up in front of others in the future? Bai Yuan was really furious. The Bai family was almost ruined. Bai Ruoxue's face was ashen, she lowered her head and said nothing, her whole body was dead silent as if she had no soul. Bai Yuan looked at Chu Zifeng coldly. Someone, break Chu Zifeng's legs. Since he wants to act, he might as well act more realistically. Yes, sir. The bodyguard could no longer hold back and was ready to take Chu Zifeng away and give him a good beating. No. You can't do this to me. When Ruoxue and Ye Xiuyuan divorce, she will marry me. In the future, I will be the male head of the Bai family. Who of you dares to lay a hand on me? Chu Zifeng spoke without thinking and said what was in his mind. Suddenly, everyone in the room was stunned and shocked. Bai Yuan was so angry that he almost had a heart attack, while Bai Ruoxue was so ashamed that she wanted to tear Chu Zifeng's mouth apart. The Bai family's bodyguards and nanny all had extremely strange expressions on their faces. Bai Yuan has always been decisive in killing people. He would never tolerate Chu Zifeng's rise to power. Beat him. Beat him hard. Break both legs of this bastard. Chu Zifeng panicked. He quickly crawled towards Bai Ruoxue and begged, "No, Ruoxue, save me. Have you forgotten how my mother saved you? I was the one who saved you." Bai Ruoxue's body trembled, her fists clenched, and she shouted loudly, "Enough." Bai Ruoxue knelt down in front of her father and said sadly, "Dad. Chu Zifeng and his mother saved my life, I can't just watch them die. Please forgive him this time, he will never do this again in the future." What's more, you were able to forgive Ye Xiuyuan even though he made such a serious mistake, but you couldn't forgive Chu Zifeng. Chu Zifeng also knelt down in front of Bai Yuan. Yes. I was just confused for a moment. From now on, I will never do anything to hurt the Bai family and Ruoxue. Uncle Bai, I really love Ruoxue. Please help us both. Bai Ruoxue's words penetrated deeply into Bai Yuan's heart. Bai Yuan held the crutch tightly with both hands, his nails digging into the dragon's eye. After a moment, he relaxed and his aura was no longer strong, but his face looked older. He covered his chest, his mouth twitching slightly, and said with difficulty, "Bai Ruoxue, you succeeded. From now on, I will not ask about your affairs. Who you want to marry is your business. I hope you can get what you want." Bai Yuan's words put an end to the relationship between Bai Ruoxue and Ye Xiuyuan. Bai Ruoxue's head was buzzing as if struck by lightning. Chu Zifeng was very surprised. He didn't expect that after such a commotion, Bai Yuan would let go and agree for them to be together. In fact, it is not surprising if you think about it. Ye Xiuyuan is now a typical example of a ruthless person. The Bai family cannot continue to keep him, so Bai Ruoxue and Ye Xiuyuan can only divorce. The love story of Bai Ruoxue and Chu Zifeng was widely circulated on the internet. Many people felt that Bai Ruoxue had already committed herself to Chu Zifeng, and perhaps they had already done it in high school. At this time, there are still many people who publicly declared on the internet that they want to kill Chu Zifeng and snatch Bai Ruoxue away. They say that the hatred of stealing a wife is irreconcilable. Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue are divorced. Who else would marry Bai Ruoxue except Chu Zifeng? Just now, Bai Yuan wanted to break Chu Zifeng's legs just to test Bai Ruoxue. Now, they all knew the answer. Chu Zifeng was overjoyed. "Ruoxue, we can finally be together openly. I can finally marry you." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and hugged Bai Ruoxue in his arms. However, Bai Ruoxue, whose mind was in a mess, actually forgot to resist. Mother Wang, who had watched Bai Ruoxue grow up, cried out for some reason, "What a sin! What a sin! Master, I'm old, I want to quit my job and return home to retire." Without waiting for Bai Yuan's consent, Wang Mar walked straight out the door. When Bai Ruoxue heard that Wang Mar was leaving, she finally reacted. She pushed Chu Zifeng away, got up and ran towards Wang Mar. Bai Ruoxue grabbed Wang Mar's hand and asked in a tearful voice, "Wang Mar, why are you leaving?" Bai Ruoxue's mother died early, and she has been raised by Wang Mar. Although they are master and servant, they are actually as close as mother and daughter. "Miss, I'm old, and it would be a burden if I stayed. You found someone who will take care of you, and it's time for me to retire." After saying this, Wang Mar looked at Chu Zifeng. Chu Zifeng thought that Wang Mar was entrusting Bai Ruoxue to him, so he vowed, "Wang Mar, go with peace of mind. I will take good care of Ruoxue." Wang Mar looked at him with disgust in her eyes. She turned around and looked at Bai Ruoxue again, feeling puzzled, disappointed, and full of regret. Then, she broke free from Bai Ruoxue's hand and left the Bai family despite her attempts to keep her. Chuzifen, Ruoxue, Wangmar wants to retire and enjoy a peaceful life, we should help her. Bai Ruoxue ignored Chuzifen. She turned around to look at her father, but only saw an extremely old and lonely back. Bai Yuan, who was once full of vigor and ambition, can now only go upstairs with the help of his bodyguards. For the first time, Bai Ruoxue realized that her father had grown old. The others also dispersed, leaving only Bai Ruoxue and Chuzifen in the entire Bai family hall. Bai Ruoxue was very conflicted. She didn't know whether it was right or wrong to protect Chuzifen. Why did everyone dislike Chuzifen? It was obviously he who saved her, and Ye Xiuyuan was the traitor. But everyone believed that Ye Xiuyuan was framed. Bai Ruoxue was willing to believe him, but she couldn't deceive herself into forgetting the scene of Ye Xiuyuan and Wang Yuyan hugging and entering the hotel. Other confessions could be falsified, but it was impossible that Ye Xiuyuan was forced into the hotel by Wang Xinyu. Bai Ruoxue still keeps those photos. Whenever she feels soft-hearted towards Ye Xiuyuan, she will take them out and look at them. Then she will kill off her ignorant love for Ye Xiuyuan one by one. Chapter 17. A tiger in troubled times is bullied by a dog. Ye Xiuyuan was very busy today, so busy that he didn't even have time to eat or drink. On the one hand, he has to preside over the overall situation of the entire company, and on the other hand, he has to deal with external partners. As the negative news about him came out, many people close to him called to inquire about him. They didn't believe that Ye Xiuyuan was that kind of person. What the truth is doesn't matter anymore. This time he has paid off what he owed the Bai family. The situation of the partners has been stabilized for the time being. Thanks to the sympathy of shareholders, the share price of the Bai family did not continue to fall, but was instead driven up because of the popularity. Near the close of the afternoon, the stock price even exceeded its previous high. He was tired after a long day and already had a cold and a fever, which seemed to be even worse now. Cheng Shu brought cold medicine and warm water. Boss Yi, please take the medicine quickly. Even a strong body can't stand repeated fevers like this. Ye Xiuyuan was indeed feeling very uncomfortable. He felt cold and hot at times, and was drowsy. After taking the medicine, Ye Xiuyuan slowly felt better. Ye Xiuyuan slumped in the boss chair, covering his forehead and asking dully, Cheng Shu, what kind of person do you think I am? Cheng Shu didn't even think about it. Boss Yi, in my opinion, you are a grateful, courageous, resourceful, and responsible person. If it weren't for your hard work over the years, the Bai group would have fallen into decline long ago, and there would be no glory today. I know you want to ask me what I think about what happened 7 years ago. Although I have not experienced that incident and have never heard of it before, I believe that you would never be that kind of despicable person. We, your subordinates, have all seen your love for Miss Bai. A person can wear a mask of hypocrisy, but his eyes cannot be biased. You will never betray Miss Bai. Cheng Shu said all the words that were in his heart in one breath. He had wanted to say these words for a long time. At the same time, he was also speaking up for Ye Xiuyuan. He was unwilling to carry out this mission, but unfortunately he couldn't persuade Ye Xiuyuan and could only watch him do what he wanted. Ye Xiuyuan slowly stood up and said sincerely, thank you. Cheng Shu, thank you for your help over the years. If there is a chance in the future, I hope we can work together again. Mr. Yi. Are you leaving? Ye Xiuyuan smiled miserably. The punishment decision has been announced, and it's time for me to pack up and leave. If I don't leave, someone will keep holding onto this matter. In order to help Bai Ruoxue secure her position as president, Ye Xiuyuan has offended many shareholders over the years. After such a thing happened to the Bai family, how could they not give the fallen dog a beating? If they had not found any substantial evidence against Ye Xiuyuan, these shareholders would probably have sent Ye Xiuyuan to prison on the charge of selling company secrets. Cheng Shu felt reluctant to let him go. Ye Xiuyuan was a good boss and leader. He never took credit for himself and never flattered others. Under him, as long as you do your job honestly, you will not lose any of the rewards you deserve, and you will also be given the opportunity to be promoted. Ye Xiuyuan simply tidied up the office. He took away a few personal belongings, and left the rest of the company-issued items untouched. When he saw the photo frame on the desk, Ye Xiuyuan hesitated. He picked up the photo frame and looked at it carefully. In the slightly yellowed photo, the two young figures seemed to be frozen in time. Ye Xiuyuan stretched out his fingers and gently wiped away the non-existent dust on the photo. He looked at the two people in the photo and was slightly stunned. The photo was taken when they entered the school in their freshman year. Ye Xiuyuan, who was still a young boy, and Bai Ruoxue, who was in her prime, agreed on the first day of school to apply to the same university, Shanghai University, because the girl didn't want to be too far away from home. At that time, his eyes were bright and clear, with a hint of shyness and expectation. He tilted his head slightly and looked at the girl beside him, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, which was full of sunshine and warmth that only a teenager could have. Bai Ruoxue is tall and graceful, with a simple ponytail, a few strands of hair fluttering gently in the breeze. Her face is fair and delicate, full of youthful radiance. She purses her lips slightly, and her smile is as sweet and moving as a flower blooming in spring. Unfortunately, in the end, only Ye Xiuyuan remembered the promise, but he did not wait for the girl in the photo at Magic City University. The girl who said she didn't want to be too far away from home went to the far north and stayed there for 4 years. Ye Xiuyuan put the photo back to its original place, turned it upside down on the table, and walked out holding a small cardboard box. Ye Xiuyuan pushed open the door of the office and saw dozens of people gathered at the entrance. Cheng Shu and several other assistants stood at the front, and behind them were the subordinates who worked with Ye Xiuyuan. Many of them were recruited and promoted by him, and now they have become the backbone of the group company. Boss Yi, you can't leave. The company will collapse without you. That's right. The Bai family is just killing you. You worked so hard to build the country, but they are not only sitting back to enjoy the fruits of their labor, but they are also using you to defend themselves. We don't accept this. We want to find the chairman and ask him why they treat the Bai family's heroes like this. Yes. Mr. Yi, we will follow you to the Bai family and will definitely help you seek justice. These people can be said to be Ye Xiuyuan's confidants. They are all very angry and want to stand up for Ye Xiuyuan. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Ye Xiuyuan shouted loudly, "All right. Everyone. Listen to me." At Ye Xiuyuan's shout, the crowd gradually quieted down. Ye Xiuyuan explained, "This matter has nothing to do with the Bai family. It was my own decision. No one forced me to do this, and even Miss Bai didn't know about it." When Ye Xiuyuan said this, he smiled. "Don't call me a foolish loyalist. I'm not just doing this for the Bai family. Mainly, I'm really too tired. The high-intensity work over the years has taken a toll on my body. I want to take a break." At this point, he covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Everyone realized that the energetic Mr. Yi was now so haggard and weak. His face was pale, as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. Come to think of it, if something like this happened on the first day of their marriage, how could the man bear it? Ye Xiuyuan loved Bai Ruoxue deeply, but ended up being hurt. A few sentimental girls shed tears silently. They suddenly felt that Ye Xiuyuan was so pitiful. He had silently supported Bai Ruoxue for so long, and finally they got their wish. As a result, in the blink of an eye, his wife ran away with someone else and caused such a big disaster, and he, the cheated husband, had to step in to solve the problem, even at the cost of his own future and reputation. Just when Ye Xiuyuan calmed everyone down, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence at the scene. "What are you all doing here? Don't you have to go to work?" Several people pushed through the crowd and squeezed in front of Ye Xiuyuan. Go to work. If you keep slacking off, your bonuses for this quarter will be cancelled." These people shouted loudly, trying to drive away the subordinates who were seeing Ye Xiuyuan off. Cheng Shu couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He frowned and asked, "Boss Shu, you don't have to make such a fuss. We just need a few minutes to see Boss Yi off." Xu Minghui is also one of the company's vice presidents and a veteran of the company, holding some shares. He and Ye Xiuyuan have never gotten along because Ye Xiuyuan, in order to establish his authority, sent several corrupt and bribe-taking generals under Xu Minghui to work on sewing machines. Now that Ye Xiuyuan was defeated, how could he not come and step on him a few times? Xu Minghui looked at Ye Xiuyuan with disdain and said sarcastically, "Boss Yi? What Boss Yi? He is just a stray dog adopted by the Bai family. Just kick him out. Why do you need to send him off?" Xu Minghui wanted to knock Ye Xiuyuan to the ground and step on him a few times. Several of Xu Minghui's subordinates shouted again, "Go. Disperse and return to your posts." Ye Xiuyuan's assistants were the first to get mad, and were about to fight with Xu Minghui's men. "We're not leaving. Why are you pushing us to leave? You are a bunch of parasites. You can't do your job properly, and you only know how to fight among yourselves. If you have the guts, talk about business. MD, you lackeys of Ye Xiuyuan, say it again if you dare. Just say it, at worst I'll just quit and follow Boss Yi. Yes, let's follow Mr. Yi. Xu Minghui snorted coldly, follow him, you will be left with nothing. He will never be able to make a name for himself in the business world. Do you think he is still the Ye Xiuyuan who commands the support of everyone? The reason why Xu Minghui dared to break off relations was because he knew that Ye Xiuyuan, who once had great success and a promising future, would never be able to get up again this time. Cheng Shu and others were silent, and many of them even felt a little scared. Xu Minghui said arrogantly, all of you get out of here, or I will fire you all and let you and Ye Xiuyuan live together as a loving family. The smiles on Xu Minghui and others' faces became even more rampant. He looked at Ye Xiuyuan jokingly, wanting to make him deserted by his friends and relatives. Cheng Shu couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He made up his mind and said angrily, if you want to fire me, I can fire you. It's not like I can't find another employer. Don't think I don't know. Even if we give in today, you won't let us go. We will suffer countless setbacks in the future. The other people also figured it out. Instead of staying here and suffering, it would be better to leave in style. Yes. If you have the guts, fire us. In an instant, the crowd was excited and in an uproar, and it seemed as if a war was about to break out. Xu Minghui and the people he brought with him were shocked. You are rebelling. You really don't want to work anymore, right? With my position, as long as I spread the word that you are in cahoots with Ye Xiuyuan, you won't even have a background check. Xu Minghui's subordinates followed up with sarcasm, humph. What does it matter if you have the ability or the performance? If you follow the wrong person, you will still be liquidated. Those who know what's going on should come over and admit their mistakes to Mr. Xu. Under Mr. Xu's leadership, you will only live a better life in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Cheng Shu panicked. Many of them had families to support, car loans and mortgages to pay, and they didn't dare to gamble on Xu Minghui's humanity. If I really can't find a job, my whole family will be left with nothing. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I have to go to work first. I have unfinished business, too. Hello, Mr. Wang, I'll be there right away. More than a dozen people found excuses and left early. As for the rest, some of them directly changed sides and greeted Xu Minghui obediently. Only a few people still stood by Ye Xiuyuan, and just a few bluffing words made Ye Xiuyuan's elite soldiers defect. Xu Minghui became even more arrogant. Hey, you guys are going to follow Ye Xiuyuan till the end, right? Cheng Shu, that's right, I can just set up a street stall. I will never put up with your bullying. Xu Minghui didn't care, okay. I will definitely go to show my support when the time comes. Ye Xiuyuan, the Bai family doesn't want you anymore. Are you going to be a stray dog in the future? If not, why don't you take them to open a food stall? They will definitely be able to eat the leftovers. Xu Minghui's goal today was to severely humiliate Ye Xiuyuan and get back at him for all the anger he had suffered in the past. Xu Minghui waved his hand and ordered, ask the security guards to come over and search him. Take off all your clothes and search him. I suspect Ye Xiuyuan is carrying the Bai group's top secrets. Cheng Shu immediately stood in front of Ye Xiuyuan and shouted angrily, Xu Minghui, how dare you? Killing people is not enough, how can you humiliate others like this? Xu Minghui's lips curled into a wicked smile, I am just following the company's rules. I didn't intend to retaliate. Facing Xu Minghui's humiliation, Ye Xiuyuan was too calm. He didn't say a word, and his cold eyes looked like he was watching a show. What Xu Minghui couldn't stand the most was Ye Xiuyuan's arrogant look. He shouted angrily, Ye Xiuyuan, what are you so arrogant about? You fought hard for the Bai family, but in the end you were still killed and eaten. I don't think anyone will want you once you leave this door. Suddenly, the door to the office area slowly opened, and a powerful aura swept in instantly. Before anyone was seen, a domineering and majestic voice arrived. Who said no one wants it? I want it. Everyone's eyes were focused on the door, and they saw a tall and beautiful figure walking towards them with firm steps. A large group of people gathered behind her. She was like a noble queen surrounded by stars, domineering and with outstanding temperament. She was wearing a black slim-fit suit, simple yet elegant, which perfectly outlined her tall and graceful figure. The plump buttocks were tightly wrapped in the slim-fitting trousers, which made them look particularly round and perky, like a ripe peach, full of attractive curves. The legs were straight and slender, like two jade pillars standing side by side. Her facial features were delicate and flawless, her eyes were full of tenderness, but her expression was exceptionally cold. Her slender neck was like an elegant swan, with smooth and graceful lines, and when it was slightly raised, it carried an innate nobility and confidence. Her eyes were sharp and deep, like an eagle's. No one dared to look her in the eye, especially the girls, who would feel ashamed if they looked at her for even a second. Chapter 18. Situ Weiyang is domineering and mighty. Seeing this extremely beautiful woman approaching him, Ye Xiuyuan's eyes twitched slightly, and he even had the urge to turn around and run away. Xu Minghui was originally extremely annoyed that someone dared to interrupt him from showing off. But when he turned around, he saw that it was Situ Weiyang. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. "Miss Situ." Xu Minghui immediately put away his arrogant attitude, and trotted up to Situ Weiyang with a fawning look on his face, but before he could get close, he was stopped by Situ Weiyang's bodyguards. Xu Minghui was not angry either, and still greeted her with a smile. "Miss Situ, what brings you here? You should have told me earlier so that I can prepare." Situ Weiyang's face was like a plum blossom hit by frost, her expression was cold, and her eyes seemed to be filled with a thick layer of ice, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. She asked coldly, "Who are you? Are we familiar with each other?" Xu Minghui was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Situ Weiyang to be so disrespectful. I'm Xu Minghui, the vice president of Bai Group. I had the honor of communicating with you at the Capital Internet Conference before. By the way, I also greeted you at our eldest lady's wedding yesterday. Situ Weiyang glanced at Xu Minghui lightly, her cold and beautiful red lips slightly parted, and she said lightly, "I have no impression at all, nobody, don't block my way." Oh, yes, I'll get out of the way right away." Xu Minghui was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Although he was slapped in the face by Situ Weiyang repeatedly, Xu Minghui did not dare to get angry with this iron-blooded queen and obediently gave way. Situ Weiyang twisted her slender waist and walked slowly to Ye Xiuyuan. Her face, which was originally as cold as frost and snow, slightly raised the corners of her mouth the moment she approached Ye Xiuyuan, just like the warm sun breaking through the clouds in the cold winter, and a bright light instantly appeared in her cold eyes. Situ Weiyang asked softly, "My Situ family is in need of a general manager. I wonder if Mr. Yi is interested. Regardless of how much you were paid at the Bai family before, my Situ family is willing to offer you 3 times the price." Without waiting for Ye Xiuyuan to answer, she turned to Cheng Shu and the others and invited them in a gentle manner. "At the same time, we also welcome Mr. Yi's trusted associates to come along. Their salaries and bonuses will all be doubled." Mo Xiaoqi behind Situ Weiyang was very observant. She quickly took out her business card and handed it to Cheng Shu and the others. "This is my business card. If you are interested, you can contact me at any time. The treatment of the Situ family is definitely the best in the industry." Mo Xiaoqi was also wearing a smart suit, but she was petite and looked far less tall and elegant than Situ Weiyang. Following Situ Weiyang were also senior executives of the Bai Group. One of them was a director in his 50s, Wang Liwei. He smiled and said, Har, Miss Situ, this is your first time in our company, and you want to poach the backbone of our Bai Group's business. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Situ Weiyang stared at Ye Xiuyuan without turning her head. She said, "Haven't they been fired by your vice president Xu? How can this be considered poaching? Besides, even if I wanted to poach them, what can you do to me? In my eyes, among all the senior executives of the Bai Group, only CEO Yi is worthy of my admiration. The others are all worthless, including your blind eldest daughter of the Bai family." Boom! Situ Weiyang's words immediately caused a sensation in the audience. Mo Xiaoqi's eyelids kept twitching, and the corners of her mouth were even twitching. She thought to herself, no wonder the eldest lady was in such a hurry to come to the Bai Group. She wants to support her son-in-law. However, although it is very satisfying to protect her husband in such a domineering way, it is too offensive. Wang Liwei's smile disappeared immediately, and he asked in a deep voice, "Miss Situ, what do you mean?" Situ Weiyang's eyes were filled with cold contempt. "Whatever you think I mean, that's what I mean." She was like a queen from high above, looking down at her subjects, with a cold expression and full of disdain for everything around her. She stood beside Ye Xiuyuan, and the two of them stood side by side, as if they were a match made in heaven. Whether it was their facial looks, figures, or temperaments, they were extremely compatible, a perfect couple made in heaven. The people around couldn't help but stare in amazement. These people were whispering below, "What's going on? Why is Miss Situ so protective of Ye Xiuyuan? What is the relationship between the two of them? This is definitely an affair. Didn't you see that Miss Situ's eyes are not right when she looks at Mr. Yi? She wants to stick to Mr. Yi, and her eyes are so sexy. MD, being handsome really gives you priority in choosing a spouse." Xu Minghui was so angry when he heard these words. He had been waiting for a long time for Ye Xiuyuan to be kicked out of Bai group. But suddenly, the Situ family appeared, which was even more powerful than the Bai group, especially this Situ Weiyang. Isn't she the cold and beautiful queen? Why does she look like she wants to throw herself at Ye Xiuyuan? Xu Minghui couldn't help but say, "Miss Situ, don't be fooled by Ye Xiuyuan's appearance. He is an out-and-out despicable villain. The Bai family has raised him for so many years, but he actually betrayed us and colluded with foreign enemies to invade our young lady. He is just a liar and not worthy of your high regard." Xu Minghui shouted at the top of his lungs, just like those ancient censors who were always looking for trouble. Wang Luwei glared at Xu Minghui fiercely, and the reproach in his eyes was self-evident. It was really mean of Xu Minghui to slander Ye Xiuyuan at this time. Situ Weiyang frowned and had a cold face, her eyes full of boredom and indifference, like a cold beauty disturbed by a fly, with obvious rejection and disdain in her expression. She said coldly, "I just like being deceived by him, what's it to you? Just don't worry about it, get out of here. If you dare to slander him again, I will make sure you have no place to stand in the whole of China." Ye Xiuyuan's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Situ Weiyang to say such words in public. The others were also surprised, with their eyes wide open and mouths open, as if they had seen a ghost. Ye Xiuyuan frowned and said anxiously, "Miss Situ, you." Situ Weiyang interrupted him. Her voice was choked with sobs, and she said aggrievedly, "You called me Weiyang last night, how come you are so cold after not seeing me for just one day? Are you going to deny your promise after putting on your pants? If you agree to divorce me, you have to marry me." She bit her lower lip and lowered her head slightly, her bright eyes instantly covered with a thin layer of mist. She looked like a wounded fawn, weak and helpless, making people want to hold her in their arms and protect her. Ye Xiuyuan was frightened by Situ Weiyang's audacity. He quickly reached out and covered Situ Weiyang's rosy lips. Situ Weiyang's smile spread from the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, and her cheeks flushed lightly, like a rosebud quietly blooming. There was a cunning look in her eyes, and her pink tongue licked Ye Xiuyuan's palm silently. Ye Xiuyuan pulled his hand back sharply as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes were full of shock and surprise. This Situ Weiyang was a demon, definitely a nine-tailed fox that had been practicing Taoism for at least 1,000 years. Ye Xiuyuan was afraid that Situ Weiyang would do something more outrageous, so he grabbed Situ Weiyang's wrist and dragged her out. No matter whether it was the people from the Bai group or Situ Weiyang's people, they all seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, and were stunned. Their eyes all widened, as if their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, staring at Ye Xiuyuan and Situ Weiyang's departing backs. Their mouths were wide open, forming an O shape, and their throats seemed to be choked by something, making no sound come out. After a moment, the hissing sound of people sucking in their breath filled the air. "Ahem. Stop standing there, let's go." Mo Xiaoqi was the first to realize what was happening. She had the same expression when she learned about this last night. He Chen was also in the crowd. After she saw this scene, her head was about to explode. This Situ Weiyang came with bad intentions. The relationship between the eldest lady and Ye Xiuyuan was already like fire and water, and now Bai Ruoxue had even less chance. But as Bai Ruoxue's secretary, she had to tell Bai Ruoxue what had just happened. Chapter 19 Bai Ruoxue's irritability. Bai Ruoxue had just returned to the bridal chamber when she received a call from He Qian. Bai Ruoxue asked worriedly, "Hey, Xiao Qian, is there something wrong with the company again?" He Qian, "No, Mr. Yi has already arranged everything for the company." After hearing the news about Ye Xiuyuan again, Bai Ruoxue looked a little dazed. She couldn't help but ask with concern, "Is he okay? Mr. Yi is not feeling well. He seems to be ill and has a severe cold." But he still managed to sort out everything. In fact, it would be fine if he just endured it physically, But when he was packing up to leave, CEO Xu Minghui came over to humiliate him. Not only did he not let his colleague see him off, he also wanted to search CEO Ye on the pretext of carrying company secrets. He also insulted CEO Ye, saying that he was the dog of the Bai family and now he was a dog without a home. The insults were really ugly. Ye Xiuyuan described what had just happened with some exaggeration. Bai Ruoxue's heart tightened, and she looked extremely anxious. What did you say? Ye Xiuyuan packed up and left. What does this mean? Ye Xiuyuan, don't you know? Mr. Ye has already resigned. Or really, he was fired by the company. Bai Ruoxue became more and more anxious. He is their vice president. How come I, the president, don't know that he was fired? Doesn't the process need to be approved by me? Ye Xiuyuan was a little puzzled that Bai Ruoxue didn't know about this matter. She thought this was a decision made by the Bai family after discussion. It seems that this was the chairman's decision, and it was issued directly without going through the president's office. Bai Ruoxue said without hesitation, I disagree. This decision is invalid. I will make it clear to the chairman and ask him to withdraw the resolution. Bai Ruoxue had never thought that Ye Xiuyuan would leave her and the Bai family one day. She felt an inexplicable palpitation in her heart, as if something was leaving her, and a feeling of uneasiness and anxiety lingered in her heart. Bai Ruoxue frowned and asked, What did you say Xu Minghui did to Ye Xiuyuan? Just now she was only concerned about Ye Xiuyuan's resignation and did not hear what Ye Xiuyuan said next. Ye Xiuyuan was a little speechless on the other end of the phone, but she still patiently told the story again. One of the purposes of her call was to speak up for Ye Xiuyuan. This Xu Minghui is courting death. Who allowed him to humiliate Ye Xiuyuan like this? Are you all dead? Why don't you help him curse back? Bai Ruoxue was so angry that her heart felt hot. She clenched her fists and wished she could rush back to the company and beat Xu Minghui up. Ye Xiuyuan felt a little aggrieved for being scolded for no reason, as she had not arrived at the scene at that time. Ye Xiuyuan deliberately said, Boss Bai, you found that someone has helped Boss Yi to vent his anger. She humiliated Xu Minghui severely. Bai Ruoxue suddenly became a little nervous. She asked anxiously, Who is it? The imperial capital's Situ family, Situ Weiyang. She seemed to have come to the company specifically to look for Mr. Yi, and she also said something. What else did she say? Ye Xiuyuan deliberately teased Bai Ruoxue's appetite. She said slowly, she also said that Mr. Yi was with her last night, and that Mr. Yi promised to marry her after Situ Weiyang divorced, as if she wanted Mr. Yi to be responsible. Oh, and she also invited Mr. Yi to be the general manager of the Situ family. I am not making this up, Situ Weiyang said this in front of so many people in the company. I guess this news will spread soon. Bai Ruoxue was so furious when she heard these words that she wanted to crush her phone. She shouted angrily, Situ Weiyang, Ye Xiuyuan. How could they do this to me? Are they still in the company? No more. Mr. Yi took Miss Situ's hand and left. Bai Ruoxue said angrily, Find out where they are. I want to ask Ye Xiuyuan in person whether he still values me as his wife. Okay, Mr. Bai. Ye Xiuyuan's goal was achieved. She wanted to tell Bai Ruoxue about these things on purpose to piss her off. To make Bai Ruoxue anxious. If she continued to commit suicide, Ye Xiuyuan would really be someone else's son-in-law. Ye Xiuyuan thought it was funny. Bai Ruoxue herself had done something shameful, so how could she have the nerve to blame Mr. Yi? You play yours and I play mine. But Bai Ruoxue's attitude is just like a county magistrate setting a fire and not allowing the people to light a lamp. Ruoxue, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for me. For some reason, Chu Zifeng followed Bai Ruoxue to the bridal chamber. When Bai Ruoxue saw him, her brows unconsciously furrowed. She blamed, Why did you follow me? Chu Zifeng seemed not to notice the dissatisfaction in Bai Ruoxue's tone. He said gently, I'm just worried about you. I saw you leave in a hurry, and I was afraid that you would be in danger. I won't be in any danger. I want to go home now. Don't follow me. Bai Ruoxue walked towards the villa without looking back, but Chu Zifeng didn't listen to her at all and continued to follow her, and couldn't be driven away. Chu Zifeng was deliberately pestering Bai Ruoxue. He was afraid that Bai Ruoxue would go to find Ye Xiuyuan. What if Bai Ruoxue was too soft-hearted towards Ye Xiuyuan and they didn't get divorced? Then all his efforts would be in vain. When Bai Ruoxue opened the door, Chu Zifeng squeezed in quickly. Hey, Ruoxue, this wedding room is decorated very uniquely, in Chinese style, with so many candles. What era is this? Who still decorates a wedding room in Chinese style? When we get married in the future, I will definitely decorate the room beautifully, changing everything to European style, absolutely high-end and classy. As soon as he entered the room, Chu Zifeng started to comment on everyone, and his words were full of derogatory remarks. Bai Ruoxue felt even more annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that she and her son had saved their lives, she really wanted to beat Chu Zifeng out. Chinese style. Bai Ruoxue then realized that the decoration of the bridal chamber was exactly as she had imagined. She had liked the classical Chinese palace wedding style since she was a child. She remembered she had said this once when she was a child, but she didn't expect Ye Xiuyuan to remember it so clearly. Thinking of this, her eyes instantly turned red. What was she doing last night? She didn't even notice that the entire layout of the room was her favorite. She slowly remembered that Ye Xiuyuan had done all the decoration of the wedding room himself, bit by bit. Thinking about last night when I left without looking back for Chu Zifeng, he must be very sad, right? Bai Ruoxue felt heartbroken again. She regretted her decision last night very much. That was the only wedding night in her life. It was ruined by a phone call from Chu Zifeng. Bai Ruoxue was exhausted watching Chu Zifeng jumping around and being pointed at and criticized by people all over the room. She didn't have the energy to kick Chu Zifeng out now. Bai Ruoxue warned, "Don't touch anything. Just stay downstairs. Otherwise, I will kick you out." Chu Zifeng shrugged and didn't care. Bai Ruoxue went upstairs in a hurry. She wanted to find the divorce agreement. She wanted to see what conditions Ye Xiuyuan had put forward. In the master bedroom of the wedding room, the divorce agreement was still on the dressing table, and Bai Ruoxue saw it at a glance. However, the bright wedding ring on the divorce agreement was particularly eye-catching. Bai Ruoxue was so shocked by the wedding leave that she felt dizzy and uneasy, and almost fell on the carpet. Bai Ruoxue choked up and said, Ye Xiuyuan really wants a divorce. He even took off his wedding ring." Until this moment, Bai Ruoxue knew that Ye Xiuyuan was really determined to divorce. Before, Bai Ruoxue thought that Ye Xiuyuan would not leave the Bai family, and she was fearless, but now, Ye Xiuyuan has repaid the Bai family's kindness of raising her with his own future and reputation. Especially, she also found that all the things belonging to Ye Xiuyuan in the house had been taken away. Nothing he had used was left behind, and Bai Ruoxue was completely panicked. Once divorced, Ye Xiuyuan would most likely disappear from her life. She picked up the wedding ring tremblingly, placed it in the palm of her hand, and looked at the inner ring of the wedding ring, which was engraved with the pinyin initials of their two names. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks. She stroked it carefully, as if she could feel Ye Xiuyuan's breath from it. Unfortunately, Bai Ruoxue felt nothing except coldness. Bai Ruoxue put the wedding ring aside and picked up the divorce agreement. Just as she was about to open it, Chu Zifeng seemed to be lingering around and walked into Bai Ruoxue's bedroom in a carefree manner. Bang! Bai Ruoxue slammed the divorce agreement on the dressing table. She angrily shouted, "Get out! Chu Zifeng! You are too arrogant. Who let you in? This is Bai Ruoxue and Ye Xiuyuan's bedroom, the most private place in a family. It is generally not open to outsiders, and those who know the rules will not break into the owner's bedroom." But Chu Zifeng actually walked in as if no one was around, and Bai Ruoxue was really angry this time. I'm sorry, Ruoxue, I heard you crying downstairs, and I was worried that something might happen to you, so I came in. Don't be angry." Instead of leaving, he moved closer and closer, and walked directly in front of Bai Ruoxue. Bai Ruoxue's eyes were cold and deep, like the deep ancient well in an ancient castle, and her expression was like cold and hard metal, without a trace of warmth. "Chu Zifeng, do you think I will always tolerate your insolence? I say it again, get out of here, or I will punish you even if you move out your mother lying in a hospital bed." Knowing that Bai Ruoxue was on the verge of going berserk, Chu Zifeng didn't dare to linger any longer. Sorry, Ruoxue, don't be angry, I'll go out now." When Chu Zifeng turned around, he touched the dressing table with his hand, but Bai Ruoxue had been staring at Chu Zifeng's upper body and didn't notice this little movement at all. After Chu Zifeng left, Bai Ruoxue opened the divorce agreement. But she looked again and still couldn't find a plan for the distribution of the Bai family's property. Instead, it was clearly written that Ye Xiuyuan would leave the house with nothing. On the last page, Ye Xiuyuan had already signed his name. As long as Bai Ruoxue signed, the divorce agreement would take effect. Ye Xiuyuan returned everything the Bai family had given him over the years. The real estate, shares, and some cash savings were left to Bai Ruoxue. Why? How could this be? Ye Xiuyuan, what on earth are you trying to do? 7 years ago, Bai Ruoxue didn't understand, and 7 years later, Bai Ruoxue still didn't understand. She could never understand Ye Xiuyuan. The betrayal that year was so sudden that it almost made her collapse. She avoided it for 4 years before she had the courage to meet Ye Xiuyuan. Ye Xiuyuan treated her as well as ever, as if what happened that year had never happened. Even when it comes to things like divorce, he's considering her. Bai Ruoxue didn't understand why Ye Xiuyuan wanted to hurt her and why he wanted to be with Wen Yuyan. He was so eager to get a woman when he was still so young, and he went to get a room. Bai Ruoxue had thought about getting to the bottom of this matter, but Ye Xiuyuan had always avoided talking about Wen Yuyan's affairs, and the other party involved, Wen Yuyan, went abroad after the incident and disappeared for 7 years. If she wasn't feeling guilty, why would she, the second daughter of the Wang family, flee abroad? This is also the reason why Bai Ruoxue suspected Ye Xiuyuan. She really couldn't find any reason to excuse Ye Xiuyuan. Bai Ruoxue lay on the dressing table and cried loudly. The tears were like a flood that broke through the dam and could not be stopped. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her slender body twitched slightly, making a slight whimpering sound. The sound was like the groaning of a wounded young animal, full of helplessness and sorrow. His originally delicate facial features were now shrouded in sadness, his brows were tightly furrowed, and a deep groove formed between his eyebrows. While she was wiping her tears, she accidentally found an envelope in the trash can. A trace of doubt appeared on Bai Ruoxue's beautiful face. This is a new house. We have never lived here. How come there is an envelope? For some unknown reason, this rich girl picked up something from the trash can for the first time. But when I picked it up, I found the envelope was empty, but there were some scraps of paper in the trash can. At this moment, there was a voice in Bai Ruoxue's heart telling her that those pieces of paper were very, very important to her. Bai Ruoxue didn't hesitate, she picked up the pieces of paper one by one. Unfortunately, the paper was torn into pieces, so Bai Ruoxue couldn't see anything for a moment. As she pieced it together patiently, she first discovered that there was a poem in it. Shangxie. It's this folk song from the Han Dynasty. I want to know you, and live a long and healthy life. The mountains have no peaks, the rivers have run dry. Thunder roars in winter, snow falls in summer. Only when heaven and earth unite, will I dare to break off with you. Bai Ruoxue started crying as she read. Looking at the familiar handwriting, she knew who wrote it. This is also her favorite poem. Because this is her ideal of love, lasting until death. This song, Shangxie, uses 5 impossible things to express the everlasting love of life and death. It is full of rock-solid belief in love and blazing passion like fire. When she was a child, she memoized poetry after reading it only once. What exactly does Ye Xiuyuan mean? What did he write next? Bai Ruoxue was very anxious. She couldn't wait to piece together the rest of the content. She wanted to know who it was written to, when it was written, and what it was used for. Unfortunately, her mind was already in a mess at the moment, and in her panic, she couldn't concentrate at all and couldn't spell the words correctly. But just when Bai Ruoxue was eager to succeed, a fierce quarrel was heard downstairs, which became more and more intense and even led to a fight. Oh no, Xiuyuan is back. Bai Ruoxue was flustered, she thought it was Ye Xiuyuan who came back. If he saw Chu Zifeng at home, it would be strange if he didn't fight, and she was even more afraid that Ye Xiuyuan would misunderstand something. Bai Ruoxue rushed downstairs in a hurry. Chapter 20 Vampire, Ye Family. Downstairs, Chu Zifeng shouted arrogantly, Who are you? Who let you in? Get out now. He acted like a host and scolded the uninvited guests coldly. These people obviously didn't buy it and just barged in on their own. The leader, an old lady in her 70s, said in a domineering manner, Who are we? This is hilarious. Who are you? Why are you kicking us out? Seeing that these people were not dressed fancy and had no background, Chu Zifeng became even more arrogant. This is my territory. If I tell you to get out, get out. Don't dirty my carpet. You can't afford the compensation. The old woman was very angry. She pointed at Chu Zifeng and said angrily, What did you say? Your territory. Where is Ye Xiuyuan? Where did he go? Let him come out. At this time, the young man next to the old woman recognized Chu Zifeng. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you Chu Zifeng?" "Chu Zifeng, that's right. Why, are you planning to ask for an autograph?" The young man showed a trace of sneer on his face. He turned to the old woman beside him and said, "Grandma, he is the gigolo that Bai Ruoxue kept outside. Bai Ruoxue wanted to divorce my brother because of him." "What? It's him?" The few people who came in became angry instantly, looking at Chu Zifeng angrily, as if they were going to hit him. Chu Zifeng immediately realized that these people were actually Ye Xiuyuan's family members. Chu Zifeng shouted timidly, "What are you doing? Don't come over here, Ruoxue. Come quickly, the family of that bastard Ye Xiuyuan is causing trouble." Ye Xiuyuan's grandmother was so angry that her heart ached. She was shaking and almost fainted from anger. "Great. You even brought the affair home. Bai Ruoxue, we in the Yi family will not let you go today." "Mom, are you okay?" "Grandmother." The people who broke in were Ye Xiuyuan's grandmother, Zhu Guilan, and his second uncle, Ye Chuanfu, and his family of 3. The incident on the internet caused a lot of uproar, so of course they knew about it, especially the neighbors, who were mocking their family in every way. His granddaughter-in-law, who had just gotten married, cheated on him, and Ye Xiuyuan was still covered in stains. Now they were getting divorced, so Zhu Guiying naturally couldn't sit still. If Ye Xiuyuan left the Bai family, how would they live? Even if Bai Ruoxue and Ye Xiuyuan really wanted to divorce, Zhu Guilan would tear off a large piece of meat from the Bai family. Zhu Guilan couldn't contact Ye Xiuyuan, so she had to come to the bridal chamber to block him. Unexpectedly, she ran into Bai Ruoxue having an affair with her adulterer. When Bai Ruoxue came down, she saw Ye Xiuyuan's cousin, Ye Yu, beating Chu Zifeng. Ye Chuanfu and his wife supported Zhu Guilan. Zhu Guilan was obviously very angry. Her face was pale and she was breathing heavily. When Bai Ruoxue saw that it was not Ye Xiuyuan, she felt relieved. But he still felt a little uneasy. After all, these were Ye Xiuyuan's family members, and what happened here would eventually reach Ye Xiuyuan's ears. Bai Ruoxue knew that this misunderstanding would be difficult to resolve. When Chu Zifeng saw Bai Ruoxue appear, he quickly called for help. "Ruoxue, quickly call the security guards in and kick them all out." When Ye Yu saw Bai Ruoxue coming out with a cold face, he was a little scared. He let go of Chu Zifeng and retreated behind Zhu Guilan. Zhu Guilan calmed down, her breathing gradually stabilized, and she said with great sorrow, "Bai Ruoxue, you came at the right time. This is your wedding room with Ye Xiuyuan? It's fine that you were fooling around with this pretty boy outside, but why did you bring him home? You and Xiuyuan haven't divorced yet, you are going to stomp on his face." Bai Ruoxue knew that she would be misunderstood. Her face was extremely embarrassed. She clenched her teeth and pursed her lips without refutation. Zhu Guiying thought Bai Ruoxue was feeling guilty, so she suddenly collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. "It's too bullying. Come and take a look. This is the eldest daughter of the Bai family. She just got married, and she has even sneaked into our house." She rolled over and cried loudly, and the sound seemed to penetrate the entire villa area. Zhu Guiying was originally a shrew. When she lived in the countryside, she could make noise from the entrance to the end of the village. Later, she was brought to the city and became a well-known tough guy in the community. Anyone who saw her would take a detic. Chu Zifeng panicked immediately. He didn't expect Ye Xiuyuan's grandmother to be such a person. Ruoxue, tell her to shut up. There are only wealthy people and celebrities around here. It would be embarrassing if they saw me. I'm a public figure." Bai Ruoxue felt sad inside, and Chu Zifeng knew that it would not look good if it got out, but he still insisted on forcing his way in even though he knew it would cause controversy. Bai Ruoxue said coldly to Zhu Guilan, "Enough. I know what you want to do. Tell me, how much do you want this time?" Sure enough, as soon as money was mentioned, Zhu Guilan's face changed immediately. 10 million. No, 100 million. We want 100 million. Zhu Guilan initially offered 10 million, but then she thought that this was a one-time deal, and once Bai Ruoxue and Ye Xiuyuan divorced, she would no longer be eligible to ask Bai Ruoxue for money. When Chu Zifeng heard this number, he was stunned. "Are you crazy, old woman? You want 100 million just by opening your mouth? What are you fighting for? I won't give you any money, not even a dime." In Chu Zifeng's opinion, all the money in the Bai family is his now. Let alone 100 million, he doesn't even want to give 10,000 to Ye Xiuyuan's family. Ruoxue, call Ye Xiuyuan now and ask him to come and take these beggars away. What kind of people are they? They were raised in the same nest with that hypocrite Ye Xiuyuan. Despicable. Greedy. Shameless. Chu Zifeng not only acted like the male host here, but also ordered Bai Ruoxue around. Bai Ruoxue was furious. Chu Zifeng was the one who caused the trouble, but she had to take the blame. Moreover, what qualifications did Chu Zifeng have to say about Ye Xiuyuan? His family background was not that noble. Chu Zifeng. Shut up. Ye Xiuyuan was raised by our Bai family. Are you accusing our Bai family of having problems with their upbringing? Chu Zifeng was at a loss for what to do after being scolded. Bai Ruoxue actually scolded him in front of Ye Xiuyuan's family. Chu Zifeng felt resentful. Although he was dissatisfied, Chu Zifeng knew that he was not qualified to challenge Bai Ruoxue and could only retreat to the back in shame. Zhu Guilan was scolded, and she started to throw a tantrum again. If you want to hit me, just call Ye Xiuyuan over. As a grandmother, I rarely see him all year round, and he doesn't even answer the phone. He deserves to be cheated on for being such an unfilial son. Bai Ruoxue frowned and said coldly, Zhu Guilan, what qualifications do you have to be Ye Xiuyuan's grandmother? After his father got into trouble, did you give him a meal or a place to live? You seized the pension my father gave him, and then threw him into the countryside to fend for himself. He was only 8 years old at that time. He has lived alone in the countryside for 4 years, and you have the nerve to call yourselves his family. Bai Ruoxue thought of the first time she saw Ye Xiuyuan. His clothes were tattered, full of patches, and hung loosely on his thin body. Those clothes were obviously for adults, but he dressed like a beggar. The face that should have been full of vitality was now filled with fatigue and numbness, and the body was covered with bruises. 12-year-old Ye Xiuyuan should have been studying in school, enjoying the love and care of his family. But he lost his mother at a young age, his father was in prison, and his blood relatives didn't want him at all. Because his father was a drug addict, the villagers also hated him. Bai Ruoxue didn't know how he survived those 4 years. He was like a weed, lowly, helpless and alone. But it is also extremely tenacious. It is trampled down countless times and stands up countless times. Zhu Guilan was a little weak after being stabbed in the spine, but she still argued, his father was arrested for drug abuse and drug trafficking, and he is not much better. He has been stealing and cheating since he was a child. I can only send him to the countryside for reform, but he still doesn't repent. He still fights in the village and causes trouble every day. What can I do? There was a hint of surprise in Chu Zifeng's eyes. He had gotten into big trouble today. It turned out that Ye Xiuyuan's father was actually a drug addict. If this got out, he would be in big trouble. There was no way he could wash away the dirty water on him. Bai Ruoxue became angrier and angrier as she spoke. Har har, he fought, it was others who beat him. He cursed his parents. How could he not fight back? As for stealing, you didn't leave him any money at all, and he didn't find a way out himself. Is he going to starve to death? Ye Xiuyuan's father, Ye Hao, is Bai Yuan's bodyguard and driver. When Ye Xiuyuan was 8 years old, the police found a large amount of drugs in Bai Yuan's car. It was finally found out that Ye Hao had secretly hidden them in the compartment inside the car. Ye Hao was arrested and sentenced to death. Considering their old friendship, Bai Yuan left some money for Ye Xiuyuan and gave Ye Xiuyuan to his grandmother and second uncle to raise. But 4 years later, Bai Yuan heard the news and realized how hard Ye Xiuyuan's life was. Originally, Bai Yuan took Bai Ruoxue on a self-driving tour that day. After Bai Yuan learned about the situation, he drove directly to Ye Xiuyuan's hometown in the countryside. Bai Ruoxue was extremely unhappy at the time. She had been looking forward to her father taking a vacation to take her out to play, but now that plan was ruined. She was sulking the whole way. Until she met Ye Xiuyuan, all the dissatisfaction in her heart disappeared, and she had only one thought, to take this poor brother home. That's right, she was the one who took the initiative to propose to adopt Ye Xiuyuan. Although Ye Xiuyuan was ragged and bruised at the time, his eyes were clear and pure, and he had a maturity that did not match his age. Bai Yuan has always responded to Bai Ruoxue's requests. Moreover, he also has this idea in mind. If he lets Ye Xiuyuan fend for himself, he will feel guilty. Ye Xiuyuan learned Bai Yuan's identity. He was his father's former boss and wanted to adopt him. He immediately vowed to repay the Bai family with his life, and he did so later, becoming Bai Ruoxue's little follower and attendant. And Bai Ruoxue always regarded Ye Xiuyuan as a family member and brother. Until something happened 7 years ago, Bai Ruoxue and Ye Xiuyuan fell apart. In the living room, Bai Ruoxue and Zhu Guilan were still at loggerheads. Bai Ruoxue said coldly, "When we adopted Ye Xiuyuan, we had already bought out your relationship with him. You took the money and signed the agreement. Don't call yourselves his family anymore, you don't deserve it." Zhu Guilan has no good character and is completely unreasonable. She put her hands on her hips, her eyes wide open, and kept shouting in a sharp and piercing voice. I don't care. Anyway, if you don't give me money today, I won't leave. I will tell the media about your affair and let them expose you again. Your Bai family has stolen our Ye family's golden nugget, and you think you can get away with it with just 1 million. You are just daydreaming. Zhu Guilan did get the money back then, it was 1 million yuan, and she also got rid of a burden. She was so happy at that time. He immediately transferred custody to Bai Yuan and signed the document severing ties without hesitation. But she soon regretted it. The 1 million was lost by her second son, and the Ye family became impoverished again. After Ye Xiuyuan was taken back by the Bai family, he quickly came to prominence. He was talented and quick-witted, and he continued to be appreciated by Bai Yuan. Although Ye Xiuyuan dropped out of elementary school and could barely recognize big characters, he studied hard starting from junior high school and became the top student in his grade in just half a year. From then on, in junior high and high school, he was the top student in the school every year. In Demon City, his grades were also among the top 3. Ye Xiuyuan had always been a prominent figure in school. After entering university, he became even more impressive. He started his own business in his freshman year, and before graduation, he was already worth a considerable amount of money. Even without the Bai family, he would have been able to live a comfortable life. After learning about Ye Xiuyuan's situation by chance, Zhu Guilan shamelessly came up to him and wanted to acknowledge her grandson, but in fact she was only after money. Bai Ruoxue had often seen Zhu Guilan and her men surround Ye Xiuyuan and blatantly ask him for money. Unfortunately, Ye Xiuyuan had long given up on these relatives of the Ye family and did not even invite them to his wedding. I don't know how they knew the location of Ye Xiuyuan's wedding room. The Ye family is a group of vampires. Chapter 21. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. In the end, Bai Ruoxue didn't give Zhu Guilan and the others a penny. Because Zhu Guilan made too much noise, someone called the police. When the police arrived, they arrested 4 people from 3 generations of the Ye family on the charge of trespassing. When they were escorted out of the villa by the police, Zhu Guilan and the others made a big fuss without caring about anything. Bai Ruoxue, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, my grandson's wife, took advantage of my grandson's absence and brought a pretty boy into the bridal chamber to mess around. They take advantage of their power to bully others and don't give poor people like us a way to survive. Oh my God! Please open your eyes. Take this couple away. The situation didn't stop until they were taken into the police car. Outside the villa, there were many onlookers, including owners and property people, pointing and talking at Bai Ruoxue and Chuzifeng in the villa. Even though they were not seen and were separated by an iron gate and a wall, Bai Ruoxue and Chuzifeng still felt their faces burning. Bai Ruoxue's face turned red with anger, as if it was burned by a blazing flame. Chuzifeng was so angry that he went crazy. He clenched his teeth tightly, and his cheeks bulged high, making a crunching sound. He kept stomping back and forth in the room, cursing and swearing. That's enough. Chuzifeng, get out. Chuzifeng looked very aggrieved. Ruoxue. You scolded me again, it's obviously Ye Xiuyuan's poor relatives who came to make trouble. Bai Ruoxue's eyes were cold and filled with strong anger. If you hadn't insisted on following me and couldn't be driven away, would you have encountered something like this? Ever since Chuzifeng returned to China, Bai Ruoxue felt that her life had changed drastically, especially what happened yesterday and today, which was simply a hellish disaster that almost destroyed her entire life. She was extremely upset and wondered why she had agreed to let Chuzifeng return to China for development. Chuzifeng was frightened by Bai Ruoxue's cold eyes. He curled his lips and dared not refute. But then, he said in particular distress, Ruoxue, this old woman is too hateful. What if she really goes out and spreads nonsense? Otherwise, you can call the police station and lock them up for a few years before releasing them. I'm doing this for your reputation, you. Bai Ruoxue said coldly, "Har har, if you cared about my reputation, you wouldn't have lied to me to go to Hangzhou to see you last night. My reputation has long been ruined by you, and now you are just worried about your own career." After the secret meeting between the two of them was exposed, the only person who was scolded online was Bai Ruoxue, because she was the one who took the initiative to find Chu Zifeng. She was accused of being unfaithful and cheating on her husband after getting married. Later, Ye Xiuyuan announced what happened 7 years ago, and Chu Zifeng suddenly became a hero who bravely stood up for justice. It was he who saved the beauty, and Bai Ruoxue pledged herself to him. But if the two of them appeared in the bridal chamber together, that would be something to talk about. Even if they are in love with each other and netizens wish them well, it shouldn't be so excessive. After all, Ye Xiuyuan and Bai Ruoxue haven't divorced yet. Although it is not illegal, the accusations on the moral level will definitely affect Chu Zifeng's current image. Chu Zifeng smiled awkwardly when his true thoughts were seen through. Bai Ruoxue didn't want to see him at all. "Get out. Leave here." "Huh? Get out now." Chu Zifeng was a little nervous. If he went out now, he would definitely be caught by people outside, and he didn't want to be pointed at. "Ruoxue, please let me stay here. I will definitely leave later." Chu Zifeng planned to wait until there were fewer people outside, then disguise himself and go out. Exhausted, Bai Ruoxue really didn't want to say much to Chu Zifeng. She simply pushed Chu Zifeng out and slammed the door shut. "Ruoxue! Ruoxue! Open the door!" Chu Zifeng didn't react at all. After being locked outside the room, Bai Ruoxue didn't open the door for him no matter how he called. Helplessly, he could only cover his face and run back to his car to escape from this place of trouble. Bai Ruoxue returned to the bedroom, hugged her knees and sat down on the carpet, tears of pain flowing again. Bai Ruoxue had a lot of grievances to express, but she didn't even have anyone to talk to. She didn't know who to tell her grievances to. Her father, who once loved her the most, was very angry with her, and her best friends were probably waiting to laugh at her. "Woo woo. Why? Ye Xiuyuan, can you please come back? I'll explain everything to you clearly. Chu Zifeng is not my boyfriend. I don't like him at all. It's not like that, not what they say on the internet. I never thought about giving myself to you. Come back, come back." At this desperate moment, Bai Ruoxue still thought of her brother Xiuyuan who protected her from the wind and rain. Ye Xiuyuan brought Situ Weiyang out of the Bai group, and the two came to the garden downstairs of the company. Ye Xiuyuan said helplessly and tiredly, "Miss Situ, why are you doing this? Xu Minghui is right. I am notorious now. If you get involved with me, it will only bring you negative influence." Situ Weiyang had a pretty face that could bring disaster to the country and the people, and she was at least 1.75 meters tall and slender, with an extremely oppressive noble temperament. But now she was standing beside Ye Xiuyuan like a little bird, looking so delicate and charming, and as if she was about to cry due to being wronged. She felt like she was abandoned after being seduced, and she cried aggrievedly, "Xiuyuan, do you dislike me because I'm older than you, so you don't want me anymore?" Tears sparkled in her eyes, like bright stars covered with a layer of mist. Ye Xiuyuan immediately denied it. "How could I dislike you? Are you old? You look like you are in your 20s. Your skin is as tender as a newborn baby." When Ye Xiuyuan held Situ Weiyang's hand just now, he felt like he was holding a piece of fine jade. Her skin was fair and tight, and her touch was as smooth as silk. "No. This has nothing to do with age." Ye Xiuyuan found himself being misled. This was not a matter of age. Situ Weiyang felt even more aggrieved. "We clearly agreed last night that you would marry me after your divorce, and what I said today was not wrong. Why are you going back on your word? You did that to me, last night tilder. Situ Weiyang spoke shyly, her eyes were extremely charming, and her every move was full of enchantment and temptation, as if she was a natural fairy. Ye Xiuyuan felt itchy when he heard this, and he almost fell into it. But he quickly came to his senses, and he almost covered Situ Weiyang's mouth again. "No. Situ Weiyang, aunt, what on earth are you going to do? Don't think I don't know anything. You took me away by force last night, and I was drunk at the time. I know my drinking behavior very well. Unless I was drugged, I would never do anything wrong." He Mingxian called Ye Xiuyuan early this morning and kept teasing him about the battle last night and wanted to gossip about his affair with the extraordinary woman in the imperial capital. Only then did Ye Xiuyuan realize that his body was picked up by Situ Weiyang last night. Moreover, the erotic scene at that time gave him a preconceived idea that he really had sex while drunk. When he calmed down, he realized there was a problem. On the one hand, he was drunk and would just fall asleep. On the other hand, Situ Weiyang had so many bodyguards that if he tried to force his way in, he would have been dragged out and beaten to death. All of this was directed and acted by Situ Weiyang herself, deliberately trying to trick him. However, he didn't understand why Situ Weiyang would sacrifice her own reputation and create such a misunderstanding. Seeing that her plan was discovered, Situ Weiyang's plump and rosy lips slightly raised with a faint smile. That smile was like a blooming flower, so beautiful and charming. Boss Yi, isn't it better to be a little confused? Why do you have to make things so clear? Will you suffer if you marry me? To be able to marry a beauty like you who is both talented and beautiful, is a blessing that I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Not only will there be smoke coming out of my ancestral graves, I guess my ancestors for 18 generations will have to praise me in their dreams as a good son of the Yi family. Ye Xiuyuan's few words made Situ Weiyang smile and tremble with joy. Her charming posture was like a flower blown by the wind in spring, delicate and attractive. Her teeth were as white as snow, faintly visible between her rosy lips, adding a touch of alluring charm. Ye Xiuyuan forced himself to calm down and divert his gaze. He didn't dare to look at this enchantress again, for fear that she would take his soul away. Situ Weiyang took a step forward, approaching Ye Xiuyuan, her beautiful body within reach. Her eyes were bright and she asked softly, "You praised me so highly, so why don't you want to marry me?" A faint fragrance lingers at the tip of the nose, and this subtle fragrance stirs their heart. "Because I don't want to make the same mistake again. I just jumped out of the Bai family, and now I step into the dangerous den of your Situ family. I'm going to lose my life. Miss Situ, you may be looking for a shield. I believe many people are willing to do so, but I am really not suitable. I am too tired, and my reputation is in tatters now. It will not help you to stabilize those old antiques in the Situ family." Ye Xiuyuan is not that narcissistic. He doesn't really think that Situ Weiyang wants to marry him. Although he and Situ Weiyang were not familiar with each other and had only met a few times, he was very clear about Situ Weiyang's current situation. Although she had suppressed the second and third branches of the Situ family with thunderous means and became the head of the Situ family in name only. In fact, she is surrounded by dangers. The second and third wives were always looking for opportunities to take revenge on her, and they wanted to take back the position of head of the family. Secondly, her relationship with her mother was like fire and water. Situ Weiyang also had a half-brother, and she wanted to make wedding clothes for this male heir of the Situ family. Situ Weiyang's identity is very embarrassing. She is the debt of her father, Situ Lei's romantic affair when he was young, and she has been wandering outside since she was a child. It is said that Situ Lei really liked Situ Weiyang's mother, but her mother was just an ordinary person. Later, in order to compete for the position of the head of the Situ family, Situ Lei had to marry the daughter of a wealthy family and use marriage to obtain external support. Situ Weiyang's mother was heartbroken and took Situ Weiyang to a distant place, leaving the imperial capital, a sad place. After Situ Lei had secured his position as the head of the family, he expended a great deal of manpower and resources searching everywhere for Situ Weiyang and her mother. Unfortunately, when she was found, Situ Weiyang's mother had already passed away due to illness. Perhaps out of his debt to Situ Weiyang, Situ Lei gave the position of head of the family to Situ Weiyang after his death. But this also brought disaster to Situ Weiyang. There were many people who coveted the Situ family. With internal and external troubles, open and secret struggles, Situ Weiyang was threatened all the time. The most important thing is that many people in the Situ family want to marry Situ Weiyang off, so that she can no longer be the head of the Situ family. Although Situ Weiyang had already announced that she would never marry, she found it difficult to withstand the pressure from those old-fashioned people. Situ Weiyang is in urgent need of finding a live-in son-in-law. Although Situ Weiyang was very beautiful, with a graceful figure and a charming appearance, Ye Xiuyuan was too tired. He did not want to get involved in any more troubles. He just wanted to deal with the affairs of the Bai family, find a quiet place and have a good rest for a while. Chapter 22 Ye Xiuyuan, I really can't beat this goblin. Ye Xiuyuan, Miss Situ, I have made my words very clear. I am sorry. I am really not suitable for the son-in-law's dinner. You should find someone else. Situ Weiyang didn't expect Ye Xiuyuan to speak so bluntly and understand her situation so well. She was not annoyed at all, but smiled even more happily. He tilde tilde tilde, Ye Xiuyuan, what if I say that I really like you and want to marry you? Are you willing to marry me? As long as you marry me, with our abilities, it won't take long for us to completely control the Situ family. The Situ family will be the Ye family in the future, which is much stronger than the Bai family. Wealth, power, and this beautiful woman you praised as a fairy are all yours. Are you satisfied? Situ Weiyang twisted her waist seductively and leaned lightly on Ye Xiuyuan's chest. The posture was so ambiguous that a normal man would not be able to control himself. Unfortunately, Ye Xiuyuan was obviously abnormal. Sorry, I'm really not interested. Ye Xiuyuan gently supported Situ Weiyang's delicate body and took 2 steps back. Ms. Situ, you've really found the wrong person. I just want to live a carefree life. My current wealth is enough to cover my expenses for the rest of my life. Sorry, I'll take my leave now. Ye Xiuyuan didn't wait for Situ Weiyang to answer and turned to leave. But at this moment, Ye Xiuyuan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the police station. I'm Ye Xiuyuan. What? Yes, I know them. I'll be there now. The police station called because of Zhu Guilan and her friends. They were arrested for trespassing. Originally, the matter was not a big deal, but Ye Yu beat Chuzifeng, and Chuzifeng had already hired a lawyer to sue them. Zhu Guilan couldn't find anyone else to ask for help, so she asked the police to call Ye Xiuyuan. No matter what, Zhu Guilan and the others are Ye Xiuyuan's relatives, and since this matter is related to him, Ye Xiuyuan cannot ignore it. He was just about to call Cheng Shu to drive over to pick him up. But then he remembered that he had been fired. He could no longer command Cheng Shu, let alone use the Bai group's car. Ye Xiuyuan came to the roadside to take a taxi, but there were only high-end office buildings nearby and there was not a single taxi. Beep. Boss Yi, where are you going? I'll take you there. A majestic white Mercedes-Benz AGM drove in front of Ye Xiuyuan, and the passenger window rolled down, revealing Situ Weiyang's stunningly beautiful face. Ye Xiuyuan was a little hesitant. He had just spoken to the other person so decisively, as if he had no intention of having any more contact with him. He felt a little embarrassed to get into Situ Weiyang's car. No, I'm not in a hurry. Ye Xiuyuan walked a few steps forward along the roadside. But Situ Weiyang didn't intend to give up. She released the brake and slowly caught up with Ye Xiuyuan. This scene instantly attracted the attention of passers-by around. A beautiful woman in a luxury car, following a handsome guy closely, this drama of a girl chasing a boy is simply like the urban emotional drama of the year. Fortunately, they couldn't see Situ Weiyang's face clearly, otherwise Ye Xiuyuan would definitely cause public outrage. Ye Xiuyuan couldn't stand being watched like a monkey, especially since he was now very famous on the internet. If he was recognized, he would most likely be scolded. Ye Xiuyuan walked quickly to the sports car and wanted to sit in the back seat, but Situ Weiyang quickly locked the door. Ye Xiuyuan tried twice but failed to open the door. Sit in the front. I'm not a taxi driver. Why are you running in the back? Ye Xiuyuan could only open the passenger door. You are so good, I admit defeat. After getting in the car, Ye Xiuyuan had a bitter face and looked a little frustrated. It seemed that he had never won a fight with Situ Weiyang. The rare feeling of failure made Ye Xiuyuan even more curious about Situ Weiyang. Har har har, Ye Xiuyuan, sooner or later you will truly fall under my high heels. Ye Xiuyuan didn't want to pay attention to her. Situ Weiyang was too good at climbing up the ladder. Situ Weiyang smiled and said teasingly, even if you don't want to pay attention to me, you still have to tell me where you are going, right? Police station. Ye Xiuyuan was defeated again. The demon was too powerful and he really couldn't defeat him. Magic City, Wang family. Ye Xiuyuan, that bastard. How dare he steal my woman? Wang Yangzhou was furious at home at this time. Everything he saw, whether antiques or other ornaments, was smashed to pieces. And Situ Weiyang, I'd been chasing her for so many years, but she never even looked at me. Now she's so casual about checking into a room with Ye Xiuyuan. This bitch, how could she do this to me? What happened in the Bai group reached Wang Yangzhou's ears at the fastest speed. Situ Weiyang pursued Ye Xiuyuan, especially when she said that he should be responsible for her. Her words implied that they had already had a substantial relationship. This was the end of Wang Yangzhao. He had always considered Situ Weiyang his concubine and the only choice for his future wife. Now that Situ Weiyang's virginity was taken away by Ye Xiuyuan, Wang Yangzhao felt like he was being cheated on. Wang Yangzhao's father, Wang Li, is the contemporary head of the Wang family. He scolded Wang Yangzhao with a serious face. "Yangzhao, look at how angry you are. How can you still look like an heir to a wealthy family? Didn't I teach you to remain calm in spite of honor or disgrace?" Wang Yangzhao angrily asked back, "You are not surprised by honor or disgrace? My wife has been slept with by someone else, and now you tell me that you are not surprised by honor or disgrace. If it were you, would you be able to accept it?" Bang! Wang Li slapped Wang Yangzhao hard. "How dare you? Wang Yangzhao, what nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Yangzhao's mother's face was filled with shame and anger. "Yangzhao, what are you talking about?" With the accusations from his parents and the slap in the face, Wang Yangzhao slowly came to his senses. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I was being irrational." Wang Yangzhao had a gloomy face. Although he had calmed down, the fierceness in his eyes and the anger in his heart were growing stronger. Seeing that he had restrained himself, Wang Li did not blame him anymore. Wang Li said coldly, "We must find a way to get rid of Ye Xiuyuan. If it weren't for him, we would have swallowed up Sister Bai long ago. Why would we wait until today?" Wang Yangzhao said viciously, "Ye Xiuyuan must die. This time he is the one who caused us heavy losses. We invested 10 billion real money to short the national stock market, and now we have lost everything. This debt must be attributed to Ye Xiuyuan." It turns out that the mastermind behind the Bai family is the Wang family. Bai Ruoxue's cheating incident broke out so quickly that it couldn't be suppressed. This was all the work of the Wang family. Ye Xiuyuan sacrificed himself to save the Bai family, which turned public opinion around. This also led to the failure of the Wang family's plan to sell the Bai family's stock price, resulting in heavy losses. Wang Li, humph. That Chu Zifeng is also a loser. He has been back for half a year and still hasn't taken down Bai Ruoxue. Dad, I think we should let Chu Zifeng drug Bai Ruoxue. As long as Bai Ruoxue's virginity is broken, she will have no choice but to obey Chu Zifeng. We can also take this opportunity to record some videos and send them to that old man Bai Yuan to piss him off to death. Wang Li stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Okay. This time, we must make sure it is foolproof. If we fail again, Chu Zifeng will be useless as a chess piece. Don't worry, Dad. Bai Ruoxue, that idiot, will obey Chu Zifeng's orders, so there will be no problem. We didn't gain nothing this time. At least we drove Ye Xiuyuan out of the Bai family. Bai Yuan is seriously ill. The Bai family relies on Bai Ruoxue, a woman. Why don't we just let us trample on them? Har har har. Chapter 23. A strange feeling of familiarity. Police station, detention room. Zhu Guilan and the others waited anxiously for Ye Xiuyuan to finally appear. As soon as they saw Ye Xiuyuan, they started complaining. "My dear grandson, you must rescue us. We went to find Bai Ruoxue and her lover to fight for your injustice. Now they want to sue us for trespassing and your brother for assault." "Yes, brother Xiuyuan. Bai Ruoxue is really a bully. It's okay to just play outside, but this time she even brought him home. I was so angry when I saw that bastard. I'm avenging you. Xiuyuan, you don't know what they were doing when we went in. Oh my. It's really too hard to talk about. Xiuyuan, please bail us out." 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, one after another, described the affair between Bai Ruoxue and Chu Zifeng vividly and with a strong sense of picture. The other people in the detention room had a lot of thoughts in their minds. Some people even recognized Ye Xiuyuan and started pointing fingers at him. Ye Xiuyuan's eyes were indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. But Situ Weiyang, who came in right after him, couldn't stand this. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, seemed like burning flames at this moment. Situ Weiyang said angrily, "All of you shut up. Stop bragging about yourselves. You know your own character. How could you possibly help Ye Xiuyuan? I'm afraid you went to Bai Ruoxue just to extort money, right?" Situ Weiyang's long, slender willow-shaped eyebrows stood up at this moment, adding a bit of sharpness to her face. Situ Weiyang's face was like a carefully carved statue, with cold and beautiful lines, and her eyes were like cold stars, deep and sharp. She only needed to glance at Zhu Guilan and the others to make them feel terrified. Zhu Guilan said with all her might. You, who are you? When did it become your turn as an outsider to butt in on our family affairs? When Ye Xiuyuan saw Situ Weiyang, he was completely fascinated. He pulled Zhu Guilan to his side and said, Grandma, this is Brother Xiuyuan's friend after all. Please give Brother Xiuyuan some face. Ye Xiuyuan showed a confident smile and introduced himself. Hello, beautiful lady. I am Ye Xiuyuan's cousin, my name is Ye Xiuyuan. What's your name? He wanted to shake hands with Situ Weiyang through the iron gate. Situ Weiyang's eyes turned cold, and she scolded, Get lost. You are not worthy of knowing my name. When Zhu Guilan saw her grandson being scolded, she immediately became unhappy. You. How can you talk to my grandson like that? Apologize to my grandson right now. Situ Weiyang ignored her completely, her eyes full of contempt and disgust. Seeing that Situ Weiyang ignored her, Zhu Guilan could only vent her anger on Ye Xiuyuan, who had been silent. Ye Xiuyuan. Take us out quickly. We were captured because of you. You can't be so conscienceless. I am your grandmother. Situ Weiyang did not give Ye Xiuyuan a chance to speak. She protected Ye Xiuyuan behind her and angrily scolded Zhu Guilan and the others. Har har, dear grandmother. You two are afraid that outsiders don't know about Bai Ruoxue's affair. Have you ever considered Xiuyuan? Have you ever thought that if you publicize it like this, he will lose face at all? You still kiss grandma. I think in your eyes, only this piece of trash is your grandson. You four are 3 generations, the old, the middle and the young. The old ones are disrespectful, the middle ones are mediocre, and the young ones are lazy and greedy. There is not a single good person in your family. Where were you when Ye Xiuyuan was thrown into the countryside by you to fend for himself? Why didn't you help him when he was alone and helpless? He wasn't your grandson at that time. Situ Weiyang called out the names of Zhu Guilan and the other 3 one by one and scolded them harshly. Everyone could see their contempt in her eyes. Zhu Guilan didn't expect Situ Weiyang to be so powerful. Even though she had been a shrew for decades, she was no match for Situ Weiyang and was so angry that she was out of breath. Zhu Guilan had no other choice but to blame Ye Xiuyuan. Ye Xiuyuan, why don't you say something? Are you just going to watch us get scolded by this woman? Situ Weiyang wanted to say something, but Ye Xiuyuan pulled her behind him. Ye Xiuyuan said calmly, Shouldn't you scold me? Every word she said was my intention. Upon hearing this, Situ Weiyang immediately revealed a brilliant smile on her face, which reached her eyebrows like a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. Situ Weiyang at this moment was completely different from the one who was full of fighting power just now. Many people were stunned by her smiling face. You, Ye Xiuyuan, you unfilial descendant. Ye Xiuyuan's body was filled with coldness, and his words were like ice chips. Please make it clear, although my last name is Yi, I have nothing to do with your Yi. You sold me out when you took the 1 million. Stop describing me as an unfilial descendant, because you don't deserve it. If the policeman hadn't insisted that he come over, Ye Xiuyuan definitely wouldn't want to see these people from the Yi family again. Because whenever he saw them, he would be reminded of the suffering he had endured in his childhood. After Wu Hao was arrested, Bai Yuan gave Ye Chuanfu 100,000 yuan and asked him to take good care of Ye Xiuyuan. 100,000 yuan in that era was definitely a huge sum of money. When Ye Chuanfu took the money, he said a lot of nonsense, as if he wanted to raise Ye Xiuyuan as his own son. As a result, as soon as Bai Yuan left, he turned hostile. Ye Xiuyuan, who was still very young, became the servant of their whole family, doing the laundry, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of the 5-year-old Ye Yu, treating him like a young master. Whenever Ye Xiuyuan did something wrong, he would be beaten up. Sometimes, when Ye Chuanfu and his wife lost money playing cards, they would take it out on Ye Xiuyuan. In just a few months, they lost all their 100,000 yuan. With no money to spend and 2 children to support, Ye Chuanfu sent Ye Xiuyuan back to his hometown in the countryside to let him fend for himself. As a grandmother, Zhu Guilan not only did not say a fair word to help Ye Xiuyuan, but instead criticized him even more harshly. If Ye Xiuyuan had not been adopted by the Bai family, he would have died long ago. He would not have the glory he has today and be respected as Mr. Yi. Now, Zhu Guilan and the others still want Ye Xiuyuan to be filial, but it's too late. Perhaps thinking of the tragic experiences in the past, Ye Xiuyuan was shaking with anger, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Xiuyuan, don't be afraid. I'm here, and I'll always be here. Situ Weiyang grabbed Ye Xiuyuan's clenched fists with both hands and comforted him gently. Her body pressed against Ye Xiuyuan, and the concern in her eyes was definitely not fake. Ye Xiuyuan felt strangely familiar. He carefully looked at Situ Weiyang in front of him. Her facial features seemed to be carefully carved by God with all the grace and beauty in the world. Her skin was as soft and delicate as mutton-fat jade, pure and flawless. Although her temperament was cold, it never seemed to be directed at him. Ye Xiuyuan didn't understand why Situ Weiyang was so special to him. This was the second time she defended him today. This was the first time that Situ Weiyang was stared at so closely by a man. If it were anyone else, he would have been slapped away by her. But this man was Ye Xiuyuan, the one she had been thinking about. Instead of avoiding him, Situ Weiyang raised her face and looked straight at Ye Xiuyuan, so that Ye Xiuyuan could see him more clearly. Situ Weiyang's reaction made Ye Xiuyuan at a loss. He swallowed nervously and turned his head away, not daring to look her in the eye. HMPH. Look at you, you're such a coward. I won't eat you. What's wrong with taking a look? Although she said she didn't care, Situ Weiyang's heart was beating wildly as if it was about to jump out. Two blushes quickly rose on her cheeks, as if the sunset in the sky had fallen on her face. Her eyes were full of love and joy, sparkling, as if the twinkling stars in the night sky were rubbed into her eyes. Ye Yu was jealous and crazy. Why did they all have the last name Ye? Ye Xiuyuan's wife was so beautiful, and he had such a good woman around him. This was not fair. Ye Xiuyuan. If you are not here to save us, then what are you doing here? Don't show off in front of me. Ye Yu originally wanted to curry favor with Ye Xiuyuan and get to know this peerless beauty, but both of them ignored him. Ye Yu wanted to chase them away. But Zhu Guilan disagreed. She was old and didn't want to stay in the detention room. Ye Xiuyuan, if you don't save us, I will cry outside your company every day when we get out. I will expose your wife's infidelity and your lack of respect for your elders. Facing Zhu Guilan's threats, Ye Xiuyuan just sneered. If he was really cruel, he would have 100 ways to make a family like this live a life worse than death. But Ye Xiuyuan took into consideration the last bit of human feelings and didn't want to make things too awkward, lest his father in heaven would not rest in peace. Ye Xiuyuan wanted to talk things over with the police and then leave. But Situ Weiyang refused. She said coldly, "Are you sure you want to fight us? I advise you to think it over carefully. Zhu Guilan, if you dare to say a single word, I will make your whole family in turmoil." Zhu Guilan, how dare you? Little girl, don't think I'm scared at this age. As long as you don't take us out today, we'll just wait and see. Situ Weiyang, I remember your son is quite vicious, right? Then you should keep an eye on him in the future. In case he loses hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars one day, or borrows money from a loan shark, he might get hacked to death. Oh, and your grandson, look at his weak body and lustful appearance, he must have been playing with women outside. If he forces others to have sex, he will go to jail. And you are so harsh with your words, but if you push someone into a corner, you will do anything. Situ Weiyang seemed to know Zhu Guilan's family very well and had grasped everyone's weaknesses. Zhu Guilan knew that Situ Weiyang was threatening her, but unfortunately she was locked in iron bars, otherwise she really wanted to rush to Situ Weiyang and scratch her vixen-like face. Ye Yu shouted, "Police! Someone come! This woman is threatening us. She is physically attacking us and intimidating us." The police came quickly, and he was a small leader, the chief of the police station. "What are you yelling about? Be quiet. You are the ones who are always making trouble." When he came over, he first scolded Ye Yu, then walked respectfully in front of Situ Weiyang. "You must be Miss Situ, right? Our director just gave me instructions to entertain you well." The director addressed Situ Weiyang with honorifics right from the start, and his attitude was respectful, and it was the director himself who gave the order to him. Everyone around was stunned. Who was this incredibly beautiful woman and how could she be able to connect with the top brass of the Magic City Police Department? Zhu Guilan and the others realized instantly that they had provoked a huge Buddha. Chapter 24. Who are you? Ye Xiuyuan explained clearly to the police that he and Zhu Guilan and the others had indeed no relationship anymore, and he would not release them on bail. How Bai Ruoxue chooses to sue Zhu Guilan is their business. After Ye Xiuyuan resolved the matter, he took Situ Weiyang away. In the parking lot, Ye Xiuyuan pressed Situ Weiyang against the car door. He leaned forward slightly, his body just inches away from her. Situ Weiyang tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with a lively light. She bit her lower lip lightly, and her pink lips slightly showed an alluring luster. Ye Xiuyuan saw his own shadow in Situ Weiyang's eyes. The air around him was permeated by this ambiguous atmosphere, and his breath became thick and warm. Situ Weiyang looked shy, like a frightened little rabbit, innocent. You bad guy, I asked you to stay the night last night, but you refused. Now you want to flirt with me in public, what do you want from me tilde? The charming Situ Weiyang had no effect on Ye Xiuyuan at all. He looked calm, even scary. Ye Xiuyuan asked in a deep voice, Situ Weiyang, who are you? Why do you know so much about my affairs? Ye Xiuyuan felt very strange. Situ Weiyang seemed to know everything about his past. But most people don't know these things, especially the days when Ye Xiuyuan was a child in the countryside. Ye Xiuyuan's hometown is in Rongcheng, 1,500 kilometers away. Even if Situ Weiyang has great powers, he doesn't believe that she can find out so clearly. Situ Weiyang said timidly, Brother Xiuyuan, don't look at me like that, I'll be scared tilde. Well, stop using that. It's useless to me. I don't know why you approached me. I'm really of no use to you now. Don't waste your time. What? Brother Xiuyuan, you have no impression of me at all. You? Have we met before? Ye Xiuyuan was confused. He really didn't remember any private interactions with Situ Weiyang, but he felt like he had seen Situ Weiyang somewhere before, and the feeling of familiarity became stronger and stronger. Situ Weiyang sighed. It seems that I am still not pretty enough, and I can't make you remember me. Miss Situ, please just tell me what you have to say. A year ago, near heaven on earth, you saved a woman. Do you remember? Ye Xiuyuan suddenly realized, it's you? Situ Weiyang nodded with a smile, yes, it was me. You saved my life. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by someone long ago. So, you can rest assured that I have no bad intentions towards you. I just want to repay you. Situ Weiyang took the opportunity to hug Ye Xiuyuan. Her slender arms wrapped around Ye Xiuyuan's waist, hugging him very tightly, as if she wanted to melt all the longing she had for him over the years into this embrace. Situ Weiyang held him for a very long time and was reluctant to let go. She had been waiting for this day for a very long time. This time, Ye Xiuyuan did not push her away. Instead, he gently patted Situ Weiyang's back to comfort her. Smelling the scent of Ye Xiuyuan, Situ Weiyang's cheeks flushed. The blush spread rapidly like an ignited flame, burning from the center of the cheek to the base of the ear. The red color looks just like a ripe peach, fresh and juicy. Unfortunately, Ye Xiuyuan couldn't see it. Ye Xiuyuan said softly, so it's you, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ye Xiuyuan gradually let down his guard, but still did not show any intimacy. He just treated Situ Weiyang as an ordinary friend. I thought you still remembered me, but it's a pity that you are so stupid that you don't even care about me. Ye Xiuyuan still had doubts in his heart, but how do you know about my childhood and how do you know Zhu Guilan and the others so well? Well, you know my situation. There are many people with bad intentions who would approach me on purpose. Of course I have to investigate you thoroughly. If you are a bad person, then I will suffer a great loss. Situ Weiyang found a very reasonable reason and completely dispelled Ye Xiuyuan's concerns. No wonder you later destroyed the paradise on earth, twice. Humph. The people from the third room used heaven and earth to attack me. If you hadn't saved me, my life would have been ruined. I was merciful by only destroying the decoration and not killing those old guys behind heaven and earth. A year ago was also the time when the internal strife in the Situ family was the most brutal. Situ Weiyang relied on the old team left by Situ Lei and her tough methods and plans, and gradually approached victory. The people from the third branch of the Situ family were desperate and took advantage of Situ Weiyang's visit to the Magic City to discuss business to murder her. Situ Weiyang and her bodyguards were all poisoned and then besieged by a group of people. Under the desperate escort of her bodyguards, Situ Weiyang escaped from heaven on earth. But at that time, in order to avoid the enemy's search, she put on heavy makeup, wore a mask and a wig. Unfortunately, even so, she was still discovered. 10 assassins attacked bravely and almost caught her. Ye Xiuyuan happened to see her and brought people to rescue her, and even held out until the police arrived. Ye Xiuyuan left immediately after seeing that Situ Weiyang was out of danger, and he never asked about this woman afterwards. Unexpectedly, the person he saved was Situ Weiyang, the eldest daughter of the Situ family who was now at the peak of her career. Thinking of that dangerous situation, Situ Weiyang still felt a little scared. If they didn't want to capture me alive, I would have been poisoned to death that time. The person who poisoned me was the old man my father left for me. I never thought he would betray me. It's okay. You have survived a great disaster and will be blessed in the future. You are so powerful now. You are the number one in the Situ family. You can walk sideways in the whole China. Situ Weiyang showed a happy smile on her face. Yes, I am really lucky to meet you again. Her tone was very casual, like she was greeting an old friend she hadn't seen for years. Ye Xiuyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with what Situ Weiyang said, but he also felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Ye Xiuyuan, Miss Situ, thank you for helping me out today. I have an appointment tonight. I will treat you to dinner another day. Situ Weiyang let go of Ye Xiuyuan. She looked at him with a smile, nodded and said, okay, let's do it tomorrow. I'll treat you to a meal. You saved my life, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. By the way, where are you going? I'll take you there. Ye Xiuyuan refused. Don't bother, it's easy to get a taxi here, I'll just take a taxi there. Situ Weiyang felt a little disappointed. Okay then, see you tomorrow Tilda. Ye Xiuyuan waved his hand and turned away. Okay, see you tomorrow. Situ Weiyang watched him leave, the smile on her face never disappeared. She had something important to do tonight, otherwise she would definitely send Ye Xiuyuan off. Recalling Ye Xiuyuan's silly look, Situ Weiyang smiled brightly. There was a natural elegance, kindness and tranquility in her smile, completely different from her previous charm and enchantment. She said softly, Brother Xiuyuan, you are such an idiot. I didn't expect you really forgot about me. But it doesn't matter, I will let you know me again. From now on, I will protect you. Chapter 25. I'll drink this glass of wine first as a show of respect. Although Ye Xiuyuan resigned from the Bai family, he couldn't just walk away without caring about anything. He needs to maintain some connections so that the cooperation project can proceed better. Especially the people he was entertaining tonight. One was an elder who had been very kind to Ye Xiuyuan, and the other was the most important partner of the Bai family at present. As long as this project is negotiated, the Bai family won't have to worry about having no business in the next 10 years. The core industry of the Bai family is the production and manufacturing of household appliances. In this field, the Bai Group is the leader in China. But in recent years, the domestic market has been too chaotic, with various brands emerging one after another and lowering prices everywhere to grab market share. Although the Bai family occupies half of the home appliance market, its profit margin is very thin. After Ye Xiuyuan took over, as soon as he stabilized the domestic market, he was eager to expand into foreign markets and escape from this quagmire. He planned to squeeze the living space of foreign big brands with diversified products and low costs. And Virgin Group is the most suitable breakthrough point. Virgin Group is the world's largest supermarket and hypermarket group, with tens of thousands of large stores around the world. It would be great if we could sign a general-to-general strategic agreement with Virgin Group. The electrical appliances of Bai Group can directly enter these tens of thousands of large supermarkets, and the sales of Bai's electrical appliances will see a surge. Bai Group's Bai Shui home appliances will leap from a domestic brand to a truly international brand. This was also the last gift Ye Xiuyuan gave to the Bai family. It was originally intended to be given to Bai Ruoxue as a wedding gift, but now, it can only be regarded as a farewell gift. When Ye Xiuyuan rushed to the box, Long Chen and Victor, the vice president of Virgin Group, had already arrived. Sorry, Uncle Long, Mr. Victor. I'm late. I'll drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment. Ye Xiuyuan looked ashamed and walked quickly towards them. There was no one else in the huge box except the 3 of them. Long Chen took a puff of his cigar, smoke rising. When he saw Ye Xiuyuan, a smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. You kid. You really deserve to be punished. You said you would treat us to a meal, but you were the last one to arrive. Long Chen is tall and strong, in his 50s, with a healthy bronze skin and a clear face. The years have left traces of vicissitudes on his face, but they cannot cover up his domineering aura. Although Long Chen said that he wanted to punish Ye Xiuyuan, he was actually giving Ye Xiuyuan a way out. Victor didn't care at all. He still looked enthusiastic. Har har har, it doesn't matter. We were the first to arrive. Come on, Mr. Yi, take a seat quickly. Long Chen is an overseas Chinese. His ancestors all worked hard abroad and are indeed quite powerful in Southeast Asia. They met by chance when Ye Xiuyuan was working part-time in his freshman year. Later, when Ye Xiuyuan started his own business, Long Chen helped him a lot. Several investments in the early stages were all made by Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen also made a lot of money from Ye Xiuyuan. When Long Chen learned that Ye Xiuyuan was interested in selling Bai's home appliances overseas, he took the initiative to introduce Victor, the global vice president of Weiyang Group. After several rounds of private negotiations, they have reached a preliminary agreement. This meeting was all because of the negative reports on the internet today. Ye Xiuyuan had to explain it to Victor in person. Otherwise, even with Long Chen's relationship, Victor might not agree to cooperate. After the three of them chatted for a while, their wine and food were ready. Ye Xiuyuan did what he said. He stood up and drank 3 glasses of strong liquor. Uncle Long, Mr. Victor, these 3 glasses of wine are not only because I was late just now, but also because of what happened on the internet today. I really troubled you too. I'll drink first as a toast. The ceramic white cup in Ye Xiuyuan's hand contained at least 1 ounce of wine. After 3 ounces of wine, Ye Xiuyuan's stomach felt like it was on fire, and the burning pain was like thousands of ants gnawing at his stomach. He drank a lot at the wedding yesterday, and then went to the club and got drunk, so his stomach was already feeling uncomfortable. This just added fuel to the fire. My stomach felt churning and as if there was a fire burning in it. But he had to drink. When Chinese people do business, 30% depends on the product, 30% on eloquence and acting skills, and the remaining 40% depends on drinking capacity. Long Chen raised his hand and pressed it down, allowing Ye Xiuyuan to sit down and eat a few bites of the hot food. Then, he asked seriously, even if you don't tell me, I still want to ask you, what's going on? Did that girl from the Bai family really let you down? You didn't do anything wrong, did you? Long Chen has absolute trust in Ye Xiuyuan's character. He is training Ye Xiuyuan as his own nephew, otherwise he would not have witnessed his growth all the way and helped him openly and secretly. Victor also put down his chopsticks and listened attentively. Ye Xiuyuan shrugged, his smile somewhat bitter. He said lightly, I can't say much about the eldest lady's affairs, but she and Chu Zifeng are indeed in love with each other. My engagement with her was forced by the pressure of the chairman. Bang! The Bai family is going too far. How could Bai Yuan be so confused? And Bai Ruoxue, she is planning to use you to expand her territory while having an affair with that pretty boy. I was wrong about her. I thought she was pure and innocent, but she turned out to be a vicious woman. Long Chen was so angry that he slammed the cup in his hand heavily on the table. You too, why did you get married when you knew this was going to happen? And I was so stupid as to give you a big gift. Long Chen felt that he was at a disadvantage when he thought about it. He attended yesterday's wedding as the elder of the groom. In order to give Ye Xiuyuan face, he spent a lot of money on gifts. The fee he gave to Bai Ruoxue to change her words alone was 8,888,800. Long Chen had his own thoughts when he gave this number. He knew that Ye Xiuyuan had no father. 8 is pronounced the same as dad in Chinese. He wanted to hear Bai Ruoxue call him godfather instead of Yi Hao. Unfortunately, Bai Ruoxue didn't understand, and Ye Xiuyuan pretended not to understand even though he did. Ye Xiuyuan said apologetically, Uncle Long, I will take back the gift you gave me and return it to you intact when the time comes. You must come back. Otherwise, Bai Ruoxue and that Chu will take advantage of it. I will be so angry that I will die. Ye Xiuyuan had thought about this a long time ago. After he and Bai Ruoxue had settled their divorce, he would return all the gifts he had received. However, this money is now in Bai Ruoxue's hands, and it is not known whether she will take it out. Ye Xiuyuan was a little worried because the amount was quite large and he had not thought about this when he drafted the divorce agreement. If that doesn't work, he can only use his own money. Seeing Ye Xiuyuan's sad face, Long Chen comforted him, all right. Let's get a divorce. This fickle woman is not worthy of you. I will introduce you to someone better, who will be more beautiful than Bai Ruoxue. For some reason, when he heard that Long Chen was going to introduce a beauty to Ye Xiuyuan, the first thing he thought of was Situ Weiyang's charming face that brought disaster to the country and the people. Ye Xiuyuan is very resistant to falling in love now. No, 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 Uncle Long, please forgive me. Falling in love is too exhausting, I just want to have a quiet life for a while. The current Ye Xiuyuan would never step into the quagmire of love. Bai Ruoxue had already left him bruised and battered, and he had truly loved Bai Ruoxue for many years. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he could not resolve the misunderstanding from 7 years ago, and with Chu Zifeng around, he would never be able to get Bai Ruoxue's true heart. Women are too troublesome, so Ye Xiuyuan plans to find a place with beautiful mountains and rivers after leaving the magic city, and then raise cats and dogs. Victor, who had been silent, suddenly asked, Boss Yi, are the rumors about you on the internet true? The Bai Group issued an announcement saying that you have been fired. Victor didn't care how bumpy Ye Xiuyuan's relationship was, he just wanted to know whether this cooperation could continue. Baishare is not the only home appliance brand that wants to join the Virgin Group this time. Ye Xiuyuan said seriously, Mr. Victor, the rumor that Miss Bai was kidnapped is true. She did encounter a threat back then, and it was Chu Zifeng who saved her. However, regarding my part, I can assure you that I have never done anything immoral. It's just that the evidence points to me, and I can't defend myself. Long Chen hurriedly said, Victor, you still don't believe me? The person I'm looking at is definitely not a criminal. I will guarantee Ye Xiuyuan's character. If he does anything that harms the Virgin Group in the future, I will bear all the losses. Ye Xiuyuan was deeply moved by Long Chen's preference and protection. He had never had maternal love since childhood and lost his father when he was only a few years old. The few relatives he had only wanted to tear him apart and suck his marrow away, coveting his money, but Long Chen was the only one who treated him sincerely. Ye Xiuyuan, Uncle Long. Victor laughed, har har har, Lao Long, why are you so excited? I didn't say I don't believe Mr. Xia Yi. I'm just curious. At this point, Long Chen's anger flared up again. He criticized, are you throwing dirty water on yourself just to divert public attention? Why are you doing this? You're ruining yourself to help the two of them. Do you think Bai Ruoxue will be grateful to you? Do you think that this kind of self-sacrifice will make Bai Ruoxue feel guilty and come back to live with you? I'm telling you, even if she wants to live with you in the future, I won't agree. If you want to be in love, I won't even recognize you. Ye Xiuyuan shook his head. He didn't know why, but even though his stomach felt uncomfortable, he still wanted to drink. He drank another glass by himself. Ye Xiuyuan, Uncle Long, don't worry, she won't come back. Even if she does, we will never get back together. I'm determined to get a divorce. In order to save the Bai Group, I have ruined my future and my character. I will repay the Bai family for their kindness in raising me for so many years. From now on, I will be free. Long Chen was very happy. He could see that Ye Xiuyuan was really going to leave the Bai family this time. Good. Since you have left the Bai family, you can come to my company from now on. I have wanted to retire for a long time. You can be the general manager and I will stay behind the scenes. Long Chen had wanted to poach Ye Xiuyuan a long time ago, but unfortunately Ye Xiuyuan was determined to stay in the Bai family. This time, he would definitely invite Ye Xiuyuan because of this great opportunity. Victor interrupted, wait. Since Mr. Yi is leaving the Bai family, does that mean our cooperation will be cancelled? Victor chose the Bai Group because of Long Chen's face, and Long Chen acted as a matchmaker for Ye Xiuyuan. Long Chen said without hesitation, of course we have to cancel it. Xiuyuan has left the Bai family, why should we give this great gift to the Bai family? Now that Ye Xiuyuan has been fired by the Bai family, the cooperation will naturally be cancelled. Chapter 26, Beginning and End. In fact, the Bai Group had already started to develop overseas markets during the Bai Yuan era, but unfortunately the results have not been obvious. There are too many big foreign brands, and they are all centuries-old brands. Whether in terms of technology or reputation, the Baishue home appliance brand is completely crushed. Apart from price, Bai's Baishue home appliances are not competitive at all in the foreign home appliance market. After Ye Xiuyuan took over, he strongly supported research and development, conducted research on user habits and regional customs in each country and region, and designed products in a targeted manner to suit local characteristics. This is how we gradually opened up overseas markets, and this was also what won Victor's recognition. Bai Group's home appliance brand is deployed globally. Currently, Ye Xiuyuan has pushed this matter to the 99th step, and only needs to take the final step. He cannot give up halfway. Even if it was not for the Bai family, he would still be responsible for the RD technicians and production workers who were silently dedicated in the factory. This is also the purpose of his hosting a banquet for Victor today. Ye Xiuyuan said firmly, "No. The cooperation continues." What? Long Chen and Victor's jaws dropped. They never expected that Ye Xiuyuan would continue to cooperate. Long Chen asked angrily, "You are crazy. Bai Ruoxue treated you like this, and the Bai family has already abandoned you. Why do you still want to seek benefits for the Bai family? What good does this do you?" Victor didn't understand. "Yes, Mr. Yi, since you are no longer an employee of the Bai family, why do you still want to help the Bai family achieve this cooperation?" Ye Xiuyuan first calmed Long Chen down. "Uncle Long, don't get excited. I'm not doing this for the Bai family." Then, he explained to Victor, "Mr. Victor, you are also a senior executive of your group, and you must have a group of loyal subordinates under you. It is the same for me. I can get to where I am today not only by myself, but also by their support. I can just walk away, but they can't. Their entire family depends on the Bai family for support. They have worked with me for a long time for this project, and now the product has been developed. If the cooperation is cancelled, it will not have much impact on me, but for them, not only will their years of hard work be wasted, but their salary will also be affected. So, I beg Mr. Victor, this cooperation should continue." Victor remained silent. He was a veteran in the business world, and Ye Xiuyuan couldn't tell his attitude at all. "Mr. Victor, I'd like to toast you on behalf of the employees of the Bai Group." Ye Xiuyuan directly picked up the wine decanter, which was filled with a large cup of wine, at least half a pound. "I did it, you can do whatever you want." After drinking half a pound of wine, Ye Xiuyuan's burning sensation in his stomach became even more severe. Long Chen noticed that Ye Xiuyuan looked unhappy, and he gently rebuked him. "Xiuyuan, drink less, don't put your life at risk." Ye Xiuyuan suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and said with a smile, "Uncle Long, don't worry. I'm young and strong, I can do it." Although Long Chen disagreed with Ye Xiuyuan's idea, seeing that Ye Xiuyuan had made up his mind, he could only help. "Victor, give me a definite answer, can this project be successful?" Long Chen and Victor have been friends for many years and have similar personalities, so they can talk freely. Ye Xiuyuan originally thought that with Long Chen's involvement, the project would be a sure success. But unexpectedly, Victor still refused. "Oh, I'm sorry, Lao Long. I can't promise you. I agreed to this project because Ye Xiuyuan was in Bai's group, but now Ye Xiuyuan is gone. To be honest, I am not optimistic about the future of Bai's group. There are too many unstable factors in the Bai family. I don't want to gamble my future with them." Many people know that the reason why the Bai family has been able to maintain its stability over the years and even make further progress is all thanks to Ye Xiuyuan. Although many people scolded Ye Xiuyuan as the Bai family's dog, Ye Xiuyuan's personal abilities were indeed obvious to all. Bai Ruoxue is just a mascot. She has never even been to the grassroots level. Especially in the past 6 months, this beautiful president has been revolving around Chu Zifan. She has left all the company affairs to Ye Xiuyuan and has become a hands-off boss. As for Ye Xiuyuan's plan to take over the world's largest supermarket group, not only Bai Ruoxue, but even Bai Yuan didn't know about it. Long Chen understood Victor's concerns very well. "Xiuyuan, I think it's better to forget it. Even if you give this project to Bai Ruoxue, she won't be able to take it. She might be good at romance, but her business skills are really limited. Not only will the Bai group be in a mess, but Victor will also be implicated. After all, he is just a senior employee and he has to be responsible for the company." As Long Chen changed sides, Victor nodded frequently. As good friends, they both shared the same opinion. Victor said to Ye Xiuyuan, "Since you have left Bai's company, I will not call you Mr. Yi anymore. I will just follow your Uncle Long and call you Xiuyuan." "Xiuyuan, do you think this will work? If you just want to work for the workers and technicians under you, you can do it alone. With the support of your Uncle Long and me, plus your ready-made technology and skilled workers, you can definitely start a new business. Add to that your existing connections, and you may even surpass the Bai Group and acquire the Bai Group in the future. When the time comes, you can show your ex-wife what a real man is." Victor spoke with great enthusiasm and joy, as if he was conceiving an urban emotional revenge novel online. He had already imagined the scene whereby Ruoxue and the others would burst into tears and kneel down to beg Ye Xiuyuan for forgiveness. Ye Xiuyuan did not interrupt him. he just smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had never thought of doing anything bad to the Bai family. Without the Bai family, he wouldn't be where he is today. Even if Bai Ruoxue was indeed unfaithful during their marriage, that was only a matter between him and Bai Ruoxue and had nothing to do with the entire Bai family. Besides, Ye Xiuyuan already knew about Bai Ruoxue and Chuzafeng. He was self-righteous and thought that Bai Ruoxue actually had him in her heart, and he wanted to use marriage to keep Bai Ruoxue's heart and person. The fact is, Ye Xiuyuan was unable to keep anything except his injuries. Long Chen saw the sadness in Ye Xiuyuan's eyes, and he interrupted Victor's improvisation. Okay. Let's drink. Don't talk about those unpleasant things. Following Long Chen's suggestion, Victor no longer talked about seeking revenge on Bai Ruoxue. It all depends on Ye Xiuyuan's choice. Anyway, Victor and Long Chen have already said that as long as Ye Xiuyuan wants to retaliate, they will definitely help. After that, there was no more discussion of Ye Xiuyuan's emotional affairs or their bi-group project at the dinner table. Although Ye Xiuyuan was unwilling, he couldn't force anyone to do anything. In order to accompany Long Chen and Victor, Ye Xiuyuan suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and toasted frequently. Perhaps he had the idea of getting drunk. The more Ye Xiuyuan drank, the more addicted he became. The dazed and chaotic feeling made him gradually let go of everything and also let go of his attachment to Bai Ruoxue. Chapter 27 Anger from Bai Ruoxue. Bai Group, President's Office. Bai Ruoxue tidied up her appearance and rushed to the company. However, even though she used a thick layer of foundation, the traces of crying were still somewhat obvious. After arriving at the company, she clearly felt that everyone's eyes on her had changed. Although they were still very respectful, there was a hint of ridicule and dissatisfaction in their respect. Bai Ruoxue could also guess what they were thinking. People were just talking about how she cheated on her husband on her wedding night, and when the truth came out, she pushed her husband out to take the blame. She was unable to explain and didn't know how to explain. Now she just wanted to find Ye Xiuyuan and ask him face to face whether he must get a divorce and what the situation was between him and the eldest daughter of the Situ family. Still haven't contacted Ye Xiuyuan. Bai Ruoxue sat in the boss chair, her eyes becoming increasingly cold and anxious, and a biting cold wind seemed to be blowing around her. Her face seemed to be covered with frost, and the lines of her delicate features were cold and clear. Her deep eyes were like the water in a cold pond, cold and without any ripples. Ye Xiuyuan felt a little timid. She knew how angry the young lady in front of her was. She was afraid that Bai Ruoxue would take her out on her. Well, I've tried my best. It's just that Ye Xiuyuan has not used the company car since he left the company, and he hasn't reported his schedule. My phone is unreachable now, but don't worry, I've asked someone to check. I believe there will be news about Ye Xiuyuan soon. Ye Xiuyuan spoke carefully, but it was obvious that her choice of words accidentally angered Bai Ruoxue. Bang! Bai Ruoxue's eyes instantly turned like cold arrows. She slammed the table and scolded, "Who told you to call him by his name? I didn't agree to his resignation. He will always be the vice president of the company." Ye Xiuyuan felt aggrieved, but, Mr. Yi has already resigned. His office has been cleaned up. Mr. Xu just left a message, saying that his office is in a bad location and he wants to move to Mr. Yi's. Ye Xiuyuan looked at Bai Ruoxue cautiously. Sure enough, when she learned that Xu Minghui was going to occupy Ye Xiuyuan's office, Bai Ruoxue's originally cold eyes now ignited with flames of anger, and there seemed to be a storm surging in her pupils. Asshole, bastard. Xu Minghui is going too far. Who is Xu Minghui? What qualifications does he have to move into that room? Who agreed to that? Bai Ruoxue, who has always been well educated, gentle and elegant, was so angry that she swore this time. Ye Xiuyuan had never seen Bai Ruoxue in the 3 years she had been with her. Bai Ruoxue was already dissatisfied with Xu Minghui, and one of the purposes of her coming to the company was to give Xu Minghui a warning. Ye Xiuyuan had previously told Bai Ruoxue on the phone how Ye Xiuyuan was severely humiliated by Xu Minghui when he left, which made Bai Ruoxue's anger even more intense. How dare they humiliate Ye Xiuyuan like that? They haven't even divorced yet. Boss Xu has already asked someone to clean Boss Yi's room. Look. What? Tell them to stop it. No. I'll go myself. Bai Ruoxue hurriedly ran to Ye Xiuyuan's office. Ye Xiuyuan's office is right next door. Apart from Bai Ruoxue, it is the most comfortable office in terms of location and layout in the Bai group. The room is spacious and has a good orientation. This office was requested by Ye Xiuyuan. He wanted to be closer to Bai Ruoxue so that they could move around more easily. When Bai Ruoxue came in, all the group photos and trophies in Ye Xiuyuan's room had been thrown into the waste paper box. All of Ye Xiuyuan's past achievements and glorious moments were thrown casually in a cardboard box like garbage. If Bai Ruoxue hadn't come, these things might have been sold directly to junk collectors. Seeing this scene, Bai Ruoxue was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. "Stop it! Who made you lose it?" Seeing the company president coming over angrily, the cleaning ladies looked at each other in fear. But they didn't understand anything and just followed orders. The cleaning lady said timidly, "Our supervisor asked us to do it." "Get out! Everyone, get out!" Bai Ruoxue knew that they were just part-time workers and did not make things difficult for them. This was Xu Minghui's deliberate attempt to erase all traces of Ye Xiuyuan in the company. "Yes." The cleaning lady lowered her head and tiptoed out of the room. "Asshole! Asshole! Xu Minghui, just wait for me." Bai Ruoxue looked at the messy room and stomped her feet in anger. Ye Xiuyuan hates a messy room the most. If he comes back and sees the office in this state, he will definitely be angry. Bai Ruoxue didn't think much about it. She hurriedly put the trophies and photos back to their original places. But she suddenly realized that in the past 3 years, she had never entered Ye Xiuyuan's room. Now she wanted to put everything back to its original place, but she couldn't do it at all. I've never been here once." Memories of the past suddenly flooded into her mind. Whenever there was something, Ye Xiuyuan would go to her or communicate directly on the phone. Sometimes she would pass by without even thinking of coming in to take a look. Even after getting engaged, she never changed her attitude. She seemed to be deliberately avoiding being with Ye Xiuyuan. Bai Ruoxue somewhat understood why Ye Xiuyuan had prepared the divorce agreement in advance, because he guessed that she was like a moth flying into a flame, and the incident on the wedding night was just a fuse. It was the last straw that broke Ye Xiuyuan's psychological defenses. Bai Ruoxue blankly placed the trophies and group photos on the shelf. Then, she sat numbly in Ye Xiuyuan's seat with a blank look in her eyes. She couldn't quite understand Ye Xiuyuan. The divorce agreement stated that he would leave their house with nothing, which was not at all what Chu Zifeng said. Therefore, Ye Xiuyuan was not after her money at all. Ye Xiuyuan is not after money, but he has completely ruined his own reputation. Which company will want someone with such a bad reputation in the future? Is he trying to make up for what he owed me? Or is he repaying the Bai family? Bai Ruoxue's mind was in a mess, with all kinds of chaotic thoughts flying around, making her unable to find peace. At this moment, she accidentally saw an upside-down photo frame on the desk. Bai Ruoxue picked it up casually. When her eyes fell on the group photo, her delicate body trembled slightly. She covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud. It turns out that he has kept it all this time and still has it with him. Memories come back again, and the young and ignorant love of that year surges into my heart. However, the attachment that ends without a result is the most hurtful, painful and sour, as if thousands of ants are gnawing at the heart, and it hurts so much that I can't breathe. Ye Xiuyuan, why did you do this to me? It was you who betrayed me. It was you who chose another woman first. It was you who wronged me first. I shouldn't cry for someone like you. I shouldn't. It's not me who broke the contract, it's you. You forced me to do it. Bai Ruoxue screamed in pain. Although she was cursing Ye Xiuyuan, she held the photo frame tightly in her hands, holding the photo in her arms, placing it closest to her heart.